After Fire Emblem's revival in 2012 with Awakening, Fire Emblem Fates came out next with a whopping 3 games. While the community was busy tearing each other apart over Conquest's lackluster story and overall decent gameplay, one of the other 2 versions fell through the cracks and into the forgotten gulags. That version being, of course, Birthright. Hi, hello, it's me, Nova. You might remember me from my Conquest video, or not. Regardless of whether or not you've watched my entire rewriting of Conquest as a whole, welcome any and all, and let's get right fucking to it. While Birthright isn't as bad as its brother, it instead suffers of being fucking boring. So I, with all of my 10 subscribers, will gladly pick the torch back up and answer this question. What if Fire Emblem Fates Birthright can actually be somewhat good? What if I can fix the story? As per my last video, we're keeping the same format here. We'll be touching on the background, the characters, new designs, and the main story, as well as any side stories and any relevant DLC to give some love to Fates' neglected child. There will be timestamps once again to make sure all of you can easily navigate the segments at your leisure. Without further ado, let's get rewriting because the last video was way too fucking long anyway. Long ago, 2 dragons fought each other for the land they stood on, a battle that lasted a century, cultivating followers and believers on each side. The Dragon of Dusk favored the land now known as Nor. It thrived in darkness. The Dragon of Dawn favored the land now known as Hoshido. It thrived in basking light. The 2 fought forevermore over who should reign the lands. Eventually, heirs to both kingdoms came too. Throughout all this fighting, those born of royal lineage solidified their birthright. There never was a clear winner, as the battle waged on and on. Stories from both sides vary in how their battle ended. Some believe one dragon won and decided to take their life now that it was devoid of any meaning. Others believed it ended in a draw. There's even a legend saying that this same battle is still being waged to this very day. No matter the story you decide to believe, the divide between the 2 biggest nations is still present. The people of the Dawn Dragon thrived in basking light blessed upon them by their deity. While some of Hoshido's terrain can be quite hostile, the mainland is home to vast, sunny plains with an abundance of fresh water and scarce forests. The east of Hoshido, however, is home to a humid and rigid forest with many vicious animals amongst them. While this isn't the most inviting place to live, it does act as a natural barrier. The south of Hoshido is crowded by long mountain ranges, shielding the mainland from the southern nations who were once enemies. The coast of Hoshido is mostly inhabited, with a few tribes hanging up here and there. The sandy terrain and warm temperatures are not what most people prefer, hence the lack of populations. Because of this, the people of Hoshido never struggled to find food or suitable shelter. The land gave them all they needed. They are in no means lazy or take any of this for granted. Hoshido's strong religious beliefs and powerful military might ensure that every Hoshidan contributes to the kingdom. They've acquired many nations over the decades, not out of necessity, but out of promises to protect said nations from Nor's invasions. The people of Nor see them as spoiled, aggressive, and heartless beings. As peace between the 2 nations has never been reached, these divides between them only grew stronger and stronger as time passed. The history of Hoshido may be a warm and fortunate one, but it was not an easy one. The people were left to themselves after the Dawn Dragon vanished. As while he was busy with his lifelong conflict, he still blessed his followers with food and shelter. And while they had no trouble surviving without him, they now needed to defend themselves against Nor, something they never needed to do previously. Nor wished to have their territory to sustain themselves, but Hoshido resisted every step of the way. They were seen as heartless and privileged fools, too stuck up on believing the sacred land of Hoshido was their birthright, given to them by their false god. Basically, these guys hate each other. They don't agree on anything, they don't see eye to eye on anything, and they believe the other guy is the bad guy, and they're justified in everything they do. Wars have come and gone through the generations in an endless cycle. Which brings us to current time. I've concocted a funny little timeline to make things more easily understandable. For simplicity's sake, the world of Fates functions with days, weeks, and months, same as us. It'll be relevant throughout the video, but don't you worry, I'm more than happy to flash it whenever needed. King Sumeragi married Queen Ikona in the early 800s, quickly welcoming their first son, Ryoma, in 807. 5 years later, the pair welcomed their second child, Hinoka, in 812. While Ryoma's birth and pregnancy had no complications, Hinoka was fairly more difficult. Nevertheless, they then welcomed Takumi in 816. His birth was tremendously hard on Ikona's body, and it was believed that she would never be able to conceive another child after this. In the midst of the family's grief and sorrow came a ray of light. One fateful evening, a dark-haired woman showed up at Castle Shisaragi's, holding a small silver-haired child in one hand and some type of scroll in the other. While they were doubtful at first, they quickly welcomed the woman and her child and let them take refuge within Hoshido's capital. The pair is of course Mikoto and Korin. Mikoto and Ikona became very fast friends and even grew a sister-like bond over the next few months. As did Korin with their new cousins / soon-to-be siblings, as everything seemed to be getting better and better. However, one day, to everyone's surprise, Ikona became pregnant with Sakura and gave birth to her in 818. This last addition to the family would prove fatal, however, as Ikona's body could no longer support the birth of another child, and she passed away during her youngest daughter's birth. Before Sakura's birth, Ikona confided in her best friend that she feared she would not survive to see this child grow, and asked her to take care of her in her stead if that ever came to be. Mikoto gladly accepted, as she could never refuse anything the woman who saved her life asked of her. Soon after Ikona died, Sumeragi and Mikoto married in honor of the late Ikona's wishes. The pair did not love each other, as the marriage was purely to give their children a pair of parents. They did care for each other as friends, however, just nothing beyond that. And then came the destined meeting that would forever change the lives of the people of Hoshido. In 819, a meeting was arranged between the two nations by their kings to negotiate peace and a truce. With rumors circulating that it was a trap from both sides, tensions were extremely high during the few days the event lasted. Sumeragi, however, quite confidently thought his older children would be safe, and so he brought them along with him to give him a little vacation. He brought along Ryoma, Hinoka, and Korin. During the meeting, a fight broke out and Sumeragi was killed. Garen was gravely wounded and left with permanent scars from the event. In the midst of the chaos, the children wandered out, not knowing what was happening, and Korin was lost amongst the crowd, pushed away from their siblings. This is also how Hoshido's faction came to discover Azura, as she was running among the Hoshidan soldiers, screaming Mikoto's name and for help. Yukimura was the one who grabbed her, along with the others, and got them the fuck out of there. Semi-important note, neither Korin nor Azura were kidnapped here. I always hated that about the OG, it just seemed so stupid to me that Garen was some evil-ass dude kidnapping kids, and that Hoshido, for some reason, kidnapped Azura in retaliation. But anyway, Nor thought Azura died, and Hoshido thought Korin died, hence why it was never assumed they were taken by the other side. So understandably, after one king died and the other was close to dying, neither side felt like negotiating anymore, which just created more tension and more hatred and more resentment, and you get the gist. Tensions remained hostile between the two nations, and nothing more than a few unorganized invasions from civilians happened for almost 2 decades. Korin grew up alongside their siblings in here, same with Azura, who was not aware she was some kind of captive? Neither of them grew up with the assumption that they were on borrowed time where they just believed that they were happy there. Unlike the OG Fates, where they're just... The Korin's put in a random-ass fortress and left there to rot. And meanwhile, Azura is there, and they're all like, oh yes, Azura is my sister, but also at the same time, they're like, she's a war prisoner! So Korin was in Krakenberg with all of their siblings, and Azura was part of the family back in Hoshido, was never treated like a hostage. Because again, that's fucking stupid. After covering the very basics of the lore and information you just need to know, we're jumping into the characters relevant to the story. Just like last time, I went ahead and redesigned anything I didn't like and designed some new additions that will become important at some point or another. And just like last time, Corrin and Azura cannot marry their adoptive families for pretty fucking obvious reasons. And also, just like last time, I'll be dividing the video in between playable and unplayable characters. So with all of that out of the way, let's begin. Corrin, first and only child of Mikoto, born in 814, making them 20 at the time of the story taking place. Corrin spent the first few years of their lives within Hoshido. At the age of 5 years old, they were taken by Garen to Nor and raised as Norian royalty. They don't remember anything from their time in Hoshido, because you tried telling me a memory of yours before you were that age. They were raised just like the rest of their siblings, always believing to be of Norian origin. Since the other siblings had very questionable origins, given that they were all conceived out of wedlock and were technically illegitimate, it kind of perfectly covered up for their origins. Anyway, Corrin always had a strong aptitude with learning. They studied everything under the sun to try to break it apart and understand it. Corrin isn't dumb and clueless here, they're naive. They're extremely book smart but not very street smart. The distinction will be important because it's crucial in understanding Corrin's motives and actions. They're calm in nature and easy to approach. Corrin's known for wandering off and talking to whoever will come up to them, not really thinking of that person's intentions. They have a very optimistic worldview, always assuming the best out of people. They love their siblings a lot, but always knew deep down they weren't the same. Something was different about them. Spoiler, it's the dragon morphing part that Corrin later discovers, but obviously they didn't know that until it happens, so yeah. They were the oldest at completing their training at the Northern Fortress at the age of 20, but they were also the fastest at completing it. For a simple reason that Corrin has a huge aversion to death and killing, they inherited a bit of Xander's humbleness, but also fear inflicting pain on others. Corrin's role in the story is pretty much still the main character, but with a bit of a twist. They're not the leader of the Hoshidan army, they're in charge of armory and weapon funds, distribution and storage. So the convoy. For the simple fact that Ryoma comes to learn they're quite good with keeping up with stuff like that, which is why only Corrin has access to the convoy. You could also make the meta point that this is how Corrin can have supports with so many people. They interact with everyone in the army without being the main focus. So any decision taken once the war officially begins is taken by Ryoma, not Corrin. Main reason being that Corrin is her eyes into the story, not the arms, legs, heart, brain, and lungs. Corrin supports with anyone that isn't a child, excluding Kana and their possible second child. Again, the Corrin sexual shit, while a little cringe, doesn't really hurt anyone. We can be allowed a little cringe as a treat. Azura. Only daughter of Areti, Azura was born in 814, a few months prior to Corrin. After her father's death in Vala, Areti ran away with her to Nor. There, her mother quickly wed Garen and Azura became Norian royalty. She was hated by the nobility and the court, forcing her away from her step-siblings. She grew a very deep connection with her mother, as she was her only comfort in Nor. Before Areti passed, she handed Azura the pendant her father gifted her mother and told her to run away to Hoshido to meet with Mikoto and show her this pendant, swearing that she would be safe and well treated there. Azura sneaked aboard a carriage and hid all the way to the meeting point between Garen and Sumeragi, and ran all the way to the Hoshidan side. In the confusion of the attack on the king's lives, she was taken by a Hoshidan soldier. Azura was quickly accepted in Hoshido. The grieving Mikoto made sure that she felt at home as much as she could. Her new Hoshidan siblings adored her, showering her with the love and care she longed for in Nor. She holds no strong feelings towards Garen or his children, but deep down always wishes she could see them again and be allowed to be their stepsister. Despite this, she stayed reserved, stoic, and quite blunt. Azura has a very kind heart, but she's incapable of saying half-truths or sugarcoating what she means. Her worldview is much more negative than Korin's. Think of them as a foil for each other. In Hoshido, her retainers are Kaze and Rinka. Since this is Birthright, this remains the same. On that topic, Azura is her second main character and second most important character. Azura and Korin are kind of like the yin and yang of fates. One needs the other to be balanced. They complete each other. Azura needs Korin's lightheartedness and innocence, as Korin needs Azura's cynicalness and maturity. Azura's redesign is the one I had the most fun with, because I kind of just give myself the freedom to do whatever the fuck. So I kept the original base, but added more to it that I felt was better. Since I think I forgot to mention it in the Conquest video, she joins with her standard blue and white dress, but as you choose a route, she then changes into that color. So for Hoshido, she changes into a light teal with tones of red and blue. Those tones are made to match with Korin, as her dress straps are the same color. Her thigh jewelry matches the jewelries on Korin's armor. I also gave her some Geta-type sandals, similar to the ones the Hoshiden classes wear. Azura supports with Korin, Jacob, Kaze, Silas, Ryoma, Takumi, Hinoka, Sakura, Hinata, Saizo, Hayato, Kaden, Azuma, Rinka, and Tsubaki. Hinoka gives her Spear Fighter because for some reason she didn't give her anything in the OG. Tsubaki didn't either, so he can give her Myrmidon here. Felicia. Utterly kind and dedicated, Felicia serves the Norian royal family with utmost devotion. Despite being extremely clumsy and always causing a mess, she tries her best to treat those around her with nothing but the best care. She is Flora's younger twin sister. Unlike her sister, who specializes more in magic and healing, Felicia is remarkably better at fighting. Both sisters were appointed to aid Korin's training at the Northern Fortress, as they were the only Norian child without retainers. Depending on Korin's gender, Felicia gets assigned as one of Korin's retainers after this. While she's somewhat unaware of this, her service to the royal family is some kind of political tool. Relations between the Ice Tribe and Nor have been delicate. Garen is in search of more aid, so Kelmat, the twins' father, proposed they work for him in exchange for help and peace with the tribe. Garen agreed. However, Felicia seems to think she got the job because she was somehow more qualified than everyone else. Her innocent nature is what helps her get along so well with Korin during the months they spend together at the fortress. So much so that Felicia considers Korin a very good friend, but business relations wouldn't allow her to say that truthfully. Her design is also basically the exact same, except I gave her some dark pink tights underneath her maid attire, and a corset with the same color, because I think it's just cute. I also gave her some little ribbons, just because, once again, it's just cute. She supports with Korin, Jacob, Silas, Kaze, Hana, Ryoma, Takumi, Hinoka, Sakura, Hinata, Saizo, Hayato, Kaden, Azuma, and Tsubaki. Jacob. Born to aristocratic parents who bore no love for him or each other and abandoned him early at Krakenberg Castle. Jacob was raised by the servants present there. He struggled for many years to be able to fulfill his duties, being assigned to each royal until they could find a suitable retainer at the Northern Fortress. Jacob, in his teens, was trained by Gunter in combat. Gunter is the only person aside from the royal family and the twins that he holds any respect for. Jacob, being the oldest of the maid butler you're introduced to, has actually been serving the royal family since Camilla's training, making him around his early 30s at the time of the story taking place. If Korin is female, Jacob gets assigned as their retainer and follows them around from beginning to end. Out of all the royals, Jacob prefers Korin the most because they appreciate his coffee much more than any of the other siblings. The few months they spent together at the Northern Fortress also helped solidify his combat prowess. Jacob's design stays the same. I think it works out super well, and it just looks so good overall. He supports with Korin, Felicia, Azura, Hinoka, Sakura, Kagero, Orochi, Rinka, Hana, Obro, Setsuna, Mozu, Silas, Scarlet, and Takumi. Silas. Childhood best friend of Korin, he was born into nobility. His status allowed him to meet with the young Korin. The pair grew very close. However, with the years and Garen's degrading mental and physical health, Silas's family decided to move away from the capital and into a villa much further away from Krakenberg, just in case anything goes down. As soon as Silas became of age, he enrolled into the Northern army in hopes of becoming a knight to be assigned to protect Corin, ensuring that they never get separated again. His noble upbringing and facility to learn combat skills did give him kind of a superiority complex, making him talk down to people if he sees their prowesses as lesser. He does possess a lot of charitability, however, as his harsh opinions are usually just to help the other person. Silas gets assigned as your second retainer. Unlike in the OG Fates, where he has this weird convoluted backstory, which is kind of pointless anyway because Corin doesn't even remember him. Here Corin does remember him, and they're really happy to see him. Corin appoints Silas as the retainer the second they meet to make sure Silas's efforts don't go to waste. Silas's design also stays the same. I don't really have any issues with it, even if he continues to have that yee-yee-ass haircut. He supports with Corin, Jacob, Kaze, Felicia, Azura, Ryoma, Hinoka, Sakura, Kagero, Orochi, Rinka, Hana, Oboro, Setsuna, and Mozu. Kaze. Born as the younger twin of Saizo, the brother's father was murdered inexplicably one night by Kotaro. The incident forced the young twins, at the time teenagers, to step up as leader of their clan. Kaze, being the more cool-headed and calm one of the pair, often aided Saizo in his decision-making. Both wished for revenge for their father's death. This fact led them to training intensively to become extraordinary warriors. Their strength was noticed by Queen Mikoto. As such, the twins were asked if they wished to be royal retainers. Kaze was appointed as Azura's retainer about a year or two before the story takes place. He pleaded an oath to her, swearing to protect her no matter the cost. Since you join Azura and Hoshido, Kaze stays from the start. He does admire Corin's worldview, however, and quickly grows to like them. I'm also keeping his design the same here as well. Fates has a weird pattern of giving male characters a really good design, and then the female characters are either complete shit or pretty sick. I slightly changed his backstory to better fit the story, and we already talked about this because Conquest. He supports with Corin, Azura, Felicia, Saizo, Ryoma, Silas, Hinoka, Sakura, Kagero, Orochi, Rinka, Ana, Oboro, Setsuna, and Mozu. I'm changing Kaze's secondary class to Apothecary in honor of his mother. So Saizo gives him Myrmidon now. Setsuna will give him Monk, but the reason why becomes clearer soon. Ryoma. Firstborn son of Sumeragi and Nikona in 807, Ryoma became the splitting image of his father. He always loved his father deeply, admiring him, following him everywhere, only getting the same hobbies as him as a child, and even began practicing his swordsmanship at the young age of 4. Ryoma excelled at everything he put his mind to, having the discipline needed to apply himself wherever needed. While he was his father's son, he did take up many traits from his mother, such as her compassion, her strong will, and her love for Hoshido's people. Dedicating himself to be the best king Hoshido has ever known took up pretty much all of his time, leaving him to have a bit of a distant relationship with his younger siblings. Nevertheless, he loves them dearly. When Sumeragi passed, Yukimura handed him the Raijinto. Ryoma immediately beelined it to the Rainbow Sage to prove himself worthy of wielding his father's blade. Once he completed his trial, he swore to himself that he would become as strong as he could to ensure that no one he cares for will ever die again. His amazing aura, filled with charisma and wisdom, inspires all who work under him. But, bluntly put, Ryoma is a man dedicated to his lifelong mission and will stop at nothing to see it through. His design stays the same, even if the lobster headdress is a little quirky. I'm adding the lore reason for it to even exist though. His hair is so wild and untamable that he needs to brush it back and hold it in place like that to make sure it doesn't get in his eyes. This literally doesn't change anything. I think it just adds a more relatable trait to Ryoma. He supports with Corin, Hinoka, Takumi, Sakura, Azura, Felicia, Kaze, Saizo, Silas, Yukimura, Kagero, Orochi, Rinka, Ana, Oboro, Setsuna, Mozu, and Scarlet. Because why the fuck didn't they have support She's also low-key his canon pair. Takumi, born the youngest son of King Sumeragi and Queen Ikona in 816, making him 18 at the time of the story taking place. Takumi is nothing like his siblings. Ryoma and Hinoka's seemingly endless talents always left him feeling like he was chasing their shadow. This led him to become closest to his grandmother. He actually gets his natural hair color from her and lets it grow out in her honor. Oh, Sumeragi's mother, just as a FYI. Through her, he found his love of shogi. As a child, he wished to ride a Pegasi, much like his mother, but quickly realized he was terrified of heights. He then took up swordsmanship just like his brother, but quit a few years prior to the story taking place after a humiliating loss against his older brother. It was then that he found his true calling, archery. Takumi trained tirelessly to excel at it, and when the time came to take on his trial, he did it with no trouble at all. His newfound talent gave him a confidence boost, as he no longer felt like he had to be in his sibling's shadow. Even still, Takumi struggles with feelings of jealousy and iniquity to this day. Mikoto assigned him as the commander of Hoshido's holy archers and hoped that the new responsibility would help him mature a bit, about 2 years before the story takes place. Takumi gets along the most with Sakura, as he always felt like he needed to protect his younger sister. While he feels inferior to Ryoma, he does love him unconditionally. Takumi also developed a special bond with his adoptive sister, Azura, as the two enjoyed playing games together as children, given that they were the closest in age. He has no memory of Korin, but often felt jealous of them whenever Ryoma, Hinoka, and Mikoto spoke about them. Takumi's design stays the same because while the hair is a little crazy, the rest is fairly good. Also, since we already set up that Ryoma's hair is wild, we could just have like the lore explanation that all of them have untamable hair except for Sakura. I also just think that the crazy hair gives him a little bit more flavor. It helps with his spunky personality, you know? He supports with Korin, Ryoma, Jacob, Hinoka, Sakura, Azura, Felicia, Hinata, Kagero, Orochi, Rinka, Ana, Aoburo, Setsuna, Mozu, and Reina. Reina obviously gives him Pegasus Knight, but all classes remain the same otherwise. Hinoka. First daughter of Sumeragi and Ikona, born in 812, Hinoka became the splitting image of Ikona. Just like how Ryoma was a daddy's boy, Hinoka was a mommy's girl. After her mother's death, she changed drastically. Losing her role model made her shut herself off, and only Ryoma and Korin managed to make her come out of her shell and regain some sense of normalcy. It wasn't until Sumeragi died and Korin disappeared that all of that changed once again. Hinoka took up training almost immediately after the tragic event, swearing that she would be as strong as possible to make sure she never lose her siblings or anyone else ever again. She spent every minute of every day training endlessly, attending every mission possible to save even one life. Her laser focus on her strength left her rather unsophisticated, hot-headed, and unruly for a princess. It also had the added effect of leaving behind her younger siblings, whom she never made much time for. Hinoka does care deeply for her family, but is blind to how they often feel. She would do anything and everything to protect those she cares for, but has a hard time communicating that and lets her actions speak rather than her words. Now you might be wondering why a character who focuses so much on strength isn't promoted or hasn't already completed their trial, and I will just add the lore reason that Hinoka has attempted her trial many times, but her laser focus on raw strength only has led her to fail every time she went and attempted this, and led her to have a different approach and training other ventures of hers to ensure that next time she goes, she would succeed. So that's why she goes along with Korin and Sakura, because she failed every other time. Her design saw some notable changes, so let's go over them. For one, I gave her pants. I know the whole appeal of Pegasus Knights are the thigh highs and the mini skirts and all of that, but please just give them pants. Do you have any idea how much your ass would hurt if you just sat on a saddle with your cheeks out like that? I also gave her more armor, notably a chestplate and some leg armor. Story-wise, these are actually pieces of Ikona's old armor that Hinoka kept and wears every day. Also gave her a small hairpin. I know Hinoka is like a tomboy and doesn't really wear any accessories or anything, but it came to me in a dream. Tsuragi gave it to her as a child not long before he died, and she's worn it ever since, taking great care of it. Oh yeah, I also gave her an obi. I think that's what they're called, but yeah, it's just to balance out her design because like she was very top and bottom heavy, and the metal section just seemed a little empty and lackluster compared to that, so I just threw shit at the wall and it stuck. She supports with Korin, Jacob, Silas, Kaze, Setsuna, Ryoma, Takumi, Sakura, Azura, Hinata, Saizo, Hayato, Kaden, Azuma, Tsubaki, Shura, and Yukimura. Shura gives Outlaw, Yukimura gives Apothecary. Azura will give her Troubadour, because I read that apparently she passes that down to Shigure since she can't give him anything else. So she gives it to every Pegasus Knight. Oh my god. So she'll give it to every Pegasus Knight as well, since, well, she can't give anything else. But I'll still mention it since I'm filling your brains with an endless supply of information whenever needed. Sakura, last daughter and child of Queen Inoka and King Tsuragi. She was born in 818. She was named after Ikona's favorite flowers, Hoshido's cherry blossoms. Having never met her mother and learning at a very young age that she died during childbirth, Sakura suffers from survivor's guilt. Thinking it was all her fault her siblings lost their mother. Feeling like her birth was a mistake and that she should never have been born, she's very timid and reserved, lacking in confidence and struggles to speak to others. She's closest to Takumi and Mikoto, both of them often calling her a miracle and reassuring her they're glad to have her. While she's not as close to Hinoka, as she doesn't really know what to say to her or how to approach her, as they've never really spent any time together, she loves her and admires her to no end. Mikoto is her role model, as in that she's her, technically, her mother since Ikona died, but Hinoka is someone she looks up to endlessly and she adores her, even if their relationship is a little distant. Sakura has a love for the arts, most notably her koto, whom she practiced often with Azura, who would sing to her the melodies she played. Although Sakura hates violence, she also hates the idea of being a burden to her siblings, hence why she trained as a healer. Takumi also did teach her how to draw a bow, as she often hung out with him while he was training. Sakura's design stays exactly the same because it's low-key cute as hell and I love it. It also serves a great parallel to Elise's design. Usually I would bitch about the fire ash, but she's an unmounted healer, so I don't think she could run around that much. She supports with Korin, Jacob, Silas, Kaze, Hana, Ryoma, Takumi, Hinoka, Hinata, Saizo, Hayato, Kaden, Azuma, Tsubaki, and Izuna. Apparently, Hinoka, Azura, and Tsubaki don't give her anything at all, so Tsubaki will give her Myrmidon, Hinoka will give her Spear Fighter, and Azura will give her Troubadour. Izuna will give her Diviner. Born the oldest twin of the ninja duo, Saizo is the polar opposite of his brother. After their father was murdered as teens, they were forced to become the next leaders of the Isagato clan, one of the three families of Mokushu. However, their father's death meant the end of the reign of the Isatago clan over the country. Kotaro soon took after, as he was the eldest and current head of the Ashikawa clan. Both brothers knew he was behind their father's death, but had no real concrete proof. Through their efforts to gain as much strength as possible, they piqued Mikoto's interest, who hired them to be retainers to her adoptive children. Saizo has been serving Ryoma for about 8 years at the time of the story taking place. Kaze was kinda just working odd jobs until Azura took him in. This never stopped Saizo from attempting to get revenge, however. One night he sneaked into Kotaro's quarters and attempted to assassinate him, but he failed and lost his eye in the fight. The permanent scar from his failure bruised his ego, as he never showed his face in Mokushu ever again. While Saizo is cold, hot-headed, hostile, and has an explosive temper, he has learned to work with others through his service to Ryoma. Most notably when Kagero came under his service, as he was forced to maintain an amicable relationship with his ex-lover to serve his liege. His design stays the same. I read on the wiki during my research that he wears his mask to hide his face because women find him really handsome, And that's so fucking funny and stupid at the same time. I deadass don't know if it should stay or if it should go. We could just say that he hides his face to conceal his identity as the man who attempted to kill Kotaro. You choose, dear viewer. He supports with Korin, Kaze, Ryoma, Hinoka, Sakura, Rinka, Kagero, Orochi, Ana, Setsuena, Oboro, Felicia, Azura, Mozu, and Shura. Since I changed Kaze's secondary class from Myrmidon to Apothecary, he gains that class from his brother. He also gains Outlaw from Shura. Kagero. Born as the youngest child of the head of the Tachibana clan, Kagero spent her earliest days training to be a ninja fitting of her clan's expectations. She was next in line to lead the clan as her brother suffered from a rare disease, leaving him weak and unable to fulfill his duties. That all changed when Saizo IV was assassinated. The Tachibana, Isagato, and Ashikawa clans all merged into one once Kotaro came into power, leaving Kagero with no title to inherit. This was a massive problem, as she and Saizo were actually dating and negotiations between their clans were seeking to unify them through that union. After this, Saizo wished to remain to regain his title, but Kagero understood the issue was far greater than the two of them could ever tackle. So she packed her shit and left for Hoshido's capital, working for Queen Mikoto and eventually becoming Ryoma's second retainer about 6 years and a half before the story takes place. To her surprise, she ran into Saizo, her ex-fiancé, who was also working under Ryoma.
Oh no!
Their reunion was quite awkward as they left on pretty bad terms, given the whole political situation in their home country. However, her natural aptitude to remain calm and keep her composure definitely helped in them coming to a more amicable relationship. Just to clear all of this up, all three ninjas are in their mid-20s, around Ryoma's age. But back to Kagero. When she moved to Hoshido, she started working for Queen Mikoto. Her very first assignment was with Orochi, whom she quickly became best friends with. Even after the two's paths diverge a bit with their next endeavors would be, they continued to see each other as much as possible. Orochi often says no woman is as dedicated to her job as Kagero is. You already know I redesigned her if you've been paying any attention at all. In no universe should she be running around half naked like that. I extended her kimono type tunic so it covers more than just the top of her ass. I also gave her some baggy pants, kinda like Kaze and Saizo's. Speaking of them, I noticed they had like gold stripes on their tops, so I gave them to Kagero just so she could fit in. She supports with Koin, Silas, Kaze, Jacob, Ryoma, Saizo, Kaden, Hinata, Subuki, Azuma, Hayato, Orochi, Rinka, and Setsuna. All classes remain the same. Hinata. Born to a noble family renowned for their skilled swordsmen, Hinata practically came up the womb with a sword. Despite being a very laid-back, cheerful, and relaxed guy, he takes his training extremely seriously. Hinata is easily charmed by women, however. This made him get a reputation as a bit of a lover's boy. But never once did it interfere with his duty. While he's usually pretty nonchalant, he does take the well-being of those around him very seriously. This is how he got his job. As Takumi was training his skills with a blade, Hinata heard of this through the cracks and challenged him to a duel. Though the two didn't know each other, Takumi agreed, as he knew his clan had some very strong warriors and the challenge could prove useful. Hinata beat Takumi, but only by one lucky strike. The prince was obviously upset by this, but Hinata stayed by his side and heard him out. The two became friends through this, and Takumi hired him on the spot to be his retainer. Aww. His design stays the same, also because, I just can't put it into words, I really can't, but there's something about it. It just fits so well with his character, I don't know how else to say it. Hinata is the most Hinata to have ever Hinata'd. He supports with Korin, Takumi, Subuki, Kaden, Oboro, Kagero, Hirinka, Orochi, Ana, Hinoka, Sakura, Azura, Setsuna, and Mozu. Oboro. Only child born to wealthy tailor parents in Hoshido, Oboro had a pretty normal upbringing. She lived as a happy, normal, well-adjusted kid until her parents were murdered. While they were on a trade run to Dia, an important port town in Nor, they were ambushed by some thieves and killed. Once the news of this reached Oboro, she was devastated and forever changed. She lived with her aunt, uncle, and cousins for a few years, learning to fight with a naginata, as her uncle was part of Nor's army. She channeled all of her grief, anger, hatred, and resentment into training and signed up to be part of Hoshido's army. She quickly rose through the ranks as her raw strength and determination pushed her ahead of her peers. She was noticed by both Queen Mikoto and Ryoma, who asked her if she wished to be a retainer. She happily agreed, and at first she was supposed to be assigned as Hinoka's retainer, but Takumi specifically requested to have her. A fact that led her to develop some feelings for him, as she always wondered why he chose her specifically, but was too afraid to ask. A big reason why she was picked, though, was her discipline and ability to focus on the task. A big contrast needed to balance out Hinata's antics, as his laid-back attitude can rub off on Takumi a little bit. She's like the glue that gets the gears going in their funny little trio. Her design stays the same because I actually love it so much. There's just something about the color scheme and the way it looks. This is what I meant when I said that Fates has some straight bangers and some straight stinkers. She supports with Korin, Kaze, Silas, Jacob, Ryoma, Takumi, Saizo, Hinata, Tsubuki, Hayato, Kaden, Azuma, Rinka, Orochi, and Mozu. Azuma. Born in Hoshido's northern mountains into a massive group of priests and priestesses, Azuma was quite the problem child. As such, he was often punished for his pranks, lack of care for the faith, and unwillingness to listen to authority. His many punishments taught him patience and to remain calm even in the harshest of conditions. Eventually, he would grow up and start caring a little about his role as a monk, even if he saw it as futile. Azuma never understood all the hype around being a priest, even though monks are well valued within Hoshido, and as such, that led him to kind of just not giving a shit about his job, and eventually developing some kind of nihilistic worldview, where he just assumed that there's no meaning to anything because, fuck it. As the gods will do whatever the fuck they want at the end of the day. While their remote location often shielded them from invasions from Nor and things like that, they were not immune to attacks that became more and more frequent by beasts and monsters. Usually, the monks at the monastery would be capable of handling this with no issue, but one fateful day, an attack came larger than the rest. This led the monastery to request help from the capital to defend both the monastery and the town, as they could not do it themselves. And so the crown sent Hinoka with a handful of soldiers to assess the situation. This is actually how they met, as Azuma requested to go with them and get rid of the beasts, acting as a healer and a guide. After the ordeal was over, Hinoka asked Azuma if he would like to have a job, and he gladly accepted, as he was happy to escape the mundane life of being a monk. His dark sense of humor and cynicalness puts off most people, but Hinoka found it charming in a way. She appreciated his different view of the world, as he called life itself meaningless and that everyone dies one day. His calm approach to everything helps her keep a cool head in tough situations. Azuma's only hobby besides pissing people off is meditating. His design stays the same because low-key it's fucking great. Azuma is Azuma like no one has ever Azuma'd before. He supports with Korin, Felicia, Azura, Tsubuki, Hayato, Kaden, Hinoka, Sakura, Setsuna, Kagero, Orochi, Rinka, Hana, Oboro, and Mozu. Setsuna. Born into nobility, her family's high-ranking status among the higher echelons of society shaped her early childhood in a remarkable way. Never needing for anything and always getting everything she asked for, Setsuna grew bored of everything, as the more she got, the less she was excited about it. Her parents enlisted her in endless classes and all sorts of activities, but all bore her to no end. She has many talents, most notably cooking, archery, and medicinal practices. Her never-ending conundrum of boredom ended drastically one day when her father became severely ill, unable to treat himself. She used her knowledge of medicine to help cure his condition, and from this experience, she discovered something. She actually enjoys helping people. Setsuna started making a name for herself, traveling across the countryside to help villages, supplying them with whatever they needed. Her talents stood amongst the nobility, who started speaking more and more of her until it reached Mikoto's ears. She asked the young woman if her daughter, Hinoka, could accompany her on her next journey, and Setsuna, not really understanding the implications of this request, accepted pretty nonchalantly. While she's a bit lazy and gets stuck daydreaming, Hinoka realized quickly that Setsuna would make for a great retainer. Setsuna doesn't hesitate to accept, much to Azuma's dismay. Her design is brand new. I completely flipped the script of her. Birthright has like 2 more classes than Conquest, yet they're barely utilized. After doing my Setsuna research, I found out in the OG that she actually studied to be a doctor or some shit like her father, and they literally have a class that handles both medicine and bows, so it was such a huge missed opportunity. I swapped her headgear as well just to better fit with her new class, but the color scheme stays the same. It's Setsuna but Apothecary. I'm also gonna make a slight change to Apothecaries here. They have 2 storage inventory spaces, like a mini convoy basically. You can open it and trade items from it to use them. Practically this would be used to store like concoction or herbs, but you can just store weapons in there if you really want to. She supports with Korin, Hinoka, Silas, Kaze, Jacob, Ryoma, Takumi, Saizo, Hinata, Azuma, Kaden, Hayato, Tsubaki, Hana, and Kagero. I'm switching her second class from ninja to priestess here. Tsubaki. Born to a pretty well-known noble family, Tsubaki's family is renowned for their warriors flying atop of a Pegasus. His grandfather served King Sumeragi's father as his retainer for nearly 50 years. This inspired Tsubaki to train to honor his family name and one day serve as a retainer as well. The constant pressure to perform, exceed, and outdo his peers did weigh on him heavily. He pushed himself to be as perfect as humanly possible. Any small criticism is met with huge pushback, as he doesn't understand how his efforts could be seen as anything less than perfect. This also holds true when he realizes that he did not perform to his standard, resulting in a self-defeatist mindset when it occurs. Despite all that, Tsubaki keeps a cool and collected attitude befitting of his desired title. It's no surprise that Yukimura and Mikoto asked him to serve as a retainer a few months before the story takes place. He aptly obliged and was put into Sakura's care. Despite their age gap, the pair grew along fairly well, and Sakura seemed endlessly amazed at all that he could do. Tsubaki went above and beyond for Sakura, even learning how to hand-make all of her favorite treats just to see her smile, as he could understand and relate to her feelings of inferiority. Seeing her a bit like a younger sister that he never had, he does everything in his power to see his noble family. Seeing her a bit like the younger sister he never had, he does everything in his power to see his family name be honored. His design stays the same, to no one's surprise. I love that we finally got a male Pegasus Knight, even though he's a bit of a discount Cordelia. I did try to change that a wee bit just to make him his own character. Hopefully I'm not just saying shit. He supports with Korin, Azura, Hinoka, Sakura, Hana, Kagura, Orochi, Rinka, Obro, Felicia, Setsuna, Mozu, Hinata, Azuma, Saizo, and Reina. Hana, last-born daughter of a wealthy and well-known noble family within the heart of Hoshido, Sakura chose her specifically to be her retainer. While Anna and Sakura's parents were quite close, Ikona's death and soon thereafter Sumeragi's caused them to move away from the capital. They had trouble accepting Mikoto as the new queen and simply chose to distance themselves. However, about 10 years later, they moved back to the capital, wishing to rekindle the relationship with the royal family. This is how Sakura and Hana met. The two being around the same age, and Hana being such a cheerful and friendly person, led to them growing a strong friendship in a very short amount of time. One fateful day, while they were looking at the cherry blossoms and eating some sweet treats, Hana turned to Sakura and swore she'd protect her life at all costs. The day after, she followed her older brothers to the training grounds within the castle and began training as a samurai. It took a handful of years for her to get the discipline, strength, agility, and quick thinking she required to serve Sakura well, but once she was ready, the princess didn't hesitate to assign her as her new retainer. Despite being a bit of a rough and tough girl, not being afraid of dirtying her hands, Hana really loves doing more traditionally feminine things. Her ability to speak with anyone allows her to easily adapt to anything, and as such, she has no trouble getting along with either men or women. Low-key love Hana's design a lot. It just has such an aura, I really adore it. I like how being despite in full samurai getup, she still styles her hair and has a pink kimono. I think it just speaks so well to her character. She supports with Korin, Silas, Kaze, Ryoma, Takumi, Saizo, Hinata, Azuma, Tsubaki, Hayato, Kaden, Felicia, Sakura, and Setsuna. All classes remain the same. Rinka, first daughter of the Flame Tribe's chief, Rinka embodies everything her tribe stands for. Despite her younger brother being the one to inherit the title next, she trained from childhood to become her tribe's pride. Her reserved, almost hostile exterior covers up her hot blood and short temper. Even as a child, Rinka preferred to mind her business rather than play with the other kids, focusing instead on meditating and training. Her life was pretty much the same thing day in and day out, and she was content with that. However, one day, about 2 years before the story takes place, her father approached her with a proposition. Hoshido was looking for retainers for the young Princess Azura, and he asked if she would be interested. She took a few days to think it over, and eventually decided that it would be a good idea. So she left the capital and began her service to Azura. The two got along surprisingly well and rapidly, having a mutual understanding of keeping to themselves and minding their business. While relationships stayed professional for the most part, the two do open up about small things to each other since they're so alike in so many ways. Rinka's design is probably the best design in all of Fates, hands down. A lot of the female designs tend to be over-sexualized and not really make any sense from a practical standpoint. But Rinka goes against all of that. It's just so fucking good. I'm changing one thing gameplay-wise though, because she sucks so fucking bad and it's such a shame. I am augmenting her strength growth from 45% to 60% as well as her HP from 40% to 50%. She deserved so much better. She supports with Corrin, Azura, Silas, Jacob, Kaze, Ryoma, Takumi, Saizo, Hinata, Hazama, Tsubaki, Hayato, Kaden, Oboro, Kagero, and Orochi. Orochi, born to fortune-telling parents in the capital Hoshido, Orochi followed in her parents' footsteps early on. Her family was rather infamous than famous, as their reputation wasn't the best one. Their ability to accurately predict people's fortune scared many away, and some even accused them of bringing a misfortune. Because of this, Orochi decided to take a different path during her teenage years. Her affinity for magic made it easy for her to learn spellcasting, and she enrolled in Hoshido's army, wishing to use her talents to help people. Her peers often feared her and her fortunes. However, as her playful but competitive nature was a stark contrast to her fortune-telling endeavors. Her reputation got people talking, and eventually it reached Mikoto, who requested to see her. The queen was so charmed and enthralled by Orochi and her talents that she asked her if she wished to work for her, and she happily accepted. On her first mission, she was assigned with Kagero, and the two very quickly became best friends. While Orochi was promoted to retainer to the queen and Kagero to Ryoma, the pair kept in touch and saw each other as much as their duties allowed them to. Her design will see zero changes. I don't know why female diviner variant looks so fucking good, but it does. It's kind of fan service, but so well done that you can't even call it that. I wish the Norian classes got that kind of treatment. Whatever love Birthright was lacking in care for the story and gameplay, Kozaki gave all his love to the designs. She supports with Corrin, Silas, Kaze, Jacob, Ryoma, Takumi, Saizo, Hinata, Tsubaki, Azuma, Hayato, Kaden, Yukimura, Reina, Rinka, Kagero, and Oboro. Hayato. Orphaned at such a tender young age, Hayato was adopted by Fuga as an infant. His parents passed away from a plague that ravaged the Wind Tribe 16 years ago. Fuga raised him as his own, giving him everything he could have ever wished for. Hayato, from a young age, presented remarkable skills with magic. Fuga let him train with the old wise men of the tribe, as they were their greatest mages. After years of training, Hayato surpassed them and became the strongest magic-wielding warrior of his tribe. Fuga often remarked that his parents would be endlessly proud of him for this. His people often teased him for how much he loved learning about anything and everything, endlessly curious about the world outside of his tribe. Despite all his strengths, Hayato does have a few things he's self-conscious of, most notably his baby face. He's often embarrassed to say his age, as he looks much younger than he actually is. Just to establish this, Hayato is like 18 to 19. His fear of the dark and spirits coming back from the dead also complexes him, as these are seen as childish fears. He tries to hide all of this by showing off his proud exterior, but it automatically comes out when someone mentions any of this. His design stays the same because it's honestly fine. I do like how they don't make him go around bare-chested like there's no tomorrow. At first I wanted to redesign him, because it was like, ugh, it's just Riken but Fates! But then I actually looked at it, and he's just like, just the red-haired young mage archetype Fire Emblem has. It's just the same artist, so they naturally look similar. And I thought, well, it's not uncommon for, older teenage boys to have a baby face and be a little complex about it. So I figured, let's keep his design the same and just say that, like, bro has not finished puberty yet, and he's a little embarrassed about it. He supports with Kurin, Azura, Felicia, Hinoka, Sakura, Kagero, Obro, Setsuna, Hana, Rinka, Orochi, Mozu, Kaden, and Azuma. Kaden. Born and raised in a small community of Kitsune, he was raised to be the next leader of their clan. His childhood was a calm one, as his clan kept relatively good relationships with the crown of Hoshido, ensuring that they would be kept safe. As such, Kaden got used to being around humans, as he traveled to the capital a few times with his father. The Kitsune find humans, but more notably Hoshidan, objects to be interesting and always bring something back new for their people on each trip, while his father remains wary of humans due to, unfortunate events that have happened during his reign. Kaden has no issue working with them. Kaden understands enough about human socializing to understand what's okay and what isn't. As such, he sometimes plays pranks and loves playing games with humans. Fairly outgoing, playful, and cheery, Kaden has no issue integrating the army when he joins. He's most proud of his soft fur. Kaden's design stays exactly the same because honestly, fucking great. He has this like Edo era look to him and it's flawless. You'll get no complaints from me here. He supports with Korin, Azura, Felicia, Hinoka, Sakura, Kagero, Oboro, Setsuna, Orochi, Rinka, Ana, Mozu, Hinata, Azuma, and Hayato. Reina. Only daughter of an important noble in Hoshido, Reina was originally raised to be the perfect woman and wife to carry on her family name. However, as a little girl, she instead found herself interested in her father's work and decided she'd rather do that. As soon as she was of age, she enrolled in Hoshido's army. She quickly rose through the ranks, much to her parents' dismay. Eventually, Sumeragi asked her if she'd like to be his retainer, as his last retainer just retired, and she gladly accepted. In the army, she met a man and the two fell in love. They wed soon after, and this gave hope to her parents that she would finally give up her war crime endeavors. However, tragedy struck when he was killed in a battle shortly before King Sumeragi passed. The two events happening back to back had her questioning her decisions, and she decided to step down as she had failed in her role. It wasn't before Mikoto became Hoshido's sole leader that Reina came back. The queen convinced her to lend a hand once more to the kingdom, and Reina gave in, unable to resist following her deepest desires. She took a year-long break just to establish a timeline. However, she chose to take up her position of retainer once more, temporarily until she could find and train the next one. That became Orochi, for all those who weren't paying attention. While she's calm and strict off the battlefield, her mercilessness for her foes shines through any of her pre-established moves. Her design remains the same because I fucking love it. The black pants for Hinoka was partly inspired by her Reina's design. She supports with Korin, Yukimura, Mozu, Takumi, and Orochi. I gave her actual supports because, what the fuck were they smoking to just leave her like that? I'll add that she can't marry anyone. She mentions in her supports to Korin, Yukimura, and Takumi that she misses her husband dearly. Aww. Scarlet. Born in Chev to rather poor parents, Scarlet's childhood was marked by prejudice and oppression. As far back as she can remember, her people were crushed under Nor's unfair rule, draining them of the little resources they had. While many of her friends and family chose to join the Norian army to have a better life, she sought to resist those who put her in that situation. As a teen, she gathered like-minded people and trained in secrecy to be able to hold up to Nor's army. As the years went by, the group became larger and larger. Eventually, she managed to sneak a messenger into Hoshido requesting help in the request to be liberated. Scarlet is a proud, stern, and headstrong woman. She hates injustice and will do anything to see someone be treated the way they deserve to be. The design stays the same because low-key the Wyvern Lord look and face is pretty good. I like her whole vibe. She supports with Korin, Ryoma, Jacob, Shura, and Mozu. We'll keep the multiple classes thing just because she doesn't have that many supports. Shura will give her ninja because she already has outlaw, and Mozu will give her archer. Yukimura. Born the youngest son of a reputable noble house, Yukimura was actually a childhood friend of Sumeragi. Though the latter was a handful of years older, the two's families being so close led to them hanging out often. Yukimura was always the most studious of the two and tried to be a good influence on his friend. While Sumeragi always stayed a wild child at heart, he eventually mellowed out. Sumeragi had a positive impact on his old friend, as his good nature and compassion made Yukimura understand that some issues cannot be solved with textbook knowledge and sometimes requires human emotions. Many times while the two were in their late teens to early 20s, Yukimura would drag a drunken Sumeragi out of the red light district and sweep the incidents under the rug. After one fateful night of debauchery, Sumeragi stood up and swore to become a better man with the aid of his good friend. Although Yukimura was originally studying to become some type of engineer, as he had always been fascinated with trinkets, machines, and anything else that could be built, the soon-to-be king instead proposed to him to become his close advisor and retainer. When Sumeragi wed Ikona and became king, he took up the task of leading the Hoshidan army to ensure that kingdom's prosperity under the new rule. After his old friend died, he contemplated retiring and letting the younger generation take over with Mikoto. But she convinced him to stay, as his endless knowledge is needed to train the next generation. Though he appears rather cold and distant, once he warms up to someone, the real him comes out. His calculative nature makes him hard to approach, but he has a heart of gold, nevertheless. His design remains the same here. I like the whole vibe, and it's just really neat. Since it's not super clear in the OG, I'll add that he's in his 40s to early 50s. In his supports with Reina, she will often tease him with how he's starting to have gray hair, and he's like, bro, don't remind me I'm getting old. He supports with Korin, Ryoma, Hinoka, Reina, Orochi, and Shura. Ryoma and Reina give him Sky Knight, Hinoka will give him Spear Fighter, Orochi will give Diviner, and Shura will give Outlaw. I know some of these seem a little strange, but the choice for Ryoma and Reina boils down to Yukimura already has access to Myrmidon, and they both have access to that class. Hinoka gives Spear for verity's sake. He also can't marry any of his female supports, as he's already married. Shura. Born and raised in a small former country of Koga, Shura lived a pretty normal life until Mokushu attacked. Tensions between the two neighboring countries had been high for many decades, as they both wished to acquire each other's lands. Koga would lose the struggle, and the entire country was pillaged and ransacked. The children were spared and forced into training to serve Mokushu. The young teenager, Shura, escaped and sought asylum in Hoshido, but he quickly had to escape as Mokushu's spies were on the lookout for any runaways. Shura then had to seek refuge in Nor, but life was much harsher there. He turned to a life of crime and deceit to make ends meet, against his morals and better judgment. Living such a life makes him have quite a low view of himself. Shura isolates himself and keeps away from people, ashamed of what he had to become to survive. Every night he prays for the souls he had to take and wishes them better fortune in their next life. He's also around his 30s when the story takes place. I'm keeping his design the same, even if he has skunk-ass hair. Shura is just one of those guys I find pretty charming but criminally underused. Fate has this funny tendency of bringing up a really interesting concept and then doing nothing with it. He supports with Korin, Mozu, Kaze, Hinoka, and Yukimura. Mozu still gives Archer, Kaze gives Myrmidon, Hinoka gives Sky Knight, and Yukimura gives Apothecary. I know earlier I said I'm switching Kaze's secondary class from Myrmidon to Apothecary, but consider the following. Retcon. Let's also just make the meta point that it's only changed in Birthright, but neutral characters are unaffected. I also think that Shura speaking with Hinoka and Yukimura could also lead to some pretty interesting moments, so that's why I picked those two. And obviously, Kaze for the ninja subplot. I could have given Saizo and Kagero as well, but then that's adding a lot of supports that would just come back to the exact same thing, you know? Mozu. Coming from a small village right on the border of Nor and Hoshidan territory, Mozu lived a peaceful and calm life on the farm with her family. Being such a small village, the ravages of war often destroyed the village, making the inhabitants quite poor. Still, that didn't stop them from thriving, as Hoshido's lands are quite prosperous for agriculture. Working on a farm her whole life, Mozu is quite physically strong despite her small stature and build. She's often self-conscious of herself, seeing herself as inept and weak. The loss of her mother from an attack on her village from these strange creatures left her scared and traumatized. Despite this, Mozu still tries to remain her usual happy self. And since I just realized her father is never mentioned, we'll just say that he's been dead for a few years because he got really ill once and they couldn't save him because they live in bumfuck nowhere with like ice and apples, so I'm still keeping Mozu's design the exact same because, like, she's a villager. What more could you possibly want from her? She supports with Korin, Jacob, Silas, Kaze, Ryoma, Takumi, Saizo, Hinata, Suzuki, Kaden, Azuma, Hayato, Oboro, Shura, and Reina. Shura, just like last time, gives her Outlaw, and Reina will give her access to Sky Knight. I added a support with Reina because, deadass, I feel like these two could have had some really interesting interactions. Mozu is shy, but a strong girl with a devastating past. Reina could inch her into being more confident and acting like a mother figure to her. It'd be neat, you know, and I think they'd have a few things to relate on. So it's just fun. It's just fun. Izuna. Hailing from the kingdom of Izumo, Izuna is the 57th Archduke and a direct descendant of the gods. Izumo is an independent country, but is guarded and protected by Hoshido as a peace agreement between the two nations. Following wildly different beliefs than any other region on the continent, Izumo is renowned for its monks and maidens. Izuna is no exception. Being born into such a peaceful and quiet place, he developed quite the personality and affinity for having fun and partying. Customs in Izumo are pretty different, as Izuna is considered relatively normal there. Izuna thinks quite highly of himself, and loves himself more than anyone ever could, as he takes immense care of his appearance, winning the 5 times title of Best Hair. Truly, a remarkable guy. He supports with Korin and Sakura. Same trend as Conquest, I'm only adding one support here, however, Sakura and Izuna would be the most likely to talk, and this also gives the royals one more support with the extras. Sakura will give him access to Sky Knight since he already has Monk. Anna. So for Anna, same deal as last time. She becomes playable once you either unlock the item or armory shop, after which she'll force herself into your army. If you're new here, allow me to introduce you to my love for Awakening Anna, because she's the exact same here. She loves money, she loves making money, she hates losing money, and she loves robbing you. She supports with Korin, Kagero, Hinata, Azuma, and Hayato. I deadass forgot to mention her before, so I just pretend I mentioned those supports earlier. Continuing with the same trend of having her speak with one retainer for each royal, I chose Hinata because he would easily get scammed, and that's funny. Kagero and Azuma would just suss her out, and Hayato wants to hire her to find a way to age his babyface ass up. She can't marry anyone besides Korin, but she can French and seal with all of them. And that concludes the segment about the playable characters. It's actually astonishing how little fucks were given about any of these characters. A lot of their wiki pages were just empty, basically. I kept the same blueprints, that being that most of them are nobles, to contrast with Nor having a lot more of poor, regular civilians. It'll obviously become more apparent throughout the video as the story progresses that Hoshido's social system is basically rooted into rich and powerful equals good. So from that standpoint, it makes sense that nobles and Nepo babies get represented more. I'm having this contrast because while okay, so my train of thought is, in OG Fates proper, Nor is seen as a shithole with no redeeming qualities. And Hoshido is seen as a superior nation with all the good things, so I'm trying to give it some nuance. That being that, like, yes, while Hoshido is a much better place to live on paper, if you're poor, you kinda have to be a noble and have money to be able to get places in Hoshido. Unlike Nor, where, like, yeah, obviously you need money to get places and you need resources, but the system is less rooted into nobility and honor the same way Hoshido's is, because in lore, everyone's in the same basket of this place fucking sucks. And with that said, we're on to our non-playable characters. The list here is remarkably shorter than the one for Conquest, most notably because Hoshido has no villains aside from Kotaro. It's Birthright. It has nothing. There's no sustenance. There's nothing. Mikoto. Born in a distant land, Mikoto's childhood was anything but ordinary. She grew up alongside her older sister, Arady. Sometime in her early adulthood, she wed a man and the pair shared a child together named Korin. While tensions were always high in that said distant land, with no name, things began to get worse and worse when Korin was around 3 years old. And Mikoto was quickly met with the only solution left: getting the fuck out of there. Arady swore she'd follow her soon, so Mikoto left carrying her pendant and promised each other to keep quiet about the other if anything should happen. Arady ran to Nor and Mikoto ran to Hoshido. Once in Hoshido, Mikoto ran to the castle door and passed out once she made it. Sumeragi and Ikona welcomed her with open arms and took her in. She quickly became good friends to the pair, and when Ikona's pregnancy with Sakura became known, she shared to Mikoto that she often had nightmares of her passing away during childbirth. As such, she asked her friend if she should ever pass away before her children were grown to take care of them as her own. Mikoto didn't hesitate to accept, gladly repaying the kindness her friend offered her. We already know Ikona kicks the bucket, so let's fast forward a bit. Ikona's death was hard on Mikoto, and she had a hard time accepting her loss and now being married to Sumeragi. That didn't stop her from fulfilling her promise, however. Then came the day of Sumeragi's passing and Korin's disappearance. Behind closed doors, Mikoto wept and wept for their losses and always had hope that Korin was alive. She sent out numerous spies in secrecy to learn if any traces of her child remained, but to no avail. Each day without Korin shattered her a little more. But she has to not only take care of an infant, but her niece Azura as well. She pushed through it all to give her adoptive children a chance at happiness. I really wanted to change the whole Mikoto and Sumeragi thing because it just bothered me. I think that a arranged marriage makes more sense than the pair fell in love basically right after Ikona died, if not before. Mikoto is a kind and loyal woman, not a homewrecker. I also want to add that the children know Mikoto is not their biological mother, and only Takumi and Sakura have no memories of Ikona. Takumi was literally 2 years old. This dude ain't remembering shit. I've mentioned it quickly in my Sakura character description, but she does look up to Mikoto as her mother despite her not birthing her out of her vagina. So, the two have a very close relationship despite the fact that, technically Mikoto has nothing to do with Sakura, besides being her parents' friend. Kotaro. Born as the only son and eldest successor of the Ashikawa clan within Mokushu, Kotaro's ambitions were much larger than just his section of the country. Once he seized control of his clan, he immediately put his plans into motion. The assassination of Kaze and Saizo's father, Saizo IV, was first on his chopping block, after which the Tachibani, smelling blood in the water like a shark, knew they would be next and merge with the Ashikawa clan, thus forming the unified Mokushu. After this, Kotaro set in motion his next plan, destroying Koga, a small nation right next to Mokushu. They stood little to no chance next to Mokushu's superior military might and were easily vanquished. However, Sumeragi was killed not too long after this, halting his plans of invading Hoshido as the country was on extremely high alert. Attempts on his life were numerous, as no one was really happy about him being in power. He had his loyal followers, however. They lived and died by him. Unknown to him at the time, though he had a hunch, Saizo was amongst the assailants. Once he ran away to Hoshido after his attempt failed, he warned Mikoto of Kotaro's intentions, and Hoshido strengthened their border patrol, thus stalling any real attempt at invasion. He's been careful weighing his options, waiting 25 turns to begin his assault. While Kotaro isn't a major villain by any means, his involvement in the world does affect a lot of our characters. The ninja subplot is also essential to Birthright as a route, as it expands the world building of the issues that Birthright faces. Hoshido. Fuck. So, I mean, we gotta talk about the big bad man, right? Kumagera. High-ranking lieutenant in Hoshido's army, Kumagera plays a very important role in any defensive or offensive measures taken. Though not much is known about him, as he's a rather reserved man, he's known for his compassion and heart of gold by his men. All who follow him do so out of dedication. He's worked many times with King Sumeragi himself and praises the man and his morals to this very day. Though he's good-hearted, he does bear a disdain for Nor, and especially its king, whom he views as useless and a threat to Hoshido's safety. While he has no big role in the story, I had like one throwaway line in my Conquest video about him being a high-ranking officer, and low-key, I really like him. I just think he's a cool dude, even though he's just like one random guy you can kidnap in Conquest. Lilith. Lilith's exact birth year isn't known, but she's assumed to be in her mid to late teens. She was abandoned as a child in the servant living quarters, and his sister adopted her as her daughter. She was raised alongside the other servants and served the royal family. She formed an extremely close bond with Corrin especially, as the two could always heavily relate to each other and cared for each other like they were family. Lilith took the role of attendant to Corrin while they were waiting to find the retainers. She swore to them she would keep them safe and make sure that they had everything they desired. Since this is Birthright, she will immediately follow you to Hoshido. The section of non-playable characters is notably shorter than Conquest's, and I know I already mentioned that, but that's honestly because Birthright just has nothing going. The same villains appear, the same story beats come by. There's no point in talking about people like Zola, Yago, or Hands, because they're just like villains in one map or something. As such, their implication in Birthright is rather limited compared to what it is in Conquest, because they're not a constant part of the story, as, you know, Yago's whole thing is meddling with the siblings to stop them from discovering what he's up to. Here, he doesn't do that because he doesn't give a shit about Hoshido's royal family, because he doesn't have to deal with them. So he, you know, support a king, I guess. And obviously, a lot of side characters that are pretty important to Birthright are playable unlike Conquest because they are not enemies. Characters like Yukimura and Reina, while they were already playable, obviously, kind of fill that story of being generals and lackeys within Hoshido's army, except they're not evil, so they're playable, unlike in Nor. I had to add so much shit, so hopefully I made the world seem a little more alive. And, yeah, hopefully. You guys know the drill. Now that we can actually talk about the story, I'll be breaking everything chapter by chapter, just like last time. I'll also continue to show updated maps or mention different objectives if need be. If I somehow forgot to mention anything about the map, nothing about it changes at all. As always, all cutscenes remain from Corrin's POV, just like in the OG. Now allow me to crack a cold one open, because I might need to be fucking hammered to fix this one. Before we hop in, I need to address the massive, overshadowing elephant in the room. The skirmishes. We'll be keeping them, but not the way they originally were. I like the base idea of paying gold to access a skirmish. I think it's a great concept. My changes are as follows. You can no longer choose your skirmish map. It'll be at random. In between chapters, you will have a limited amount of available skirmishes. 3 on normal, 2 on hard, and 1 on lunatic. I'll be restricting the gold you can get by skirmishes to a maximum of 1 bullion. I think it's fair enough, but I'm also not in any capacity to mod the game to test it out, so hopefully it's not absolute fuckery. Prologue. Ties that bind. Corrin wakes up laying in a field. With a hazy view, they can recognize a familiar figure fighting with someone. They stand up slowly, with uncertain movement, wobbling around a bit, holding their head. An unfamiliar voice shouts out their name from behind, and they turn around to face a young blue lady. With long blue hair and a golden necklace. They reach their hand out but get pushed away by incoming soldiers rushing to the action. The blue-haired woman approaches them and says, "No matter what, Corrin, I'll be by your side." The combat tutorial begins. Same map layout and everything, except Azura guides you instead of Hinoka. You face an enemy soldier of unidentified association, and she directs you with the basic commands. Move, Corrin, attack, all that shit. There is no sing command available on this map, you can only attack with Corrin and Azura. After your battle ends, Corrin's vision begins to fade. The unidentified blue-haired lady, that has no name that I've mentioned, comes closer and holds them asking, "What's wrong?" "Stay with me, Corrin." And Corrin collapses in her arms. The screen remains black, while all you can hear are the sounds of screams and people running away while some kind of beast screeches. In the midst of the chaos, you can faintly hear Xander shouting out to Corrin, begging something to them. The screen fades to save menu, ending the prologue. Chapter 1. Corrin's Trial. The next scene cuts to Corrin waking up in a cold sweat staring at their hands. Felicia and Flora enter the room in a panic, with Felicia holding a frying pan behind Flora, and the latter calling out to Corrin, "Is everything alright, Lord Corrin?" Felicia drops the frying pan and the two rush to their side. Corrin reassures them that they only had a bad dream, to which Felicia asks if it was the same as before. Corrin informs them that it was similar with the same blue-haired girl, but things were much scarier and confusing this time. Flora sighs out of relief and expresses that they thought they were being attacked when they heard the noise. Corrin apologizes and Jacob walks in, informing them that Xander should be arriving in about 2 hours. Corrin jumps out of bed and gets ready for his arrival, while the twins go back to preparing for the day. The next scene is in the training grounds of the Northern Fortress. Gunter is making sure Corrin is ready for their trial, as Xander is about to make his way to the arena. Corrin is confident in their abilities. Bit of back and forth goes on until Xander arrives, mostly about Gunter expressing how proud he is of Corrin and how they were his most attentive student yet. Xander arrives, kind of interrupting them, and Corrin rushes to him, jumping in his arms. The pair share a warm reunion, with Xander expressing that Corrin's grip is a lot stronger than it was a few months ago, when they last saw each other. Corrin asks Corrin if they're ready, and they hastily reply positively, beginning Chapter 1's map. The map is a little different here. For one, it's not on a rooftop, but in an arena. Think of the Free Houses Monastery arena, but with conquest color schemes. Xander remains immovable, but I'm adding 2 more soldiers. Check on screen for their placement, but the 2 first enemy are just regular soldiers with wooden lances. The objective of the map is to defeat every enemy, and the lose condition is losing. It's basically a mock battle, so everyone is equipped with wooden weapons by default, Corrin and Xander included. Once the soldiers are defeated, enemy reinforcements come in. One's an archer, and the other one is a mercenary. The enemies aren't stationary this time around. The enemy archer drops a vulnerary, and this is when you get the tutorial for using items. After getting rid of the 4 generic enemies, you have to take out Xander, after which the map ends. Xander congratulates Corrin on their battle prowess and how strong they've become, expressing that he's proud of the person they're becoming. He then informs Corrin that since they passed a trial with flying colors, that means they can come back to the castle with the others, now being allowed to carry out battles in the name of Nor. Corrin is very happy about this because they can finally commit all the war crimes they've read about. Chapter 2. Strength of Will. Chapter 2 opens up with Corrin arriving back at Castle Krakenberg. They're greeted by their other siblings, that being Leo, Camilla, and Elise. Cute little scene introducing the siblings. Leo has his collar backwards because he dressed in such a hurry to not miss Corrin's arrival. Camilla is happy everyone is together again. Elise is cheering on Corrin, and they basically just hug the entire scene. They also reunite with Garen, who seems pleased to hear that Corrin finished their training. Garen congratulates their child and gives them the Ganglary, a sword infused with dark magic that Yago crafted. He expresses that Corrin is worthy of wielding a weapon comparable to a sacred weapon, much like his sibling. Corrin's objective is to not only hone in on their skills and sharpen their instincts in a real battle, but also learn how to fight with allies. Before they only fought in mock battles, but Garen wants to test if they have the conviction and strength of will to fight as if it was a real battle. This is a task every Norian royal child has to go by to get their spot in the army as commander, and some weapon of significance or power is always gifted as a tradition. Garen explains that their trial will take place in the castle's dungeons to some petty, dangerous criminals. Corin then asks if they have to kill any of the prisoners, to which Garen says he doesn't care either way. The following map has the same layout, similar idea behind it. We're just flipping the script around a bit. Instead of Hoshidan soldiers, you fight in a jail cell against some Norian prisoners. The boss is still just a random generic unit that is like a crime lord or whatever. You can equip actual weapons this time around, as it's meant to be a simulation of a real fight. Jacob/Felicia join you depending on your gender, and Gunter as well, obviously. Your formation stays the same here. This is also where we're introduced to the healing tutorial as well as the chain attack tutorial. The map plays out the same way here with the enemies and loadout, just Norian this time. Corin, out of breath, holds up their hand and exclaims, "I did it, father!" To which Garen smiles and nods in approval. Gunter congratulates you on your success and remarks that Corin is quite vicious with that sword. The whole idea is to just basically prove Corin can handle a powerful sword, because once Xander becomes king, Siegfried will be passed on to Corin, if they pass their Rainbow Sage trial. Next scene then moves on to Elise grabbing Corin's hand and rushing them elsewhere, happily exclaiming that she had arranged a whole bunch of activities for them and the other siblings to do for the rest of the day. Every other sibling tags along as well, with Camilla expressing that she can't wait for them to feast on the dinner she prepared for them later. Once they walk out, a soldier waltzes in and informs Garen of something troubling on the border. Gunter asks if the king wishes for him to investigate, but Garen shuts him down and tells him to take the rest of the day off. He'll investigate the matter further and take action tomorrow. Chapter 3. Trouble Ahead. Corin walks into their phone room the next day at Garen's request. Here they are assigned their first mission. Rumors of Hoshidan occupation in an abandoned fortress on the border of the two nations reach the king, and by precaution, he wants you to make sure it's not an attempt to sneak across the border to invade Nor. Corin agrees and takes with him his newly appointed retainer, either Felicia or Jacob, and is accompanied by Gunter by precaution. No hands here, as Garen isn't batshit evil or insane and has no reason to even assume the Hoshidans are Garen. The trio appear at the Divide, a canyon that crosses over 100 kilometers, being a natural border to Nor and Hoshiel. The Divide is its most common name, but certain regions of it are also known as the Bottomless Graveyard, the Dragon's Crevice, or the Abyss. Jacob/Felicia seem rather perturbed by how immense the canyon is, and it's at that point that Corin nerds out about, explaining that this canyon is where bodies were dumped after combats during certain wars throughout time, hence the names. Some retelling of the Dragon of Dusk and Dawn also say that the dragons created the canyon to separate the two kingdoms. Jacob/Felicia are pretty amazed at Corin's knowledge of the history of this place, but before Corin can say anything else, Gunter shushes them and points towards the other side of the bridge. They notice a bunch of Hoshidan soldiers moving merchandise, unloading cargo, and moving things around at the fortress. The trio consult each other, with Jacob/Felicia saying that it would be best to turn around and inform Garen before taking action. Gunter advising that it would be best to observe what they do, and Corin thinking the best way to know what's up is just to ask them. Since Corin is kinda in charge here by being royalty, they go with Corin's plan and approach the Hoshidans. The gang of Hoshidans get understandably spooked and think they're being attacked, but Corin tries to yell at them that they're not the enemies and they just want to talk. A battle then ensues. Corin asks their chosen retainer and Gunter to spare as many Hoshidans as possible. The map plays out the same way. Everything remains the same except for Huns being absent. You get rewards here if you kill as little Hoshidans as possible and just beeline for the boss. You don't kill the boss story-wise, he just retreats. Depending on how many people you killed, he'll either be happy and go, "Yo, my bad, I thought we were under attack," or, "I'm telling Queen Mikoto!" Get 250 gold by enemy spared. Gold is not very needed in Birthright, and neither is EXP, so do whatever the fuck you want. Do it. Reinforcements from Hoshido's side then comes out, two bum-ass ninjas that go unnamed for the time being. They request a messenger back to the castle to inform Mikoto that they've been compromised and need to rehearse the plan. They don't attack you, just rally their troops to avoid any more bloodshed and run away. Gunther is pretty troubled with this development and advises that they turn around and go to the nearest fortress while they wait for additional orders on the situation. Corrin and their retainer agree, and while they start walking away, a mysterious assailant jumps them.
Oh no!
Gunther shields Corrin, but gets wounded in the process, which sends Corrin into a panic and their arm transforms and Kamehamehas the assassin. Everyone, including Corrin, is absolutely stunned at what just happened. Any traces of the assassin disappeared. It's like they just vanished into thin air. Jacob and Felicia remarked that they caught a small glimpse of them and assumed they might be Hoshiden, but it was hard to tell. Corrin is too distressed to pitch in any further and suggests they just make their way back to the fortress. The next scene opens up with Corrin arriving at the fortress, being greeted by none other than Lilith. She was assigned earlier today to take care of the soldiers stationed here after the recent news of Hoshiden movements near the border. Gunther tells Corrin to stay there for the time being as he was going to report personally to Garen about what happened. Gunther then leaves, and Lilith invites us inside and shows us our living quarters. It's a bit like the private quarters in my castle, but it's an actual room inside the fortress. This is our version of my castle. Instead of being this weird mythical land that anyone can enter for some fucking reason, it's a stationary fortress located wherever Corrin is in the story. There's gonna be times where you can't re-enter in between fights, but that will be addressed in due time. I know story-wise it's kinda dumb to go back and forth between the fort and the battlefield. So with the same idea as Conquest, we're just keeping it simple and saying that Corrin camps at a fort nearby whatever map they're at during the story. And with that same concept in mind, you use the dragon points you would get, not to build things, but you just spend them to have an armory, and then that would fix a building in the fort that is run down that would become the armory. And that carries over to every fort because it would be an actual pain in the ass to just redo over and over and over. Once the story is over and you finish the game, you can always just turn on customization and do whatever the fuck you want with my castle from them, but during the story it's locked to whatever setting you're in currently. Corrin gets a little bored of waiting around for additional instructions, so in the evening they sneak out and go have a walk outside the walls. Out of curiosity, they walk back to the border, pondering to themselves what exactly happened. Once they get near the border, they look around a bit but see no one. In an attempt to humor themselves a bit, they cross the border into Hoshido and exclaim, "First time in Hoshido," and laugh a little. Kinda like the Polish once they step foot into public Czech. I can't tell if that's better or worse than a 9/11 joke. After a few seconds of getting in some fresh air, they decide to turn around saying something like, "I shouldn't be here. I have the feeling I'm being watched." Deciding to go back to the fortress before anyone realizes they're gone. Corrin puts one foot forward, but is immediately stopped by a gang of Hoshidan soldiers surrounding them, demanding for them to stop and come with them. Corrin doesn't resist and follows them. Chapter 4, Unknown Land. Chapter 4 begins with Corrin waking up in a carriage to a Hoshidan outpost. They're greeted by two complete strangers. Their hands have been binded and their weapons taken away. The pair introduce themselves as Rinka and Kaze, retainers to Princess Azura. They were informed that a Norian royal was amongst a small troop leading the assault on the border, so they sent in reinforcements. Corrin then asks if they were the ones that sent that assassin, but the two look at each other confused and say no. They had strict orders to not kill them or anyone accompanying them, and so did everyone present. Corrin then asks if they're under arrest, to which Rinka laughs. She then explains that since they were in Hoshidan territory, they were in the right to escort them to Prince Ryoma. The binds were simply to ensure they wouldn't try to escape, but that they're not under arrest. Once they arrive at the outpost, Corrin is escorted inside to meet Prince Ryoma. He asks them why they attacked his people, to which Corrin explains that it happened because of a misunderstanding. They were sent there to observe the unusual Hoshidan activity near the border. Ryoma sighs upon hearing this, expressing all this bloodshed over an issue that could have easily been avoided. He believes your claims, expressing that he wishes the relations between Nor and Hoshido weren't so hostile. Still, some of his valiant soldiers were killed in that conflict. Under normal circumstances, Corrin would be held as a prisoner, but since they're Norian royalty, it's best not to, since it's just gonna cause more problems. Ryoma shares with them that the Hoshidans have been mobilized at the border because recent news has gotten out of more and more monsters crossing the border into Hoshido, terrorizing the poor townsfolk living near them. The prince then asks Korin for their name, and Korin replies with Korin.
Huh?
Ryoma nearly falls flat on his ass when he hears this and asks Korin to repeat themselves, which they do, and say Korin again. Ryoma immediately grabs them in their arms and exclaims, "I can't believe it's you! How did I not recognize you?" Korin is really fucking confused and asks Ryoma what he's talking about. He then explains that 15 years ago he had a sibling named Korin with cream hair and red eyes, much like theirs, that went missing. Korin responds by saying that Ryoma must have the wrong person as they've never set foot in Hoshido before yesterday, and that they grew up in Nor. Ryoma then asks to see their forearm, and Korin obliges, showing off their birthmark. Ryoma explains that his sibling that went missing had the exact same birthmark on their forearm, and then asks how Korin is. We already know they're 20 by the character bio, so, you know. Things are starting to add up, but Korin just looks distressed and asks, "How could this be?" Ryoma, seeing that Korin is clearly shaken up, suggests that they go see Queen Mikoto to help them remember everything. Korin reluctantly agrees, as they don't really have any other choice. Before they leave for Castle Shirasagi, a messenger arrives with urgent news. Monsters were spotted in the north attacking, and the two princesses were on the scene aiding the villagers flee, but they've been overwhelmed and are holding out for reinforcements.
Oh no!
Ryoma changes plans, and his gang heads for the Valley Settlement up north. The map plays out the exact same way, except I'm gonna have a bit of a variation when it comes to the monsters we fight. The Faceless are still present, but I'm introducing different types of monsters as well. I'll introduce them as they come, since this is new and the point is to have the player be like, "Oh my god, an enemy I've never seen!" The Faceless are damage sponges. They pack a punch and can take a hit, however they're not very fast or accurate. The Golden Masks, a literal Faceless, except they give a shit ton of EXP. There's only one on this map and it always gives a full level. They're basically this game's version of the Entombs. At the start of the battle, Hinoka flies over a mountain and drops off Sakura, and says that they need to hold out here until help arrives. Sakura is completely immobile and Hinoka won't move to keep her out of sight. If possible, they'll pair up if Sakura is injured by a Faceless. After the battle ends, Hinoka informs Ryoma that they need to bring Sakura to a doctor as soon as possible. Ryoma asks Rinka and Kaze to carry her back to the cargo, and since she kinda can't walk with her fucked up ankle, Ryoma scolds Hinoka for taking on something like this without any help and getting Sakura injured, reminding her that she hired her retainers for a good reason. Hinoka apologizes, and Ryoma taps her on the back and tells her she did a good job regardless, but to not be so reckless next time. Cute sibling scene over, Hinoka introduces herself to Korin. Korin then introduces themselves to Hinoka, and she gets shooken. Ryoma explains that this is most likely their long-lost sibling, and Hinoka breaks down in tears, saying, "I can't believe this. I thought you were dead. I thought we had lost you." Korin is kind of detached from the situation and kind of just goes, "Yeah, sure, buddy." And Ryoma tells everyone to pack their shit and leave. They can catch up on the road. Sakura's ankle is still broken. Before they leave, Korin looks behind them and remarks, "Strange. Could have sworn I've seen something." Chapter 5 Origins. The merry gang arrives at Shirasagi Castle, with Sakura being carried off to be treated for her injuries. Mikoto, perturbed, asks what in the world happened to poor Sakura, and Hinoka explains that she kinda fucked up. Mikoto sighs and says that hot-headedness of yours will backfire someday, my dear Nika. She then turns her attention to Korin and asks who the guest might be. Ryoma tells her it's best if they go somewhere private and sit down for this. The scene transitions to the royal garden, full of pretty flowers, bugs, birds, and sun shining through all of it. Korin remarks that they've never seen anything so beautiful before, stating that nature is deadly rather than pretty in Nor, which leads Mikoto to ask, "Oh, you're from Nor?" And Ryoma gets the fun task of explaining everything. Mikoto sits there, speechless, for a few minutes, and just bursts into tears apologizing for not recognizing them, and letting them leave her care all those years ago. Korin reassures her by stating that they were treated well in Nor and their siblings took great care of them. But before Mikoto can ask anything more of the matter, Yukimura walks in and goes,
Pardon the intrusion, Your Highness. I just came to inform you that the festival is about to begin.
Mikoto regains her composure and invites Korin to join them. Next scene is in the castle town. Sakura rejoins them, accompanied by Azura and Takumi. Sakura introduces them as her siblings, and Azura and Korin kind of just stare at each other until Korin says, "I've seen you before." And Azura raises an eyebrow without saying a word. Hinoka asks about her ankle, and she says it was just a minor injury, and while she should avoid moving as much as possible, Takumi agreed to help her walk around so she doesn't miss the festival. Cute little scene of them walking around the vendors looking at stuff. Sakura finally gets to speak to Korin and asks them their name, and then Korin says Korin, and Sakura gets taken aback and remarks that Hinoka often talk about a sibling called Korin. Takumi nearly shits his pants hearing this, and goes, "No way you're Korin. They've been dead for 15 years. You're a Norian spy." The ruckus attracts Hinoka and Ryoma's attentions, which causes them to turn around and tell Takumi that they have the same birthmark. Same age, same eye, hair, and everything as Korin. Takumi kinda just goes, "Pfft, whatever," and keeps acting like Korin's not really a part of the family. They reach the center of the castle town. There's a little podium thing for public speakings, and Mikoto steps on and welcomes the Hoshirin people for the 834th edition of the Festival of Dawn, a week-long celebration for the Dawn Dragon. Guards are stationed all around, but only Ryoma is armed. He's also keeping an eye out and has a bad feeling about the situation, which he whispers to Mikoto before she begins. During the speaking, Rinka and Kaze catch up to the group, and Azura asks them where the fuck they've been, and Rinka says, "Paperwork." Usual stuff. The other retainers have their own little shop, or they're away at fortresses. Rinka and Kaze are only back because they brought back Korin. Just so you know why there's no one else here. After Mikoto finishes her speech, she gets off the stage and looks at Ryoma, and tells him his hunch might be right after all. With the crowd dispersing, some slim shady figures start sticking out, and Ryoma grabs the hilt of his sword and tells Hinoka to get Takumi, Sakura, Azura, and Korin out of here. He then shouts out,
"You there! Put your hands where I can see them and make no rash movements."
A few of the figures walk forward with their hands up in the air, but they're fully cloaked with the classic hooded face shtick. One of them finally speaks and says,
"We want the dragon."
Ryoma gasps and says they were following them this entire time, but to what end? The guards chase away all the townsfolk and clear the town square. Azura asks them to clarify what they mean, and they all point at Korin. Korin's heart sinks after hearing this, and they kinda just stand there in complete shock, then look at their hands and say, "Me? A dragon?" But the cloaked figures then give up the fake surrender stance and take out their weapons. They then uncloak themselves to be revealed as human-like people with light gray skin, bright purple eyes, and a complete absence of life in their movements or actions. Some of them appear to have missing sections of skin and flesh, almost as if they died. The way of speech is plain, with any absence or real intonation or sentiment behind the words. It sounds like they've been repeating something. Some things they themselves did not think of. They then easily cut down all the soldiers caught off guard by seeing some spooky shit happen in front of them. Takumi leaves with Hinoka to go get reinforcements. Takumi forces Sakura to come with them, and Azura stays by her side to make sure she's okay. Kaze and Rinka stay, well, for pretty obvious reasons. Mikoto drips out her weapons and says, "As queen, I refuse to let these intruders terrorize my people." Ryoma charges at them, but Korin is kinda just standing still and falls on her knees, grabbing their face and crying out of shock. The whole ordeal finally caught up to them, and they have an absolute emotional breakdown, crying and yelling, "What am I? What am I? Who am I?" In the midst of their agony, they start glowing magenta and cue the scene of Korin turning into a dragon. Azura stops dead in her tracks and runs the other way towards Korin. A mysterious woman's voice can be heard, this is a CGI cutscene, saying, "The day will come, Azura. One day, you will be faced with one resembling you, turning into a beast. You must prevent them from wreaking havoc." Hinoka yells out, "Azura, wait!" and Sakura follows behind her, but Takumi pulls Hinoka's hand and tells her they have to keep going. The chapter plays out a little differently. The invisible people aren't invisible here. They're corpse-like people seemingly walking around like they were revived. Think of their risen, basically. Mikoto is on the map as a green unit alongside Ryoma, and they're both battling the boss of the operation. I'm flipping the script here a bit as well. The boss is still cloaked, but they use magic instead of swords. Mikoto has the Queen of Hoshido class, which is basically priestess, but with tome/scrolls as well. She comes equipped with Mikoto's Yumi, a Sun Festal, and a Nox Spirit Scroll. Otherwise, the chapter plays out the same way. The battle ends, and Korin is still a feral dragon, screaming and being kinda crazy, like a cat on zoomies. Azura approaches them and starts singing that fucking song, you know the one. While this is happening, Ryoma and Mikoto are wrapping up the fight with the remaining silent assassins. Korin pins Azura, she finishes the song and says, "Kill me if you want, but do it as yourself." Lying because that honestly went a little too hard. Korin returns to normal and lays unresponsive on the ground, and Azura crawls over and checks for any sign of life. They're obviously still alive because otherwise there would not be a game. Azura sighs of relief, and Sakura, Mikoto, and Ryoma come to her side. With their guard down, one of the Redeads rise up and stab Mikoto from the back. Ryoma cuts down the straggler and holds Mikoto in his arms and applies pressure on her stab wound. Sakura is kind of panicking and crying, trying to heal her wounds, but it's too deep to be cured by an E-rank level 1 priestess. Hinoka and Takumi come back with a shit ton of guards and healers. Ryoma calls over for help, holding Mikoto. Yukimura arrives with several doctors and takes her, Korin, and Azura away to be treated. While they're taken to be looked after, Sakura jumps in Ryoma's arms and asks, "Why did this have to happen?" And he just holds her without saying a word. The scene ends with Hinoka and Takumi joining in on the hug, and the screen fades to black. Later in the evening of that same day, Azura, Hinoka, Ryoma, and Sakura are still waiting by Korin's bedside. Hinoka is caught up with what happened and asks more questions about the silent assassins. Ryoma remarks that they couldn't be Norians as they didn't fit the description or the profile. It also wouldn't make much sense that just a dozen of guys to infiltrate Hoshido just to get Korin. Azura agrees with the sentiment and says that it's entirely possible these people were neither from Nor or Hoshido, which leads Hinoka to ask where they could be from. Azura thinks to herself for a while, but before she can say anything else, Sakura shouts out, "Look! Korin's waking up!" which gets everyone's attention. They slowly wake up and ask where they are. Ryoma explains to them what just happened, and Korin sits there, stun-locked. Hinoka asks if they're okay, and Korin just says, "So, it wasn't all a bad dream." Then I turn to Azura and say, "I know where I've seen you before. I had nightmares of this day. I've had nightmares of this for years, but you were always in my dreams. By my side." Azura kinda just sits there with her mouth wide open. Ryoma cuts in and asks to know more about these dreams, which Korin tries to elaborate on. Sakura then interjects and says, "Sounds similar to the nightmares you've been having, Azura." Azura nods and continues by explaining that, long ago, her mother told her she would accompany a human-dragon hybrid person. She then explains that she often had dreams of the encounter as well. Korin then asks if any of them can turn into a dragon, and they all shake their heads no. Ryoma then explains that Mikoto isn't their birth mother as she married Sumeragi after the death of Queen Ikona, the siblings' biological mother. So they share some differences when it comes to genetics. Korin then goes, "I suppose I should ask my mother," and everyone has a pretty gloomy face. Korin asks what's up, and they all look at each other, wondering how to say it. Yukimura then walks in and asks if now is a good time. They let him in, and he explains that Mikoto will make it, but it'll take some time for her to regain consciousness and recover. Korin asks what happened to her, and Yukimura explains what happened, and they then panic and run out of the room to go see her. The siblings follow after them. Korin barges into the room Mikoto rests in, and walks into Takumi holding her hand, crying. Quickly wipes his tears as he sees them, and stands up. "Guess you finally woke up. Takumi, are you alright?" "As it matters to you. I was just on my way out." Takumi makes his way out of the room, but shoulders Korin hard and snipes them a death glare, followed with, "None of this would have happened if you had never come here." Takumi walks out as the other siblings walk in, and Sakura follows him around asking him what's wrong, and he just bolted out of there after being with her for hours. Hinoka remarks that he must be upset because of what happened to Mikoto and says that she'll speak to him later when he calms down. Korn just stands there and stares at Mikoto with absolute horror in their face. Ryoma grabs her shoulder and tells them,
"Don't blame yourself, please. She wouldn't want that."
Korn nods and sits down next to her. They stay there for a few minutes, after which they decide to let her be for the night and catch some rest. With her condition being stabilized, they can sleep with a clearer conscience. Ezra and Hinoka accompany Korn to their room, while Ryoma heads to the war conference room and gets the bullshit sorted out for the night. Quick little scene of a meeting between Ryoma, Yukimura, Reina, Kagero, Saizo, and some pre-promotes. Let's just throw in there that one of them is Kumagura for shits and giggles. Nothing too spectacular, just an overview of what happened and how they could have possibly gotten in and slipped by their guards. Before they walk out, a messenger comes running in and shouts out, "Lord Ryoma, a letter from King Garen himself just came in." The little music stops and the sound effect plays and Ryoma reads the letter. "Dear Queen Mikoto, it has come to my attention that you hold captive my child, Prince/Princess, Korn of Nor. I give you until sundown tomorrow to return them safely. Otherwise, we will be forced to take this as a declaration of war and forcefully take them back. Bring them safely to the plains of Hoshido, away from harming any civilians." Yukimura asks Ryoma what he wants to do, and he says they basically don't have a choice but to comply. He dismisses everyone and says that tomorrow, when the sun rises, they'll come back here to continue their meeting. Chapter 6. The Path is Yours. Morning comes and Korn wakes up to Hinoka and Sakura sitting on their bed. Korn is kinda shocked and the two wish them a good morning. Korn responds with a confused good morning and asks them how long they've been there, which Sakura indicates that they just got here. They get out of bed and they leave to regroup with the others in the main hall. Ezra and Takumi inform the gang that Ryoma is waiting for them in the war conference room and they all head there. The next scene is them walking in and Ryoma catching them up on the situation. But before they have time to say anything, he tells them that he already has a big meal planned and that they should eat a good meal as they have a long day ahead of them. Every other sibling except Takumi turns to Korn and they're just standing there with their head hung low, muttering to themselves, "Father." Hinoka tells them to cheer up and they'll sort it out with the Norians later with a forced smile. Sakura chimes in and says they'll figure something out. Takumi has no comment on this situation and walks out. Ryoma looks around at everyone and tells Sakura and Hinoka to give Ezra and Korn a moment before walking out himself. Ezra gets closer to them and puts a hand on their shoulder and says, "Korn, I know we haven't known each other for long, but whatever you choose later this evening, I'll be by your side. I am a princess of Nor. I came here after my mother died because she told me I would be safer with Queen Mikoto. I owe her my life. She treated me as her own. I don't have all the answers as for your origins, but all I know is that my mother counted on me to help you. Where she was from, no, that doesn't matter right now. Queen Mikoto knew of this too. She knew what my dreams were. This is fate, Korn. I'll walk this path with you." Korn tears up and there's a moment of silence before they say, "Ezra, thank you," and the two walk out. The next scene opens up with the Hoshidan family arriving on the field with the Norian troops marching on. Ryoma, Korn, and Xander walk towards the bridge in the middle, and this is where the drama begins. Xander exclaimed loudly, "Korn! Oh, thank the gods you're safe! Come here! Everything will be alright." Ryoma looks at Xander and tells him that Korn isn't being held captive. They came of their own choice. A little back and forth between Xander and Ryoma starts. Xander's side is that Korn is Norian and that the Hoshidans captured them. Ryoma explains that Korn was in Hoshidan territory and was asked to come, just to be questioned about what happened. He then explains that Korn is from Hoshido originally and that they have every right to choose to remain in Hoshido. Xander thinks that's bullshit and their conflict escalates further, with the Norians thinking they're being held there and manipulated into staying with them, and the Hoshidans saying it's their birthright to stay in Hoshido. Xander then asks Ryoma if this is a declaration of war, and Ryoma gets petty and points out they've never really had peace before. The two draw arms and a fight ensues, with both sides charging at each other. The fight is sorta over Korn, but more so over the political implications of the whole ordeal. Korn is like the straw that broke the camel's back, but so many things came before. More so over, well, how far are we into the video now? Like an hour and a half, maybe? Yeah, I think you know what it's over. Corrin pulls back and retreats, meeting up with Azura, and the two sneak away and head north to the plains. The little island where Ryoma and Xander usually fight each other. Which then leads us to the chapter beginning. The map layout will be the same in every route. It follows OG Revelations map layout. The choice of a path is actually in the map itself. Corrin and Azura will start at the top, and the objective is as follows. Speak to the leader of either side and defeat all commanders of the opposing side. If you speak to no one, that's Revelations. But we're doing Birthright here, so that means you walk over to Ryoma and talk to him. None of the armies will attack you as long as you haven't attacked anyone. After that, you get a brief dialogue confirming your choice, and you obviously click yes. So Ryoma declares that Corrin will remain in Hoshido, which the Norians don't take super well, and the objective changes to defeat every commander. Those being Xander, Leo, Camilla, Elise, and Gunter. The rest is pretty self-explanatory. The battle ends and Xander tells his army to stand down. No one needs to die today. The Norian siblings ask Corrin why they would wish to remain in Hoshido when they grew up in Nor and belong there. Corrin explains that they wish to know more about their origins, their mother, and their homeland of birth. That while they love them just as much, they wish to walk down this path for themselves, and while they understand it's an extremely selfish one, they need to do this. The Norian siblings then turn to Azura. Xander and Camilla proceed to ask her if she's who they think she is. She confirms, but says she cannot return to Nor, and she tells them she needs to follow Corrin and walk that path with them, even if it means abandoning Nor once again. Heartbroken, the Norians say they don't understand why things have to be this way and retreat. The Hoshidans also retreat. The next scene is rather short and happens at nighttime. Corrin is back at the fortress with Lilith and their chosen retainer. There's a little scene of her commending their courage for following their heart. Corrin thanks her for her dedication, but insists she and whichever servant you have return to Nor. They both obviously decline and stay with you. A scene then happens between them and the Hoshidan siblings. Lilith introduces herself, and they all welcome her with open arms except Takumi, but he just silently stares her down. Ryoma expresses he's glad they decided to stay in Hoshido, and Sakura timidly says she's happy she finally gets a chance to meet the siblings she's heard so much about. Hinoka rushes to hug them and starts ugly crying, holding on to them. Ryoma brings Azura into the hug, and Sakura jumps in sniffling. Azura looks over at Takumi and invites him with a soft smile, but he kinda just goes tch and turns his head away. She asks him what's wrong, and Takumi says they might fool all of you, but I don't trust them. Corrin has been gone for 15 years and suddenly they come back. The hug ends as soon as his words leave his lips, with both Ryoma and Hinoka looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Ryoma tells everyone they should go get some sleep, as they're all clearly exhausted, and the journey home will be quite long in the morning if they don't catch some Z's. Chapter 7. Trouble at Fort Jinya. About a week and a half after the last chapter, we find Corrin within Castle Shirasagi's walls. The chapter opens up with them leaving the room in which Mikoto rests, and Azura joins up with them, asking them how she is. Corrin shakes her head and says, same as earlier. Azura proposes they go for a walk to clear their head, and Corrin accepts. While on their walk, they chat a bit about surface level stuff until they're intercepted by Kaze and Rinka. They both say they've been looking all over for them and ask them to follow them in a rush. The gang runs together, and the scene transitions to them in the war conference room. Ryoma is there with his retainers, Yukimura, Reina, and a few undisclosed pre-promotes, one of which could be Kumagera. He briefs them on their situation and informs them that Takumi has already left because the situation is a bit urgent. He informs them that Mokoshu has moved to attack Hoshido, and they managed to get into Hoshido, leaving many soldiers wounded, all of which rest at Fort Jinya. He asks in apologizing for asking them all in the same breath for them to go with Sakura to the fort and defend it, while Takumi and Hinoka remedy the situation down south, as he has a different task to take on. Yukimura chimes in and adds that he'll follow them to ensure the situation gets solved quickly, and Reina stays behind to not leave the castle and Mikoto unguarded. They all pack their shit and leave immediately. Once they arrive at Fort Jinya, Korin, Azura, Kaze, and Dorinka all aid Sakura in sorting out the wounded and doing anything else they can do to help the situation. The fort isn't full by any means, but about 24 of soldiers. It's still a lot for a level 1 E-rank staff priestess. Skipping forward to the early evening with the sun setting down, the gang's all sitting together outside catching their breath, with Sakura joining them not too long after. In the distance, they can see a Pegasus rapidly approaching their location. In comes Tsubaki with Hana riding with him, as they jump off the mount and greet their princess. Short, cute scene of them reuniting, before it gets rudely interrupted by a generic soldier. He announces that some troops that do not appear to be Hoshidan are moving towards their location, and quickly at that. In a panic, Korin declares that they need to mobilize for battle, but the soldiers turn to Azura and Sakura and ask him how they wish to proceed. Azura puts her foot down and tells them to follow Korin's instructions at this moment, as they're Hoshidan prince/princess now and deserve that respect. The soldier apologizes for his rudeness and leaves to gather the few others that can fight. Kaze then walks in and goes up to Korin, handing them the gangleri. Korin asks how they got this one back, and he laughs, saying it was just sitting in the barracks and they figured they'd need it. Now at night, Norian soldiers move into formation.
Is it the Dawn Brigade?
The same soldier comes back to inform Korin, Azura, and Sakura that the assailants were brandishing Nor's flag. Korin, shocked, tells everyone to be extremely alert on any movements. Norians excel at nighttime fighting. We then cut to Silas with a question mark name, telling his men that they need to sneak across Fort Jinya to go further into the mainland and reach Lord Korin. He tells them to stay undetected and avoid any conflict so as to not set off Hoshido's crown to their movements. The map stays exactly the same, except everything's in dark mode now. Generics, if they fight Korin, will ask them to come back home.
Hello there.
The start of battle combo Silas and Korin share is instead kept for when they fight, if you fight Silas with Korin. As we've established, the two remember each other in this scenario. Also, allow me to demonstrate the following conversation. Silas? Is that you?
Lord Korin, what are you doing here? I thought you were in the capital.
What are you doing here, old friend?
It's a long story, but I'm here to take you back to Nor.
I'm sorry, Silas, but I'm afraid I can't go with you. Please, return home now.
Never. I enrolled in Nor's army so we may meet each other again.
Silas, Speaking to him is not required, and he joins you regardless. He won't fight back, same as Rudolph in Shadows of Valentia. If you don't fight him, this exact conversation happens. If it does, it continues. In both scenarios, you get this conversation, the only difference is that it's not cut short after the battle. So after the battle, Silas is on one knee, panting, begging Korin to come back to Nor with him. Korin tearfully tells him they can't go back now. Silas pleads with them some more, but they stay undeterred. Silas then stands up and wipes his tears, asking if he can instead join you. Korin, shocked, asks if that's what he truly wants, and Silas tells his old friend that he came all this way just to see them and be by their side once more, so if they don't wish to return to Nor, he'll accompany them to Hoshido. Korin, panicking now, tells him to reconsider his family, his friends, and everyone counting on him in Nor, and he simply says that he's made up his mind. Korin tearfully says, "Oh, Silas," and the pair share a warm hug. Chapter 8, A Test of Strength. Early in the morning, about 3 days later, the gang makes their usual morning rounds to check on the wounded when Saizo and Orochi arrive. Azura greets them and they greet her back, along with everyone else. Orochi introduces herself to Korin, as the two haven't met until now, and she says she's happy to meet Mikoto's child after all these years. Mikoto says they're glad to make her acquaintance and asks Saizo who he is because they don't know him. He simply says, "Saizo," and glares at them, menacingly. Orochi apologizes for his lack of manners and says he's in a grumpy mood today,
I'm going to kill
which
you
slightly annoys Saizo as he just sighs.
and then kill you
He then
again.
explained that they came here at Riona's requests, as things down south have stabilized. He arranged a meeting with the Rainbow Sage for Sakura, Korin, and Hinoka. He also already arranged with Izumo for them to take the boat there and sail all the way to the island. So all Korin and Ko have to do is head down south, grab Hinoka, and set sail. They then say Ryoma asked them to tag along, so they do. There will be others that join them further down the line as well. This is when Yukimura steps in, as he's overheard everything and tells them that they can go now, as he can take care of the rest here. We then cut to later, an undisclosed amount of time later, with the gang arriving at the dragon's flight. Korin goes, "Wah!" And this is when we're greeted by the monks guarding this place. Azura explains that this is a dragon's flight, an important monument in Hoshido. Korin says they've never heard of anything like this, and asks her to explain more. Sakura then asks in a weak voice, "Can I tell you about it?" Korin nods with a smile. So she then explains that the legend goes that during one of the many fights between the two dragons, the Dawn Dragon would have breathed fire through a mountain and created a hole in it. Worshippers then spent decades shaping stairs-like structures to make this easily walkable. It's the main entryway into modern mainland Hoshido and holds significant religious values to the Hoshidans. Every Hoshidan, through the course of their life, will go through the structure at least once to pray to the Dawn Dragon. Hoshido's mainland is further up in altitude compared to the rest of the country. As such, it acts as a natural protection. Before Sumeraga's reign as the dynasty's 14th king, the sovereign region of Hoshido consisted of independent territories with opposing kingdoms. A peace treaty was signed when he came into reign. While this was always a religious monument, with the added security of a unified sovereign Hoshido, many more Hoshidans had the chance to walk through the entire thing. Korin's amazed at all of this and how well informed Sakura is. She gets flustered and says it's just common knowledge and she didn't say anything special. Hana cuts her off before she can talk down to herself any further and tells her, "You're plenty smart, Sakura," which gets Azura, Tsubaki, and Korin to nod. While all of this was happening, you can see Saizo walk towards the monks as soon as the conversation dies down. He then walks back into frame and tells the gang they can pass through. Kaze turns his attention to Korin and tells them they get to experience something so special so soon after their arrival. The next scene happens while they're going down the stairs, with Korin slightly out of breath, as they've been chatting the entire time. Azura tells them they should have kept their energy, but that only gets Korin to ask where they've been going. Saizo, in Saizo fashion, tells them they're heading towards the Wind Tribe, as Hinoka retreated there with the wounded men. Korin says they've heard the name in some books they've read, but they don't know much about them. This is when Azura cuts in and explains that the Wind Tribe are a proud tribe of a hybrid of magic and strength, valuing martial arts above all else. Rinka grunts and asks if they really have to go there, and Kaze nudges her, teasing her that this might be the chance for her to prove which tribe is the best. This gets a giggle out of Azura, which Sakura then timidly adds that Fuga, their leader, was a close friend of their father. She says he's a very kind man. Korin goes, "Oh, awesome, I hope we get to meet him." We then cut to her final introductory scene, which is gonna be a little long, so bear with me please. The gang walks into the edge of the village and gets intercepted by some villagers who greet them in a pretty normal and non-hostile way. They follow them and we then transition to them walking into Fuga's house? Headquarters? A deadass? Don't know what to call it, but anyway, they show up there and Fuga greets them and introduces himself to Korin. Little back and forth with the two just getting to know each other, and which then leads Fuga to ask if he can test Korin's strength. Korin looks back at Azura and Sakura and they both tell them they're not that exhausted. So Korin then asks the others and the camera pans out to all of them nodding, with their retainers, Jacob/Felicia and Silas, adding that they'll follow them everywhere. Which gets the others to chime in as well, saying they'll follow their respective liege. Korin gladly accepts the challenge. The scene then transitions to everyone walking outside into the training area of the village. Fuga explains the rules, which are don't kill anyone and give it your all. This is a mock battle, so every enemy will have the "I've been defeated, but I can't fall here" stance once we beat them up. Korin goes gulp, and Fuga laughs, telling them to relax a bit. His men aren't fucking pussies. He then says they've actually been training with Hinoka basically the entire day. Korin asks everyone to get ready for the upcoming fight and give it their all. Everything map-wise stays the same. Hinoka and her retainers also stay green units. Oh, since I'm gonna forget, Setsuna gets her 2 additional backpack spaces packed with vulneraries in them that she packed for Hinoka. You get the back-to-back tutorial here. Same concept, you talk to Hinoka to get them to join you, otherwise they join you at the end. I'm changing the whole convo though because it fucking sucks. Once you start the map, their conversation will instead be about how this is a great workout, and Azuma will remark that only Hinoka's been really getting some training in. Hinoka sighs and tells him not to remind her, with Setsuna then saying, "Huh? What are you two talking about?" Which just gets Hinoka to remind Setsuna to stay alert, and she goes, "Oh, right. Will do, milady." If you talk to Hinoka, the convo goes as follows. "Korin? What are you doing here? Did no one tell you? I came here at Ryoma's request." "No, I never got the message." How strange. Well, let's finish this and get it sorted out. Sure thing. It'll be a breeze with your strength. You don't talk to her. This happens at the end before they speak to Fuga, except that the line is changed to the fact that the fight is over. But anyway, Fuga will remark that Korn is quite strong, but adds that Sakura and Azura are also quite talented themselves. He says that Sumeragi would be proud of them and congratulates them for doing so well, Hinoka included. Fuga then says it's getting dark out and they should get some rest here while they can, as they must be beyond exhausted. The gang doesn't hesitate to accept, and the scene fades out. Now later in the evening, Hinoka walks up to Korn, Azura, Jacob/Felicia, and Kaze. She starts off by saying they were remarkable out there and thanks the retainers for their loyalty, which they just brush off. She then gets a bit more serious and asks the royal pair what Ryoma's business is about, which Azura clarifies. We already know, so skipping ahead of that conversation. Hinoka is a bit confused as to how that information never reached her. Kaze asks if she's spoken to Saizo, but she says no, informing them that they haven't seen him since he left for the border. She then asks if Takumi was with him, but they say no and say that only Orochi was present. Hinoka is like, what the fuck, and asks where Takumi could be then. Azura tries to reassure her and says that maybe he's just in Uzumo, resting, waiting for the next order from Ryoma, but Hinoka dubs that he wouldn't have come back with Saizo. This is when Saizo walks in and says that Kagero stayed behind with him and his retainers while they went up ahead, and they were supposed to group back up with them. Hinoka gets a really bad feeling and tells everyone that they have to go look for them. But Azura holds her back and reminds her everyone is exhausted. They wouldn't get anything done if they went out. Korn reluctantly agrees and Hinoka gives in, but expresses her anxieties. Korn says that knowing Takumi, Kagero, and the others, they're doing just fine. Azura agrees with Kaze and says they should just go get some rest and set out tomorrow morning to go find them and sort this out. Hinoka concedes to their points, but asks them to keep this from Sakura. She doesn't want her to worry. Everyone agrees to keep this a secret for now, and they all head to bed. Oh, this is completely random, but the idea came to me, so I had to share it. After the chapter ends, Orochi obviously joins you, and at my castle, she actually reads your fortune. Depending on which character you have as your highest support, she'll mention your name in her reading, which goes as follows. Lord Korn, I see in your future great sacrifices and sorrow, but one will stand with you through it all, someone whom you hold dearly. Insert descriptive of all their relations to Korn. Example, your dedicated maid/butler/knight/older sister/younger sister/ally for anyone else. She'll have a new reading for every chapter, and if she has a base joint convo with someone, she'll read their fortune instead. Chapter 9. Corruption from Within. Very early the next morning, Hinoka is impatiently pacing around while everyone gets ready to take their leave. Sakura asks her sister what's wrong, but Hinoka tries dodging the question by saying she's simply excited to go see the Rainbow Sage. Sakura goes, oh, that's right, this must be a pretty big deal for you, but doesn't probe any further and just lets it be. And then walks Felicia/Jacob to inform everyone they're ready to leave, followed by Fuga. Fuga bids them farewell and tells them they're welcome to come back whenever they please, but before the gang leaves, Hayato waltzes in. Out of breath, he yells out for the Hoshiden crew to wait before asking to come with them. Fuka's a bit shocked, but says it's time Hayato became a man and made his own experiences. The bald-ass dude asks the royals if it would be alright for him to tag along, and they all gladly accept. Hayato says a final goodbye to all his family and friends and departs with your army. Hinoka is far ahead the entire time, nervously checking around with both Korn and Azura, subtly trying to keep an eye open. Sakura ends up asking Azura what's gotten into everyone, and she tries dodging the question to the best of her ability. Sakura gets a bit upset and asks to know what's up. She's not a child anymore. Azura looks over at Korn anxiously, and Korn takes a deep breath and then briefs Sakura on their situation. Sakura stays silent for several minutes and just focuses ahead, but it becomes more and more clear that she's distraught as she keeps walking. Korn asks if she's tired of walking, but she just tears up and asks why they didn't tell her sooner. Azura apologizes and tells her they didn't want her to worry, but Sakura snaps back, of course I'd be worried. Takumi's my brother! And this gets Hinoka's attention, who stops dead in her tracks and turns around. She runs over to Sakura and holds her in her arms while looking over at Korn and Azura, who mouth sorry to her, but she shakes her head to let them know it's fine. Hinoka then apologizes for not telling her, but Sakura dries her tears and says it's okay and that they should keep walking. Hinoka opens up the march again, and they continue on their merry way. Once they arrive in Izumo, Hinoka tells the gang she's heading inside to tell Izuna they're there and to wait for her outside. Kaze asks Azura if he has the permission to sneak around the perimeters to ensure it's safe, but she reassures him that nothing bad would ever happen in Izumo. Hinoka comes back like 2 minutes later and says they're clear to head in, so they do. Once they're inside, they're greeted by Izuna, who seems surprised that Takumi isn't with them. Shocked, the gang asks if he came by at all, and the Archduke declines. He then adds that his retainers came here earlier and are currently enjoying the nice hot springs that Kazuo has to offer, and invites all of them to join them. Korin's face lights up at the idea of a hot spring bath, as they've heard tales of how wonderful they are, but quickly focuses back on finding Takumi. Azura then asks if they could be escorted to Takumi's retainers, which Izuna happily obliges in Izuna fashion. Azura, Hinoka, Korin, Kaze, and Jacob/Felicia all give each other disturbed glares over his demeanor, but Sakurai is actually quite amused with it. We then cut to the gang walking along the halls, all chatting about various things, until Korin's vision goes suddenly dark. Knocked the fuck out, they can hear familiar voices as they come to. Laying on the floor, they look around and find themselves surrounded by their allies, all speaking loudly, confused over the situation. Korin sits up and asks what happened, but Silas speaks up and says they all woke up here with no knowledge of how they got here. Saizo is brooding in the corner, with Kaze sitting down next to Azura. She sighs and says maybe she should have let him investigate the area after all, but Kaze says Saizo actually sneaked around himself and still found himself stuck in here as well. Saizo gets butthurt and tells him to shut his bitch ass up, but as soon as he's done, Orochi shushes them and tells everyone to listen. She can hear footsteps approaching.
I can hear you all suddenly woke up.
The room goes silent, as everyone's confused as fuck. Felicia/Jacob look at Korin and ask, "Is that?" And Korin gasps, then says, "Zola? Is that you?"
Why, yes it is, my traitorous liege.
"What are you doing here?"
My, it's quite simple. Iago sent me here to get rid of you and your pesky friends.
Korin grinds her teeth and says they'll get back to him for this one, but this just leads to Saizo to ask who the fuck Zola is. Korin explains he's a sleazy mage who works under Iago, a certified piece of shit, and that he's not well liked or wanted over in the capital. Zola yells out,
I heard that! Grr. I wanted to wait for Master Iago to get here to execute you. But just for that, I'll deliver your heads. Start your prayers now. The executioners will be there shortly.
Which gets a light bulb moment from Hinoka, who tells everyone to gather around and keep quiet. She comes up with a plan. Wait for them to open the doors and beat the shit out of them to get out. Tsubuki chimes in and says they don't have their weapons, but Rinka laughs and tells him she won't need them to get rid of a few Norians. Hinoka keeps her plan and tells everyone their weapons have to be nearby and to keep an eye out. So about the map, you get to choose all your units, except you can only deploy either Kaze or Saizo, but you have no access to the convoy or any weapons. Once you start the map, the doors of the room where you're locked in will fly open and your gang will literally beat up the executioners. You regain the last equipped weapon or staff for every character from this. The convoy also becomes available once more, somehow. Once this happens, one of the two ninjas you didn't deploy, Saizo by default if you deploy neither, says he'll go looking around for Hinata and Oboro. They come back on turn 2, with all of them carrying your weapons. You only have to speak to them to regain them back. There's no need to do any trade shenanigans, they'll just pop up in your inventory. Everything else about this map remains the exact same though. Also, Oboro doesn't have this random weird horny comment about Takumi because ooh. Now some of you might go, how the fuck did they not get captured? And this is an excellent question, but first, after the battle ends, Zola is on one knee holding his chest, begging for his life. Korin demands answers out of him, like what happened to the real Archduke and if he had anything to do with Takumi's disappearance. Zola then blurts out that Izuna is held in a chamber and that he was expecting Takumi to be with their army. He then crawls over to Korin's feet and continues to beg for his life, swearing that he'll never work for Iago ever again and yada yada yada. Korin refuses, as he knows he's bad news and will just easily betray them once more once he gets the chance. Kaze, if you didn't kill him, otherwise this goes to Azura, will say that they should just get rid of him. Hinoka agrees with that and Korin is a bit hesitant, stating that he might be useful to gain additional information. While they're debating on what to do, he slowly gets up and tries to attack them, but gets intercepted by Oboro and Hinata, who jump his ass and kill him. Korn stands there, taken aback, and says, "Well, so much for discussion." And Hinata goes, "What? It was him or us?" Which Korn has no choice but to agree to. Hinoka then says she's glad to see them all safe and sound, but asks how come they didn't end up in the execution corner with them. Oboro explains that they did try to comfort them, but they beat them up. After which they started looking for Izuna, as Lorians had infiltrated the base and stumbled on their weapons in a room full of low-skilled Norian soldiers. This is when Saizo/Kaze arrived, and the three of them then mopped up the mess and came to rejoin them. Sakura asks if they've seen Takumi, and both of them say no, stating that they thought he was going to be back with them. Izu explains that he hasn't been seen since Hinoka retreated back to the Wind Tribe, and the retainers look at each other and go, "Shit." They then explained that he and Kagero stayed behind to gather up healthy troops and ensure everything was fine on that end, and sent them back with the wounded to Izumo. Everyone ponders what could have happened to Takumi, and Korin then suddenly realizes Izana is still locked up somewhere and runs without saying a word. Hinoka yells out, "Korin, wait!" and she runs after them. We then cut to Korin and Hinoka finding Izuna and freeing him, quickly followed by the others catching up to the two. Izuna introduces himself as Izuna in Izuna fashion and thanks the Hoshidans for freeing him. Sakura chuckles and whispers to Azura that Zola's impression wasn't too far off. The Archduke then invites everyone to a massive feast to celebrate his freedom, but Hinoka tries denying his invitation, which gets him to say, "Party poopers, at least stay the night then." But Hinoka ends up giving in and says, "Fine, but we leave early tomorrow." And then explains why, which Izuna completely understands and says he won't hold them back any longer than needed. Chapter 10, Lost and Found. Sometime the next day, the army marches through the border between Hoshido and Mokushu in the dense woods. Everything seems to be going well, as everyone is just looking for any clues on Takumi's whereabouts, until they fall into a trap. Hinoka and Tsubuki, being that they ride Pegasi, look around in a panic looking for what caused this, only to be ambushed by ninjas. One of them yells out that they found the Hoshidan stragglers. While all of this is happening, the gang crawls out of the spiked hole and helps the two Sky Knights mop up the ninjas. Out of breath, Korin asks if anyone is hurt, and everyone says they're fine, they only have a few scratches. Hinoka, in a kind of hurried tone, tells everyone to stay on their guard, and then we get the prep screen for the map. Now about the map, I'm messing with a few things here. Instead of Takumi coming in on turn 2 as an enemy, Kagero shows up as a regular-ass blue unit. She shows up on the map with like 2 lines about how she still hasn't found Takumi. Saizo, Kaze, and Hinoka all have convos with her, where she reiterates that she's been looking for Takumi, and your army members tell her they've also been looking for him. She joins with her usual inventory, that being a Sting Shuriken and an energy drop. Random NPCs will have lines with the ninja trio just because they're like, "Hey, I recognize you. I'ma tell Kotaro." Because immersion. All 3 of them have conversations with Kotaro here because he'll still be the boss. I'm changing the map objective to defeat boss, but any enemy you kill will give you 50 G on normal and 200 G on hard and lunatic. Just flipping around the concept for conquest of sparing enemies for cash, here you loot their corpses. War crimes, yay! After the battle ends, the crew heads into the actual village underground. Why hello, this is Editing Nova. While I was just chopping up the audio, as I do because I say way too much stupid shit to leave it untouched, I noticed that I barely spoke about Kotaro and his whole implication into everything, so just to add a bit of meat to my bones here. All 3 ninjas have a conversation with him, all representing their relationship to him. Like, obviously the twins will go, "You killed my father, prepare to die," and Kagero will be like, "Yeah, you kind of fucked up everything, didn't you?" And, obviously there will be a scene after the chapter ends of him speaking about Kotaro instead of him just dying. Because I didn't clarify that, so after the battle ends, before they go look for Takumi, they have like this whole scene talking to him, being like, "What's your problem? Why are you doing this to Hoshido?" And he goes on this like villain monologue of how like his vision of the world is the best and no one can stand between him and what he sees in the world, and that even if he falls, his vision will live on. You know, the usual villain shit. Which, Saizo gets really annoyed at while he's talking, and then, like, kills him. during his speech, which has everyone going like, you really need to fucking do that, Saizo? And Saizo's like, I hate this guy, I can't fucking stand him. And this is when we segue into them talking about finding Takumi. Yeah, because I realized I didn't do anything with Kotaro. I didn't. I just let him die and that was it. Kagero explains more in detail what happened. After Takumi sent his retainers to Izumo, they were immediately ambushed. All of their men were either killed or captured, and Kagero got separated from Takumi in the confusion. She's been sneaking around trying to find where he could be, but has found no trace of him. Kaze suggests he might be held in the cells along with the others, and she says that was her assumption, but she couldn't hope to get in there with so many people guarding the entrance to the village. Sakura says they need to go see immediately, and everyone rushes there. In the cells they find many wounded Hoshiden soldiers, and Sakura, Setsuna, Azuma get busy tending to their wounds, while Korin, Hinoka, Azura, Kaze, and Kagero interrogate those healthy enough to speak. This is when we learn that Takumi was captured and held here, but he broke out and escaped maybe like an hour ago. The royal pair run outside with Takumi's retainers and look for him there. This is when they spot a figure walking in a distance in a strange, unnatural way. They run closer only to realize this is Takumi. He has his damage battle sprite here, with his dialogue is just him mumbling for the reveal. Hinoka yells out his name, which gets his attention, and he turns around and draws Fujita at her. She then yells out, "Takumi, it's me, your sister, Hinoka, calm down!" And then starts mumbling some more about some incoherent mess. His retainers also try speaking to him, only to have an arrow scrape by them. Azura, in the midst of the chaos, notices something around Takumi's neck. A pendant similar to hers, but with a teal crystal at the center. She then yells out at Takumi, asking what he's doing with something like that, and he clutches it, mumbling, "Power. Need more power." In a blur of the moment decisions, she runs towards him while he's distracted and grabs it. Takumi wrestles her to keep it, and Korin, knowing that his strength stat is higher than hers, rushes into his sister and takes the necklace away from him. He then collapses, holding his head, mumbling more shit no one can understand. Azura, mortified, understands that something bad had happened to him. Hinoka and his retainers run towards the pair and ask what happened, which Azura struggles to answer. She then clears her throat and says, "My mother always warned me if the pendant's powers could corrupt those who use them with ill will. She taught me the song to help restore their souls and minds, but..." She pauses, almost unsure if she should proceed. Hinoka looks at her and asks in a very worried tone, "But?" And Azura bites her lips and then takes a step forward and starts singing the words to the song. I'm a bad songwriter, so just imagine it, but this is like about healing and restoration. After Azura sings the first few lines, Takumi passes out and Hinoka kneels down to him in a panic and asks what she did to him. Azura answers that he should be okay now, but Hinoka is very understandably worried. She then explains that the curse hasn't taken him over completely yet, so he shouldn't have any permanent repercussions from this. Korin asks how she should know all of this, and she pauses to consider her next action, but before she can, Takumi wakes up. Obro and Hinata get down on one knee to greet their liege, laying in Hinoka's arms, and he confusingly asks, "Hinoka? Obro? Hinata? What? Ugh, my head." Everyone's spirits get lifted up after seeing he's still alive, after which Takumi asks how he got here and what happened. The gang tries to piece together everything and explain what we already know, and Takumi kinda just sits there and holds his head low. Azura asks about the pendant, and this is when Takumi explains how everything happened.
After Mikoto was wounded, I wanted to find a way to heal her, bring her back. I knew she had research in her room about some form of magic, so I went in there and looked around. I found journals detailing so many different things, but I understood none of it. Then I found her pendant next to some papers about some sort of pack, but the notes weren't complete. I grabbed all of it and spent the next few days trying to figure out how to use it, and eventually, it just worked. I wished to have the power to save her, the power to change things, and that's when my memory started being foggy. I remember coming here. I remember being separated from Kagero and being captured. I remember the cell, holding her pendant, angry that I still wasn't strong enough, and I found myself here, with all of you.
Azura takes a deep breath and calls him an idiot, telling him he had no idea what he was messing with, and he was endlessly lucky she knew how to break the curse. Takumi just remained silent, with Korin breaking through the tension, asking if something like that can happen to anyone, even her. Azura says no, that it only affects those who hold a deep-seated anger for something and channel their hatred into that power. Hinoka says she doesn't understand any of what this means or what it is, but she says she's just glad Takumi is okay and in one piece. She gets up and hands her hand out to him, saying, "Come on, let's go back to the others," which Takumi takes her up on with a soft smile. Very short scene to end the chapter here. The half-dozen Hoshidans join back up with the rest of the army and explain that they found Takumi outside without giving them all the details. Sakura tears up and runs to hug him, and he holds her in his arms tightly, apologizing endlessly to her. After this, Hinoka tells Takumi about the Izumo Rainbow Sage plan, and he accepts to come along, even if he already completed his trial. Azura, before they leave, hands the pendant to Korin and tells them they should have this, as it belonged to their mother. Korin's moved by this and gladly accepts it. They thank her for this gesture and promise to keep it safe. The crew then pack their shit and take their leave. Chapter 11. Remnants of a Fallen Empire. The crew has been in Izumo for a few days now, setting up for their departure. Opening lines about how it's really nice of Izuna to organize a boat for them to leave this quickly, despite not knowing of the agreement since he was in the gulags. Sakura comments on their hospitality and says she wishes to come back here again sometime, and Takumi says he'd love to go with her. With her then adding that she'd love to have Korin and Azura tag along, but Takumi stays silent for that part. Hinoka walks in with her retainers and tells everyone they're ready to leave for Notre Sagesse. We then cut to Korin training in the castle garden with Hana, Hinata, Oboro, Kagero, Silas, Kaze, and Rinka, with the others watching everything unfold. Saizo comments that Korin's Norian training is coming in handy to prepare them for what it's like fighting real Norians if tensions ever get any worse. Orochi adds to this, telling him he'll bring them bad luck by talking about things like that. Hayato pumps his chest and says he'll be waiting for Nor if they ever dare show their faces here. Azura walks into the training scene and asks to have everyone's attention, telling them they need to leave and take their boat to Sevenfold Sanctuary. Hana gets bummed out that they have to stop training. Hinata tells Korin they need to do this again sometime soon, and Korin, out of breath, promises him a rematch. They all leave together and get on board, leaving for Notre Sagesse. Once aboard, the gang are just chatting the shit fairly casually. In the midst of this, a wounded soldier appears before them, exclaiming that they've been compromised. Hinoka demands to know what's the situation, and as he's dying, the soldier manages to explain that Mokushin spies sneaked aboard disguised as Hoshinin soldiers and have been attacking everyone present. Azura says the few Kotaro loyalists left must be making a desperate attempt to avenge their master. As they head outside, they're presented with utter chaos, as all their men are fighting whatever's left of Kotaro's loyal followers. Takumi says this is a complete fucking mess, and Hinoka calls out to anyone capable of fighting to grab a weapon. They need to do some pest control. The map is seeing some major changes enemy-wise. There's no cloaked valid people here. It's just regular good old Mokushins. So the enemies that are usually just flyers are now on the ship as ninjas, samurai, spear fighters, and Pegasus Knights. You still get flying reinforcements, but they're just the Hoshinin class line equivalent, with ninjas as backpacks. Like Kinshi Knights and Falcon Knights, but no Master Ninjas, because that would actually be way too brutal. They will switch to the ninjas once they reach the boat. Same item gets dropped, objective remains around. Reina still shows on turn 2. You can talk to her with any of your royals and she'll join. In her joint conversation, she mentions that Yukimura came back to the capital, and since neither of them heard from any of the royals, they agreed to let her leave her post to go look for them. Once she arrived in Izumo, Izuna told her your party just left, so she caught up with all of you to accompany you on the rest of your journey. After the battle ends, the Hoshiden siblings are on deck catching up with Reina. She tells them that the wounded soldiers were all brought back to Shirasagi. Sakura asks about Mikoto, and Reina sighs, telling her she's just the same as she was when they left a few weeks ago. Out of nowhere, a ninja appears and lunges at Takumi, but Korin blocks the attack and Hinoka jumps in to finish him off. Hinoka yells out asking everyone if they're okay, and they all say yes. Reina, in a rush, excuses herself and apologizes for losing focus like that. She then takes her leave and makes another round around the boat to make sure no other stragglers are remaining. Takumi, spooked, thanks his siblings for saving him. The next scene is later. Reina comes back on deck with the Royals, accompanied by Saizo, Kaze, Salas, Tsubaki, and Setsuna. She exclaims they've confirmed no more infiltrators are on deck and they should all be safe. Ezra thanks them but says they better take up shelter within the boat as they're approaching a pretty bad storm. The retainers all escort the religious back inside of the boat, waiting for the storm to pass. Later in the evening, Takumi wakes up and notices Korin isn't sleeping. You can hear the noises of a storm in the background. He asks them if they can talk, and Korin agrees, and they both step out. Takumi asks to see their birthmark, and confused, they oblige. He stares at it for a while before apologizing to them. He says that he's had a hard time accepting that Korin has been alive this whole time, and when they showed up one day like that, he was convinced they were a Norian spy. Korin understands and empathizes with him, saying that they don't fault him at all for his reaction towards them. A bit of an awkward silent moment goes by before Korin speaks up, asking Takumi if they could get to know each other properly, as they have no memories of him. Takumi gives him a soft smile before saying, "Heh, I'd be happy with that. I don't remember you either. I heard of you through Ryoma and Hinoka." Two share a warm hug and then sit next to each other and start chatting the night away as the screen fades to black. Chapter 12. Korin, Sakura, and Hinoka's trials. So, before we get into the chapter, I have to mention something big first. From this point on, there's gonna be a lot of flipping maps and switching their places in the story. Because I realized something pretty fucking major while I started looking through the story to rework it. There isn't one. Like 5 chapters are just filler maps with nothing. The characters don't go from point A to point B to point C and so on. They go from C to Z to H to A to fucking M and shit. 12 in proper Birthright is the Opera House chapter. But then they go to Chev, and then they fuck around in Norm before going back to the Rainbow Sage? Huh? If Conquest's story was garbage, Birthright is just an incoherent mess. So for this reason, with the major story beats I set up, we're gonna be working a lot of shit here. The chapter opens up with her gang arriving at Notre Sagesse, with Korin being glad that they can finally set foot on solid ground. Sakura wobbles off the boat, holding her mouth with her hands. Azura giggles and says she's clearly never traveling by boat again, as she walks off screen, accompanied by her retainers. Takumi sighs and asks Hinoka if he can carry her all the way on top of her Pegasi, as she'll need all her strength for the trial. Hinoka nods and takes her to her Pegasi, unusually quiet. They all start moving up the mountain, with Korin asking Takumi all sorts of questions about the trials, but he tells them to keep their energy for the fight. Korin ignores all of this and instead starts yapping to Jacob/Felicia and Silas. They reach the top at sundown, with Korin out of breath remarking that Takumi might have been right after all. Hinoka laughs and tells them they already talked the entire night away, and here they are talking the entire journey away. Korin, now flustered, asks if she heard them, and she said, "Of course I did. I couldn't sleep either." Sakura seems unsure and asks if she can stay behind, as she's afraid she'll only get in their way. Ezra tells her she's needed here too, and she'll be with her no matter what, to make sure it all goes well. Takumi sides with Ezra and pretty much says the exact same thing. Hinoka smiles at her and says, "See? You have nothing to worry about. It'll be alright," as she pulls her into her arms, along with the other siblings. Sakura holds her head up high and says she'll do her best. Once inside, they meet with the Rainbow Sage, who greets them. He expresses that he's pleased to see you finally made it, and tells everyone he's currently setting up the temple for them to proceed. Takumi remarks that it's unusual for him to not be ready when they arrive, and he laughs, excusing himself as he's preparing a rather unusual trial this time around. This is when Elise walks in with her retainers and says a very awkward hello to Korin. Korin greets her and takes a step forward towards her, but Effie and Arthur step in front of her, guarding her. Korin stands there in shock, speechless. She walks off with her retainers as the Rainbow Sage tells everyone they should be good to start now. Ezra grabs Korin by the hand and tells them they should go, which gets them to snap out of it, nodding along and following her inside. Rainbow Sage then explains the rules. No killing, as he's old and doesn't want to deal with any of that shit. Asks why the Norians are here, and he then explains that he received both trial requests at the same time and accepted. He figured this would be the biggest trial all of them could ever go through. Hinoka seems a bit displeased with this information, but Takumi looks at her and says, "You'll do great." So about the map. Obviously we can't keep the pre-promotes at like level 13. So every non-healing class remains unpromoted at level 13. Every healing class is now level 1 with lowered stats to be merciful on the player. The map objective is changed to defeat boss, the boss being Gunter, with Elise behind him as a healer. The mini-bosses are changed to Effie, Arthur, Flora, and Jacob/Felicia, the one that isn't your retainer. All of them have conversations with Corin and Azura. Gunter will have a convo with both retainers, and Flora only has a conversation with Felicia if you have her in your party. Jacob/Felicia have a conversation with each other. Elise actually has a unique line if you fight her with any of the other Hoshidans, saying she resents all of them for taking Corin away from her. Just very quickly, Elise can't fight, but she has a mend and a physic. Effie has an iron lance, Arthur a steel axe and a hand axe, Flora an iron dagger and a heel, and lastly, the other servant will have a steel dagger and a heel staff. It seems I have forgotten Gunter. We'll just give him like a spear. Just cuz. After the battle ends, the Rainbow Sage escorts Elise to the chamber to get her legendary weapon. Meanwhile, the Hoshidan crew waits outside patiently and gets approached by whichever servant is a Corin's retainer. They ask to know why Corin decided to leave Nor, and they explain the reason why, which the servant nods and asks to join them. Corin, shocked, expresses that they should remain in Nor, but they refuse and insist on following you. They explain that now that Elise is basically battle ready, their usefulness has run out and they're free to do as they desire, and they wish to follow you. Corin doesn't argue any further and welcomes them in. Said servant then briefly speaks to the other one, if that servant is Felicia, that's not in your party I mean. Flora will be with her and will be like, not me though, I'm going back to Krakenberg, in a pretty awkward and uncomfortable way. Whichever one is your servant retainer, they'll have a quick conversation with Flora, catching up with her, asking what she's been up to this entire time. Flora kinda dodges the topic and tells them she's been well, but she really has to go now. For Felicia, she'll be upset that her sister doesn't seem interested in her. For Jacob, he'll remark that it's kind of out of character for her to be so cold and dismissive towards Corin and him. Corin says that maybe she just has a lot to think about right now. They can't really know since they haven't been in Lore in a wee bit after all. Once Elise is done, she comes out and walks past you with her head hanging low. Corin approaches her to congratulate her on her strength and how strong she's become. But she just nods and joins back up with her retainers. Corin gets closer to her and tries striking up a conversation with her, but she keeps her head low and says she needs to leave, walking away. Corin asks her to wait. She turns around with tears in her eyes, and they run towards her to console her. She says, in a weak voice, "Please, stay back. It hurts too much to look at you with all of them. I really have to go." Corin tears up and just says, "Elise, I'm so sorry." As they watch her walk away, Sakura grabs their hand and tells them it's their turn, but as soon as she sees the look on their face, she hugs them. This breaks Corin out of their trance, and they hug her back, with Hinoka joining in on the hug. Hinoka rubs their hair and says, "It'll be okay, Corin," as they sniffle and dry their tears, forcing a smile on, saying, "Let's go get our prize." Azura and Takumi give them a soft smile as they follow the Rainbow Sage, who congratulates them for succeeding. He informs them he was watching the entire time and he's quite impressed with their abilities. He then turns his attention to Corin and remarks, "You remind me a lot of my brother. You have the same burning passion in your eyes." Corin is intrigued and asks who his brother is, and the Rainbow Sage answers, "Ah, it's been quite a while since I last saw him. Maybe, perhaps 120 years? Nevertheless, his name is Anankos. Quite the warrior indeed." Sakura, in her usual timid demeanor, tells him they've never heard of such a warrior, and the sage tells them, "Perhaps it's been lost to time then." He then tells the Hoshidan trio it's time to give them their newfound powers, as they prove they can handle it well. Inside the chamber, there are pedestals meant for weapons, with notably all but 3 gone. We've gone over this in the Conquest video, but just to recap for those who forgot or didn't watch it, Gato is now Oasis, a legendary sword forged with the scales of the first dragon. All Norian weapons were made with the scales of the Dusk Dragon, and all Hoshidan weapons were made with the scales of the Dawn Dragon. It's the same in every regard except its name and placement in the story. The sage informs Corin of this, and they tell him they remember briefly reading about the first dragon. He was considered to be the conceiver of the 2 dragons who eternally fought each other, and the sage confirms the story. The weapons were made by him in the off chance that someday the dragons would lose their minds and turn against their people. He offers the trials to valiant warriors who earn their reward and are fit, in his eyes, to challenge said dragons were they to return. Corin thanks him endlessly for bestowing them this incredible 9-might power. Hinoka is granted the Suijin, a 1-2 range lance with water-based powers with 12 might, 80 hit, and 5% crit. It's a physical lance, not a magical one. In the same vein as Ryoma's katana shoots lightning, but it's not a magical weapon. Finally, Sakura gets the Amaterasu. It's a rod with the ability to bless a target. The blessing is basically +3 on all stats for 2 turns. 5 uses on normal, 3 on hard, and 2 on lunatic. The uses recharge after every chapter. Will this break the game? Probably. Do I care? Absolutely not. The trio thank the sage for their new weapons, and before they leave, he asks to have a minute more of their time. He clears his throat and tells them that they all take a lot after their father and mother. As he walks the merry gang out, he tells them their journey will be a challenging and difficult one, and to hold on to those they care for dearly. After all of this is done, the crew thanks the Rainbow Sage and walk out of the temple, now at night outside. Corrin, half asleep, asks what's next. They all look at each other without really knowing what they're supposed to do. This is when Saizo, Kagura, Reina, and Orochi walk forward. If you didn't fucking kill them. I then explain that the next part of Ryoma's plan, helping Shiv with their rebellion. Kagura apologizes for keeping this from them for as long as they have, but it was necessary to make sure they didn't feel pressured during their trial and failed. Hinoka and Takumi rally the troops with this new information, telling everyone to go back to the ship as they're not done yet. Sakura tells Azura she really wishes they didn't have to take the boat again, but Corrin just remains silent. This gets Azura's attention, who asks them if they're okay. They force a smile, swallow in a shaky voice, say, yeah, everything's okay, and hurry to walk past them and to the boat. Sakura remarks that they seem to be bothered and asks her sister if it's because they need to go to Shiv, and Azura agrees with the theory, stating that she'll talk to them later. At my castle, after this, if you talk to Hinoka, she will express that she's glad she finally completed her fucking trial. And Corrin will ask her, like, why didn't you get it the first few times? And this is when Hinoka explains that, she tended to beeline too much for it and then got her ass whooped every single time. Chapter 13, A Song for Peace. The chapter opens up with the royals and Reina aboard their trusty boat, setting sail for Nestra, all around a table with a big-ass map on it. Corrin explains that the neutral land is their best way to get into the country while traveling as little as possible inside of Nor to avoid any detection. Sakura remarks that the opera's house is there and she's always wanted to see a show. Reina laughs and says that Ryoma won't make a move as long as they don't arrive, so they could take a few more hours to get there.
Oh no!
Sakura gets really excited, and Azura seems really interested in going. Hinoka says this is a perfect opportunity for them to rest a bit before taking on a whole-ass rebellion. Corrin and Azura seem a bit unsure, however, as they don't know if they can afford the luxury of just chilling for a few hours. Takumi kind of agrees with them, saying that they don't know what kind of situation Ryoma is in right now. Hinoka rubs her chin for a bit and thinks on it. Reina butts in and expresses that they've been fairly stressed for a few days. Fighting while exhausted is not recommended. Corrin is kinda forced to agree, and Azura eventually has to concede to the point. Takumi still thinks they really should just press on, but swallows his opinion for the sake of his sisters. The next scene is them arriving at the opera house, with Hinoka coming back with a few tickets, handing them to her siblings. She says the show is gonna start shortly, but Corrin seems a bit out of it. Takumi asks what's up, and they say they're unsure about all of this. Azura agrees with them and says she could sign up as a performer to look backstage to see if they're fine. The others are a bit unsure until Takumi remembers they ran into Elise at Sevenfold Sanctuary. They all agree to stay on their guard as Azura walks away to go dance. We then get the cutscene of her performing her song in her new colors. Also no Garen groaning of increasing discomfort because he's not there. Azura comes back in a hurry and tells everyone she spotted Norian soldiers running around. Hinoka yells out at everyone to get ready and to stay on their toes. The map layout is the same, but enemy placement is a wee bit different. Daniela is the boss of this map, and she's positioned where Xander would normally be. She has a Fimbulvector and a Mend. The objective remains defeat boss. Kaden is at the bottom where Garen would normally be, and you can just recruit him with Corrin. Same as usual. His conversation is a less stupid version of what it was, but I can't be asked to write it out. Daniela has the same line for any Norian she encounters, she'll just call him traitors. The droppables and chests are also the same otherwise. After the battle ends, the gang thank Azura for her quick thinking and deciding to go backstage the way she did. Takumi adds that had they not had their hunch, they might be in Norian custody right now. Corrin is a wee bit upset to be fighting people from their homeland. If you routed the map, they'll say the lack of soldiers coming back will alert them. If you defeated the boss and didn't route, they'll say the soldiers who returned home will definitely tell Garen they were there.
Oh shit.
Here we go again.
Hinoka agrees with all of this and tells everyone that unfortunately they don't get to rest today and they need to get a move on to Chev right now before anything else happens. Takumi will be a bit snarky and be like, I told you so. As they begin to leave, Azura can't help but wonder how the ever-loving fuck they knew they were there. Korn stops to think for a moment, scratching their head going, over and over. They eventually say, oh crap! It had completely escaped my mind. Daniela, the one in charge, is a big fan of the Opera House. Chances are he only came to see the show when we were there at the worst time imaginable. Everyone kind of has a hard time believing this until Silas jumps in and collaborates Korn's story. He explains that he's worked under her a few times, and she does, in fact, love it here, and they did come here once or twice with her. Hinoka sighs. Just our luck, huh? Chapter 14. Revolt for Independence. Late at night, the crew arrives in Chev and meets with the other townsfolk who escort them to a big-ass house. Inside, they're reunited with Ryoma, who greets them and asks, semi-rhetorically, what took them so long. The siblings all have a big-ass hug and catch each other up on what happened, skipping over the Takumi-possessed bit at his request. Ryoma then introduces them to the leader of the rebellion, Scarlet. He then quickly explains that they've been in contact for months now, exchanging letters back and forth on the current situation in Chev. He decided that while his younger siblings were busy completing their trials, he came here to see the situation firsthand. He jokes a bit about how he's starting to miss the food in Hoshido. Azura tells him his recklessness will cost him someday, and he laughs it off, telling her he has yet to meet a situation he can't get out of. Scarlet briefs them on their situation and expresses that they wish to launch their attack as soon as they arrived, since Nor seems to have grown increasingly suspicious of their activities, increasing the patrols day by day and seemingly augmenting their numbers at the base. None of them take issue with this and they go over the plan. Scarlet, Ryoma, and the other elites of the village will stay behind and lead a sneak attack on the actual fort itself, while the rest of the army keeps them busy outside. Korn raises the question of how wise it is to attack Norians at night, and Scarlet tells them this is why they're so important. It takes one to know one, but Korn stays quiet. The map is the same, with the exception that at the start of the battle, Charlotte and Benny are the bosses. They're paired up together. At the end of turn 1, Camilla and her retainers appear as reinforcements, and Camilla takes the place of the boss for this map, with the pair retreating inside. Camilla does not get that weird-ass cutscene, and she's stationary on all difficulties except Lunatic. She won't attack Corrin, and gets that Rudolph Solve text box if you initiate combat with her. Upon seeing Corrin, she'll tear up and beg them to come back home, which leads Corrin to tear up and refuse. Camilla is heartbroken, but still refuses to hurt her beloved younger sibling. She'd rather die than lay a hand on them. She obviously doesn't die. Sorry, Camilla haters. If somehow you manage to get her to fight Azura, she'll apologize for how things were when they were children. Azura will tell her that none of that matters anymore and has nothing to do with her decision. Also, before any of you ask, yes, you can theoretically kill Charlotte and Benny on turn 1. But they come back later, so they actually just retreat. You don't get anything special out of doing this though, and the story will not take it into consideration because literally, who the fuck would bother doing that? After you kick Camilla's ass, she orders a retreat into the fortress. But a damaged Charlotte and Benny run out, informing they've been infiltrated and they need to get the fuck out of there. Everyone runs away, with Camilla staying behind, swearing to Corrin she refuses to give up on them. They stay there, speechless, as Ryoma and Scarlet come out of the fortress, telling everyone it's been cleared out. Takumi asks how it took them so little time, and Ryoma explains everything, and we get a pretty cool cutscene of them fighting off the border guards, them being Scarlet, Ryoma, just as a FYI. After this, the gang takes shelter within the fortress, with the townsfolk taking up position to defend themselves from any incoming attacks. Korn and Ko go to bed to get some much-needed rest, with Ryoma saying they'll discuss their next move in the morning. As everyone walks away, Ryoma asks a word with Korn before they leave for bed. Once they get some alone time, he asks them if they're okay and if they're adapting well to Hoshido. Korn says everything's fine and thanks Ryoma for asking, but he insists on knowing if anything is bothering them. Korn insists on being fine and Ryoma sighs, telling them that if they ever need anything, he'll be more than happy to help. Korn tells him to relax a little bit. Hinoka and the others have taken great care of them for weeks now. Ryoma chuckles and tells him he just feels guilty about running away to Chev, leaving them alone right after they came to Hoshido, then dragging them back to Nor when they most likely don't want to be here. Korn tells him he has nothing to feel bad about, and they then bid each other goodnight and walk away. Chapter 15, A Forgotten Land. During the night right after the siege of the fort in Chev, Korn is restless and kinda just sits on their bed looking at the ground. Azura notices this and asks what they're doing up like this, and they say they can't sleep. She gets up and asks if they want to go for a walk, and they agree, saying that maybe they just need some fresh air. We then cut to them strolling around outside, with Azura asking if they want to talk about what's on their mind, and Corrin indulges her. They say that when they sided with Hoshido, they had hope that conflict wouldn't arise, as they were unsure if they could face their Norian siblings in battle. Azura asks them why they chose Hoshido, and Corrin takes a moment to consider their words. After a moment, they tell her they chose this side because they wanted to know more of where they came from, but still doesn't know a thing. Azura asks them what the Rainbow Sage said to them, and they say he mentioned something about resembling his brother, someone named Ananka, but she cuts them off before they can finish saying that name. Azura looks at them straight into their dumb little eyes and tells them they can never speak of that name here. Corrin's confused and asks why. She answers that she can show them something, but they can never speak of it. Corrin agrees, but doesn't really understand what's going on. Azura then opens up a portal with her Ocean's Grey Wave song and takes Corrin's hand as they walk into it. Once on the other side, she explains everything she knows. Azura reveals they are in Vala, the Forbidden Land. Corrin's confused and asks how or why they came here, and Azura explains that her mother was from here and she was born in Vala, but they ran away to Nor when she was just a child. She tells them she doesn't know much about Vala, as her memory of her childhood here is scattered. She faintly remembers some things her mother told her. Corrin then asks why she comes here, and tearfully Azura answers that she had hoped her father was still alive. Corrin apologizes for bringing it up, but she reassures them that it's only natural they're curious. Corrin then asks Azura what she meant by "there's a curse on both of us," and she takes a moment to consider her words. "I've had my doubts ever since I've seen you turn into a dragon, that day in Hoshido. But being bestowed the legendary sword Oasis only confirmed my suspicions. You are Valite, Corrin. Mikoto is my mother's sister. I didn't know if you were from here, but I believe you were born in Vala, much like myself." Corrin stands there speechless, pale as a ghost. They then ask who her father could be, and Azura doesn't know. She explains she can't even be sure that Corrin is Valite, as it's only her belief that they are. Azura takes a deep breath and reveals to Corrin the rest of what she knows. Vala is a land that exists in the same world as Nor and Hoshido, but is only accessible if you have one of the 5 pendants. She then explains her mother gave her hers before passing away, and Takumi having Mikoto's confirmed she had one as well. Corrin asks what happened to the others, and Azura has no idea. Azura picks back up her story again, explaining that Vala is a magical land. Exiled powerful mages from around the world gathered here and praise the Silent Dragon, otherwise known as Anankos, the first dragon. Corrin remembers what the Rainbow Sage said and asks if that's the same Anankos, and while Azura can't confirm, she believes they're the same person, and didn't want to risk Corrin getting zapped away for speaking his name. She then apologizes, as this is about the extent of her knowledge. Corrin looks down. Azura gets closer and asks them if they're okay, and Corrin looks up at her and says they're just very overwhelmed with everything, but thanks her for giving them the chance to know more about their origins. Azura hugs them, and a few seconds later, Corrin wipes her tears and asks Azura if she heard a sound, and she nods yes. They both stand up to see the same monster-like people that attacked in Hoshido, and Azura says they've attracted too much attention, but doesn't understand how. Corrin pulls out Ganglary, and it's as if the sword came to life. Corrin asks who could have done it, and Azura follows up by saying it must be whoever crafted that blade. Corrin agrees, and says that Yago must have ties to Vala somehow, as any history of him in Nor is practically non-existent before he came into Garen's life, and Azura agrees. With both of them setting up for battle, Azura discourages trying to hop back into the portal, and advises they ditch the sword somewhere and defeat anyone coming at them to not bring any of them back home, since everyone is sleeping in it. This is when they hear a familiar voice come in and charge towards them. Reina. She asks what this place is, and Azura tells her she doesn't have time to explain. They need to get the fuck out there before they're overwhelmed. The trio prepares for battle as monsters come in. That's right, Birthright, Vala, Electric Boogaloo. Literally so many chapters in Birthright are just filler, it's actually sad. So let's reuse this sick setup, but flip it. It's the same map as Conquest, except you start from the right as opposed to the left, and the escape tiles are on the left. Reina is here because she's like Gunter's opposite, symbolism or some shit. At the start of the map, Corrin chucks the Ganglary off a cliff and says they hope this will get the weirdos away from them. After the battle wraps up, Azura affirms that it's safe to return, but before she starts opening the portal, Corrin asks her to wait. They've been thinking about everything this entire time, and they ask Azura if Mikoto really is their mother, and she says yes. Corrin starts tearing up, saying it's all their fault if she's in the state she's in and they can't remember anything about her at all. They know nothing of her, the sacrifices she made for them. Where they come from? Nothing at all. They betrayed their adoptive family only to learn nothing of what they came to seek. Azura then starts telling them more about Mikoto. She speaks of her big heart, how she cared for everyone, how much she loved her children. She recounts one time when she had tripped and twisted her ankle, and Mikoto refused to let any of the caretakers soothe the wound. She insisted on doing it herself. Korn starts crying and says, "What a wonderful woman. I hope I can one day be more like her." Azura reaches into her pocket and pulls out an ornament and hands it to Korin. They ask what this is, and Azura explains that one day when she was singing, Mikoto handed her this and told her that one day she'll need to give it to someone very important. She believes that someone is you and hopes she fulfilled Mikoto's wish. Korin holds it close to her heart and a bright light appears from it, exactly like a promotion item. That's right, Korin has a story-based promotion once again. After learning more of their origin, Korin's understanding of themselves is better and they can therefore unlock the power within this cute little ornament and promote the Hoshido Noble. Since this is Birthright, it's the logical conclusion. While Garen is their adoptive father, this doesn't change the fact that Korin's heart and spirit seeks to know more of their Hoshidan origins. Learning about Mikoto, despite her coma, helps them learn more from their origins to truly understand themselves better and start becoming at peace with their choice of Hoshido. Azura opens the portal back to Chev and they all walk through it. Back in Chev, Azura promises Korin she'll be there with them through the thick and thin of it. Korin thanks her endlessly, tearing up as they do, but she brushes them off, giggling. "We're partners in destiny, Korin. Of course I'll be here for you." After this cute little interaction happens, Reyna is still puzzled at what happened, but she says she's not interested in knowing about it as it seems way above her pay grade. She tells the two freaks to go get some sleep as she needs to keep making her rounds. Chapter 16. A Fierce Competition. The next morning, the royals, along with Reyna, gather up to discuss their next move. Takumi, Azura, and Korin all seem a bit restless. With Ryoma asking if they're alright, Reyna chimes in and says she caught the latter two enjoying a night stroll. Takumi says he's fine and to pay him no mind. Ryoma then continues that they have two choices in front of them, given that Camilla got away and will tell Garen what happened here. They can either leave back to Hoshido and leave the Chevians to take care of the rest, or stay here and help them. Hinoka comments that perhaps it would be best to return home and leave some troops here, as they've been away for a while. Sakura, Azura, and Korin all agree. Ryoma asks Takumi his opinion, and he kinda just nods and blurts out, "Yeah, sure," as if he was trying to hide something. Hinoka asks what's wrong, and he tries brushing her off, but instead just collapses on the ground. Everyone rushes to him, with Sakura trying to figure out what's wrong. She cries out that his forehead is burning up and he has all these weird red rashes on his skin. Korin suggests that he might have caught something and Azura concedes, stating that breaking the curse must have weakened his immune system and the constant pushing forward left him vulnerable to some kind of virus. Hinoka says they need to treat him ASAP, as he definitely can't make the trip back home like this. Takumi tries getting back up to prove he's fine, but can't even stand up before collapsing again. Korin gets up in a hurry and points at the map, yelling out that they need to get him there now. Ryoma and Reyna turn their attention to the map and Ryoma says, "Makraf? Palace of Doctors?" Korin nods and explains that there, Takumi can be treated in no time at all, and Ryoma trusts Korin's suggestion, asking everyone to pack their shit and leave. Hinoka runs out to grab her Pegasus, with Ryoma putting Takumi on his back to carry him. The crew arrives at Palace Makraf later that day. The entrance is guarded by a whole bunch of Norian soldiers.
Shit. Here we go
Which
again.
Silas remarks is rather unusual for them to be stationed here. Korin agrees, saying that they've never known the place to be guarded at all, actually. They try approaching the guards and ask to be let through, but they all shrug at them, saying, "We're not letting any traitors in while Prince Sander is here." Korin asks what Sander is doing here, but they don't answer. They try pushing their way past the guards, but to no avail. This is when Ryoma steps forward and tells them to get out of their way if they value their lives. The guards stand their ground, which leaves Ryoma no other choice. They push their way through and inside the palace, which is obviously crawling with Norians. Ryoma gets everyone to get to their stations, as they'll need to cut their way through this one. The boss of this map is now Alexander, with his two retainers taking up the places of some of the generics, which I will show just now on the map. The two retainers will have some lines with any Norian-aligned characters if they fight. Oh, just very quickly, Xander only has Siegfried, Laszlo has an iron sword and a killing edge, and Perry has a steel lance as well as a javelin. They're both unpromoted. Xander obviously speaks to Korin as well as Azura and Ryoma. If Korin engages Xander, he will be shocked to see them and ask if this is some kind of prank. Korin informs him that they're only here to get treatment for their brother, then asks Xander why he's here. Xander tells him Garen's health declined drastically since they left, and he came to Makrath in hopes of getting a doctor or two to follow him back to the castle to treat him. Corin apologizes for bursting in here and tells him they don't want any trouble, but tells Xander they need to reach those doctors no matter what, even if they are heartbroken to learn about Garen's condition. If Azura engages Xander, he'll be upset to see her with the Hoshidan army, and tells her he had hoped their next meeting wouldn't be as enemies. Azura tells him she shares the same feelings about the matter, but she has to walk this path no matter what. Xander will never kill Corin or Azura in this chapter, only bring them down to 1 HP. Any surrounding enemies can kill them, however. For Ryoma, they'll just be like, haha, we meet again, my arch nemesis. The map objective is changed to escape in under 16 turns. The escape tiles are the 4 tiles where Xander is, so you don't have to fight him to escape. Takumi is still unusable here, and all the loot dropped is the same. Once the battle wraps up, whichever way the player beats Xander, he'll order a retreat and say they can't keep fighting like this. If Corin spoke to Xander, they'll ask if there's any other way to help Garen. If they don't speak, Corin will insist what happened for him to be here like this, and this is when Xander explains Garen's situation. In either case, Ryoma tells them they can't do anything about it, as they have to care for their own right now. Xander calls them selfish monsters and laments the fact that they deceived Corin into joining them before fucking off. Obro comes charging in with Takumi in her arms and rushes to the back of the building where all the doctors are cooped up. The royals follow behind her and tell everyone the battle is over and they need to treat Takumi quickly. If Obro dies, then Hinata is the one rushing in. If both of them die, then a generic is rushing him in. The next scene is in the evening with the sun setting down. Azura and Corin are sitting outside the palace with Hinoka joining them. She then tells them Takumi's condition is stable, and he should be fine in about a day. The pair are relieved to hear this, but the conversation quickly dies down. Hinoka asks what's gotten into Corin to be so not talkative, and this is when Corin expresses sadness over Garen's condition. They blame themselves for his health getting worse, saying that the stress of them leaving must have been the last straw for him. Hinoka tries to console them, saying they couldn't have known this would happen, but Corin just starts crying. They say they've been so happy to be in Hoshido, but the last few days have been like torture for them. Azura rubs their back and tells them everything will be okay, that they're not alone in all of this, and they're surrounded by love. Corin dries her tears and gives her a, yeah, you're right, before apologizing for their sudden outburst. They then ask if the doctors were able to diagnose Takumi with anything, and Hinoka shakes her head yes. She explains it's exactly as Azura theorized. Azura sighs and says he yet again pushed himself too hard, but Hino takes part of the blame for this. Corin, in a more cheerful mood, says, hey, what happened to not blaming ourselves? Which gets a smile out of the two sisters, and they all hug it out. Chapter 17 of Men and Beasts. After Takumi recovers from COVID, the usual crew gathers up around the map and reflect on their next move. They're almost instantly interrupted by Scarlet, who barges in announcing that Shev has fallen, and the Norian seize back control. Ryoma, in utter shock, asks how this could have happened, and one of the scouts walks in and explains the situation. After they left, a huge army led by Leo, Camilla, and Elise charged in and took back the town with no issue at all. All their troops were captured,
Oh no!
and the royals are still occupying the town as we speak. Ryoma says this is awful news, and Takumi adds that they need to leave immediately before they get sandwiched between their army and Xander's army. Everyone agrees, with Corin pointing out an escape plan. If they run straight across to Port Dia, they should be able to steal a boat all the way back to Shirasagi. Ryoma once again trusts his siblings' judgment, with Corin adding that there's one catch to this. The straight road goes through Mount Gabriel, habited by the Wolfskin people. Sakura asks who they are and why they're a problem, and Corin explains that they really don't like humans, and they might need to fight their way through. Ryoma says they'll do whatever they need to do, and orders everyone to hurry their asses on the road. Every minute counts. The next scene starts when the Hoshidans arrive at the clan's lair. Corin is leading the march, and Sakura worries that all this traveling might bring back her ankle injury. Hinoka tells her she can hop on her back, and she takes her up on that offer. After climbing for a few more minutes, Sakura, with her newly acquired height, notices some kind of village in the mountain's flat top. She points at it timidly to draw everyone's attention. Then Ryoma steps forward to open the march and tells Corin to stand back. He tells Takumi to come with him and start heading towards the village, with Azura, Sakura, and Hinoka and the rest of the army behind some rocks further back. Takumi asks if they speak some kind of local language, and Ryoma goes, shit, I didn't even consider that. Corin says they know a fair amount of Old Norian. As they get closer, Corin tries greeting the clan in the old tongue, and they kind of just look at them confused. One wolfskin steps forward and asks who they are. They're all pretty surprised to hear he speaks the same language as them, and Ryoma opens up by introducing himself and his siblings. The wolfskin introduced himself as Keaton, the leader of the clan. Ryoma reaches a hand out to shake hands, but Keaton just sniffs it. He awkwardly puts it away. Keaton asks them what business they have coming through their land, and Corin explains that they're just taking a little detour to Port Dia. Keaton raises an eyebrow and asks why that is, but before they can answer, he says, "Oh, I get it. Filthy poachers. Sorry, you can't fool me, human. You will not take me or any of my tribesmen alive. Besides, your garments are dead away your Hoshiden. I'm afraid this is as far as you will come to your birthright." Corin sighs and asks if there's any way he'll reconsider, and he shakes his head no, and orders his men to mobilize to annihilate the Hoshiden threat. The trio pull back and get their forces involved. The battle plays out much the same way, gameplay-wise. The rout the enemy objective remains the same, as the wolfskin are literally storming you and want you dead, so leaving some alive for a reward wouldn't make much sense. I'll add a cool little Easter egg between Kaden and Keaton. If Keaton attacks Kaden, he'll be like, "Never thought I'd see a kitsune in the flesh." A lot more impressive than in the tales, and Kaden calls his wolf skin kind of dirty and strange, and then they duke it out. After the battle ends, Corin laments that things had to end this way, but Ryoma tells them to keep their chin up. It wasn't their fault. He asks the army to give one final push to Port Dia to finally escape back to their homeland. Corin asks if they shouldn't bury them or something, as this is kind of barbaric to leave them out like this. Takumi remarks they don't really have time to do that, but Ryoma sighs and tells everyone to dig up some graves. They can at least do that for them after wiping them out like that. Corin smiles and thanks Ryoma. The next scene is a fairly short but fun one. At night, the Hoshiden army arrives at Port Dia and sends out the ninja trio, if you didn't kill them, to clear the way to a boat. They get some neat interactions of the characters trying to sneak around, most notably Setsuna completely failing at this and just wandering around the town with Azuma and Hinoka grabbing her back into the shadows whenever necessary. Salas and Corin talk about how nice Port Dia is, with your servant retainer shushing them both before they can get spotted. The trio comes back and tells everyone to follow them, and it's more of the same I just discussed until they get aboard. They then quickly try to set sail, with some townsfolk coming out with torches, yelling out asking who's there, before the boat just leaves the port. Chapter 18, For the Glory of Hoshido. Everyone's back at Shirasagi for about a month now. We open up the chapter with Corin and Sakura sitting by Mikoto's bedside, with Sakura playing her koto while they just sit there. Corin tells her she's pretty good at it, and remarks his younger sister back in Nor was also pretty good with instruments. Sakura stops playing and sits next to them, twiddling her thumbs. Corin smiles and tells her it's okay, and she swallows and then says, "Do you miss them?" And Corin laughs, saying, "Of course I miss them, but I'm also happy to be here with all of you." Sakura inches closer to Corin and rests her head against her shoulder, and they wrap their arm around her. Meanwhile, Ryoma is sitting there holding his head with Hinoka and Takumi walking in. Takumi asks why he wanted to see them, and he hands him a letter which reads as follows.
Prince Ryoma of Hoshido, I, King of Nor, Garen, declare war against the nation of Hoshido for your numerous transgressions against my people, my kingdom, and most of all, my child, Prince Corin of Nor. For too long we have endured this vile treatment, and we will resolve this once and for all. There will be no negotiations, no mercy. I seek to end this conflict forevermore, to rescue my child from your evil grasp.
Takumi stands there and says, "That's not good at all." And Hinoka grabs the letter from him, reads it, and says the exact same thing. Ryoma informs them he's already told Yukimura, Orochi, and Reina, which leads Takumi to ask him what he wants to do. He says they have no choice. They must march into Nor and fight them head on. Hinoka asks if he's told the others, and he says no, then gets up from his chair and tells them he wanted to consult with them first about it. Takumi nods and says he'll track down Azura and whoever else he can find to gather them here. Hinoka says she'll go get Sakura and Corin. Ryoma thanks them and tells them to rendezvous in the training ground courtyard. The next scene is Ryoma atop of a little platform speaking to the entire army, with Yukimura, Takumi, Hinoka, and Reina there with him. Azura turns to Corin and wonders what this could be about, and Corin's not sure, but they have a bad feeling about this. Ryoma then gives a speech about the war declaration, her plan to move their army inland and attack them head-on, as their army is much larger than theirs. He asks everyone to lend their help once again and promises them this is the last few battles they will ever see through. The crowd cheers him on, and Corin just stands there silent. After the whole thing is done, Ryoma approaches his siblings and apologizes for keeping them in the dark. Korin understands his methods and tells him it's okay. They knew this would come eventually. Ryoma's shocked at Korin's kinda chill reaction to all of this, and they tell him maybe it hasn't sunk in yet, but I chose what I chose, and if I start doubting everything now, it'll have been for nothing. Ryoma nods and says the Hoshiden equivalent to amen. Sakura asks about Mikoto and the whole situation. She's been getting better and better and might wake up soon. Ryoma tells her she can stay behind if she wishes, but Sakura immediately shuts down the idea and says she refuses to be a coward and hide while her siblings fight and bleed for her safety. She recommends her bravery, with Hinoka and Takumi walking in on the conversation and agreeing with her. Hinoka says they just finished rallying up their respective battalions, which leads Ryoma to be like, oh yeah, Korin, I'm putting you in charge of weapon inventory. Korin nods and says they're happy to be of service. The next scene is all of them consulting about where to invade. Ryoma suggests they go straight for the mainland, as boats are too unreliable and can fucking sink. Sakura immediately agrees to no boats, and Yukimura asks Korin which approach they should take. Korin points at the bridge where they took them in the middle of the divide. They point to the route they should take, which should only be a few weeks, all things considered, if no trouble befalls them. They explain that the woods of Furlong would be best to go undetected at first, as little to no civilians live there. Then going through Dragonfall Fort, which is usually abandoned, followed by the Demon's Falls, a natural barrier protecting Windmire from enemy invasions. It's a risky area, but it's not very guarded. From then on, it should only take about 2 days to travel to the capital. Yukimura questions the detour to the woods, as they're known to be deadly, and Korin agrees with him, but explains that Norians don't go there, ever. If they go straight to the Demon's Falls, they might run into dozens of villages that would alert Garen almost immediately. Yukimura thanks Korin for their help and asks if anyone has questions, but they'll plead the fifth. He then tells everyone he'll stay behind for Mikoto and leave the fighting to them. Before everyone leaves, Yukimura pulls Ryoma aside to question. He asks the prince if he fully trusts Korin. Ryoma says that he does with his full heart and that while he understands his skepticism, testing Korin in front of everyone like that is a shitty move. Yukimura stands firm in his actions and says that he does what he does for the good of his country. He then asks about the other Norians, if he trusts them. Ryoma thinks for a second. If you married him to either Scarlet or Felicia by now, he'll say that he trusts his wife entirely. If you have a B support or higher between Silas and Ryoma, he'll also say he trusts Silas completely. If he's not married to any of them or doesn't have a B or higher support with any of them, he'll say he's given no reason to not trust them so far. Yukimura tells him to be vigilant in Nor if he's going to be traveling with Norians, and Ryoma, realizing that he won't give this shit up, says he understands and walks away. As the Hoshidens approach the divide, they can hear a familiar voice behind them. In comes Izuna, out of breath, yelling out for everyone to wait. The gang is shooketh, and Ryoma asks what brings him here. He tells everyone he hauled ass over here to come join them, as news reach him of Nor's impending invasion. Before anyone can ask how he knows, he says, "The gods told me. Don't ask how they know." Korin asks if he should be here and who's overseeing Izumo, which Izuna nonchalantly says he just quit. Hinoka asks why he would ever do that, and he explains that he just wanted to repay the kindness they showed him by saving his life, and that a boat was not a proper payback. Sakura tells him she's glad to have him on board, and Takumi turns to the others saying, "Oh, I did not miss this at all." We then cut to the Norians walking through the forest, trying their best to not fall into a swamp or get eaten by some big-ass plant. As they continue to walk, Takumi hears a strange noise and everyone stops dead in their tracks, only to realize they're surrounded by monsters. Hinoka sighs and says, "I knew this was gonna happen," and Ryoma tells everyone to be vigilant and stick together. So the map is still like the forlorn shithole thing, except the map is bigger. I'll just extend it by like 10 tiles horizontally and make it so that flyers cannot fly over the tree in the middle. Leo and his retainers are entirely absent here. Monsters do not spawn in from poisonous swamps, they appear as reinforcements instead. The boss will be a golden faceless, as I've discussed previously. The flying monster gargoyles that I've talked about in the Conquest video also show up here as reinforcements and replace some of the regular faceless. And just as a fuck you, 2 Stoneborns will come in on turn 5 on all difficulties. Why? Because I can. The objective is route also. After the map wraps up, Korin tells everyone these monsters are crawling all over the place and they need to move quickly to get out of there as fast as fucking possible. Sakura will mention that these are the exact same monsters they've encountered in Hoshido, and Takumi says reports have been coming endlessly about all kinds of monsters like these across the country. Ezra wonders how they could be everywhere like this, but Ryoma reminds them that they need to keep moving unless they want to be monster dinner. Chapter 19. Complications at Fort Dragonfall. The gang finally escape the shithole that is the Woods of Forlorn and arrive at Fort Dragonfall. Ryoma suggests that they should take up shelter here and rest for a bit. No one is opposed to this, and his retainers go ahead and scout the fort to ensure it's safe. While this happens, Hinoka expresses she's glad they have Korn, as their knowledge makes this a lot easier. As soon as she says this though, she apologizes as it was a little insensitive. Korn says it's okay, and they know what she meant, but before this can get any more healthy family relationship vibes, the retainers come back with dire news. They explain, in a hurry, that the fort is not, in fact, abandoned, and it is actually crawling with thieves. Ryoma asks if they were spotted, and Kagero says she doesn't think they were. Takumi asks if they should still try to take the place for themselves, and Sakura says it'd be easier to treat people's wounds with a roof over their head. Azura adds that if they were just thieves, the Norians won't know that they're here if they all just disappear. So everyone gets together and prepares for battle. Obviously, this map is different. We're not having two faceless maps back to back because this is no longer bird filler. The fort is crawling with just generic enemies at the average level for that point in the game. There are no reinforcements, and this is a defeat boss map. You could just stealth the map and defeat the boss if you wanted to, but where's the fun in that? The Fias are protecting their loot and will just move around the map, aggroed or not. Also, apparently the maps are different, and this is the shorter one for some reason, so fuck that. We're using the Conquest version. The Dragon Veins are also available and spawn acid pools that the enemies will walk into and damage themselves. Here's the twist. The boss is Shura. He took shelter here with his band of merry thieves after nearly being arrested in Windermere. The enemies will have a line alerting the others if you enter their range, but this doesn't do anything. It's just an attention to detail because this is what these 6-hour-long videos are all about. After the battle ends, Shura will beg for his life, insisting that he meant no ill will towards them and just wanted to hide from the Norians. Takumi says they should just put him out of his misery, and Hinoka insists, but Korn is uncertain. They say that maybe they could use a man like him to get around the capital. Ryoma isn't opposed to their idea and asks the others. Everyone is a bit uncomfortable with the idea, but Azura says they could use all the help they can get. Sakura agrees and says everyone here is more than strong enough to stop him if he tries anything. Ryoma nods and asks everyone for their final say. Takumi and Hinoka are still a no. Azura and Sakura are on a maybe. Ryoma's vote is yes, and Korn is the tiebreaker. If they say no, then Shura dies and you get some boots. If you say yes, you get Shura. If you execute him, he curses you out and says Hoshidans are the most heartless people he's ever met. If you say yes, he thanks you and promises to be of some use to your cause, as he's got a bone to pick with Nor. If any of the ninjas are still alive, later during the evening, you get a scene with them and Shura. Shura will ask them if they're from Rokushu, and they confirm, identifying themselves with their clan. They then ask why, and this is when Shura reveals he's from Koga. Kazi immediately understands and tells him Kotaro has been taken care of. Shura, shocked, asks when and how this happened. So they then explain everything that went down with the ninja subplot. Shura starts monologuing about how he's been dreaming of killing that man for years now, yet seems relieved to hear that the world is finally rid of him, saying his family can finally rest in peace now. Kagero sympathizes and says that all those lost souls can rest once and for all with that trash taken out. Saizo doesn't like the sentimental shit and just walks away. If any of them are dead, their lines are given to someone else. If all of them are dead, this scene doesn't happen at all, as Shura is not a fucking psychic. Chapter 20. Scaling the Demon's Falls. Some short amount of time after the last chapter, the crew takes their leave once more and heads for the Demon's Falls. As they approach, Hinoka says the heat is suffocating her, and says it's no wonder no one guards this place. Korn shares that this is the first time they've ever come here, and they only heard tales of the heat, but it's somehow worse than what they heard. As they fared up the mountain, they noticed something unusual. More monsters. The crew is pretty annoyed with this, but Korn asks how the ever-loving fuck there can be so many. Usually they're taken care of before they can be a big problem. Takumi suggests that maybe they're short-handed and haven't bothered with the remote locations, but Azura nudges him, and then he realizes what he just said and apologizes. Korn sighs and says he's right, but that they can't dwell on it. Ryoma tells everyone to be extremely vigilant of where they step and to beware the ground they walk on just as much as the enemies. So about the map. There will only be Stormborns on the map at first, but once you enter the range, they will roar and spawn faceless, golden facelesses, and gargoyles with the poison claws feeding. They spawn in like 3 at a time on hard and lunatic and 2 on normal, just to be nice to the player. It's only once you reach the top platform that things take a different turn. 5 on hard and lunatic, 3 on normal, Zombie-like people will appear out of thin air and just attack you. Just a random assortment of enemies from the map. All the loot remains the same otherwise. After the last few monsters are sent to the Shadow Realm, Corn reflects to Azura about how strange that they just showed up here. She mentions they resemble those who attacked them in Hoshido, as well as the portal to a place with no name. Corn agrees and wonders if these monsters come from the same place, but Azura can't be too sure. If Gangleri is gone, why are they still on them like this? Corn proposes that maybe they flock together, like if one feels threatened, more come to them. Azura shrugs and says it's a solid theory, but they can't really ask him. Takumi interrupts them and asks what they're yapping about, but the two tell him it's nothing important. Hinaka comes running in and tells everyone the coast is clear and they can keep charging ahead. A little bit later, they reach an old settlement that seems to be abandoned. Ryoma remarks that this place looks like shit, and Azura wonders if the townsfolk were attacked by these monsters or something. Some scouts go ahead and search the area, finding that it's completely empty. Ryoma says they'll set up camp here and continue their march in like a day or two, as they won't get to rest for a fucking while after that. Everyone likes the idea and settles in, preparing for the final stretch. Now is as any good time as any to mention that the layout for my castle is completely unique to this chapter alone. You get the usual Norian standard look, but with broken and rundown buildings. Characters will have lines about how the ceilings are leaking and shit. The arena, for example, might just have random status effects because the town is like Chernobyl. Just completely random and stupid, but Birthright really needs some love, and what better way to convey that than to torture the player? Also, if you talk to Hayato, he will tell you that some of his tribesmen came by to help with the war effort and brought him the Crane Spirit, a weapon only forged by their tribe. The scroll is an A-rank weapon with 10 might, 80 hit, 0 crit, and no debuffs. It gives you +2 speed. The downside being is that you need A-rank, you get it at chapter 20, there's only one available so no forging, and you need a good mage to make good use of it. The crane bird is really important in Chinese legends, and it was the only animal missing from the original lineup, so here it is. It's a bit of a weird placement for it, I know, but Conquest had it, and it would be a waste to not have it here as well. Hayato gives it to you and says you should hold on to it, as it's your job. Chapter 21, Assault on Windmire. The chapter opens up with the Hoshidan crew preparing to leave, only to be met with a messenger who comes with urgent news. He informs everyone that Queen Mikoto has woken up, and that she has left Hoshido with Yukimura to join them on their war effort against Nor. Everyone is shocked and rejoiced to hear this, with Orochi and Reina being happy to hear they're not out of a job yet. The Hoshidan siblings can barely believe what they just heard, and this amazing news boosts everyone's morale. Korn and Sakura panic a bit though, and ask Ryoma what they should do since they've come so far into Nor. He tells them they're welcome to go back home if they wish, but that he needs to stay here. Takumi and Hinoka also express wanting to go back home to see her, but side with Ryoma and that they need to focus their attention here. Ryoma tells them they'll see her again very soon and that everything will be just fine. The next scene is them arriving at the city limits of Windmire, with Korn exclaiming that they arrived. Ryoma thanks them for getting them through Nor like this and commends their strength and bravery. Shura, who you totally didn't kill at this point, will come forward and say that he can get you through the sewers of the city to get to the castle while avoiding most patrols. They need to walk through the city first to get to the sewers though. If he's dead, all of this will instead be given to Jacob, and if Jacob is dead, then like, what are you doing? Obviously, a bunch of Hoshidans would attract a lot of attention, so as they march into the town, they're immediately stopped by Norian guards. Gunter arrives and says they've been expecting them, but this is as far as they'll go. He expresses chagrin over Korn's standing with the Hoshidans and says it's such a shame they decided to come back and spit in their faces like this after they raised them. Korn apologizes for seeming ungrateful, but says this is how things need to be and they don't regret their choice. Gunter challenges them out on that and says to get to their siblings in Garen, they'll need to cut him down. Korn gulps and says they understand. Gunter returns back to his position on the map and speaks to Elise, Effie, and Arthur and informs them that the Hoshidans made it here and that they must defend this place no matter what. All understand and take up their posts, with Gunter telling Elise to stay behind him. Effie and Arthur are additional enemies, and Effie stands at the bottom with all of the mages, and Arthur stands at the right side with the berserkers. Effie is a general, and Arthur is a hero, just to set that up clearly. I'm switching Gunter to the furthest back made position. I'll just add an arrow to the drawing so you understand where I'm getting at. Elise is instead the one in the back with her Freyr staff. She's a strategist and has the Ragnarok tome and a physic as well. She drops a spirit dust if you defeat her. Gunter has a silver lance and a silver star axe. If he has a spear and a silver axe, Arthur comes with a brave sword, a tomahawk, and a concoction. The objective of this map is changed to defeat boss instead of route. Elise and her retainers have a conversation with Khorne only. Gunter with every servant, Silas, and Khorne. Elise is heartbroken and starts crying, saying she's only been having nightmare about this situation happening someday. Khorne starts crying as well, but tries to hide it, telling her they never once wished to hurt her and they still don't want to. Elise dries her tears and says that if she has to die today, she at least wants to do it with a brave face. Everyone else will just call Khorne a filthy traitor and guilt trip them over leaving. Gunter does the same to anyone he has a convo with, just different flavors to better fit their dynamic. Just mentioning it, but every named character here doesn't die and they will instead have the Bismix line stance. After the battle ends, Ryoma orders the Hoshidans to rally up the survivors, that being any named characters. Gunter demands to know why Khorne didn't kill them, and they simply say they could never bring themselves to kill those who raised them. A detained Gunter stands there speechless for a few moments before saying, with a smirk, "I've always known you were too soft for this." Some Hoshidans are being a little rough with the Norians detainees, and Khorne intervenes, telling them to treat them with respect. They kind of pretend they didn't hear that until Ryoma shouts at them to listen to their commander, and they'll cower away apologizing. Elise looks at them, holding back tears, and shouts out to them, "Khorne, please, spare all of them. Something's wrong with father, you must save him." And Khorne runs to her, wanting to know more. She tries explaining that ever since they left, he's been getting worse and worse, and none of them recognize him anymore. They all believe Yago is the one who pushed him to do all of this, and Khorne nods, promising her they'll fix this. They then consult with Azura, who says she heard everything. She ponders for a few moments and says that her knowledge on Yago is very limited, but she's starting to believe he's scheming something bad. Khorne agrees, but expresses that being away from Nor for so long has made them miss all the important footnotes of what the fuck he's been up to. Azura proposes that perhaps Lee or Camilla might know more, and when they run into them, they'll need to ask. We then reunite with the royals plus Shura, who escorts them through the sewers, and they'll hurry along, evading the incoming reinforcements. Once down there, the Hoshidans set up pace and maintain a part of their forces down here to treat those too gravely wounded to continue, as well as detain the prisoners to make sure they don't escape and become a problem again. Later that evening, Azura is chatting with Khorne about everything that's happened, and they reflect on Elise's words. Sakura says she's resting right now, as she adds that chatting with Elise seemed to have lifted up her spirits a bit, and Khorne is relieved to hear she's well. Takumi gets a bit curious and asks what Azura meant when she said that Yago is behind all of this, and this is when Khorne explains to their siblings who Yago is. Hinoka says he'll definitely be a problem for them, and if he's pulling the strings, he must be extremely powerful. Khorne explains that Xander has been skeptical of him since day one, but them being gone probably stretched their forces so thinly that Xander no longer has any time to monitor that fucker. Ryoma expresses that this is a sad situation indeed, but to not let the hypotheticals cloud their judgment, as one wrong move could get them killed. Khorne understands and thanks their siblings for being so understanding. The My Castle layout base is also a completely new idea. It's based on the sewers of the capital. Maybe a wee bit gross, but whatever. Every building is a temporary tent, because obviously there's no full-fledged town down here of all places. That would be really dumb, right? You can visit Elise in jail here because why not? She can't be persuaded to join your side, however. You can also talk to her retainers and can get a glimpse into their funny, quirky personalities. Chapter 22. Traversing the Catacombs. The crew rests for a handful of hours to catch their breath before they continue their assault. As they move further into the tunnels, Shura tells them about the area, like how many petty criminals hide out here, and this is basically the heart of the criminal world. Takumi asks how safe it is exactly for them to tread here, and Shura clarifies they're not stepping into anyone's territory, so they shouldn't have any problems. Khorne says they've heard Leo and Camilla often talk about how fragile the ecosystem was for crime in the capital, but they had no clue all of it was happening down here in these sewers. Shura explains that the heists on the castle are all attempted through here, as the sewers connect to the catacombs underneath Krakenberg. Hinoka jokes that it seems like a terrible concept, but Khorne explains that this was done on purpose in case Hoshido ever invaded, at least according to what they read on the blueprints in the library upstairs. Azura comments that it's ironic they're invading by the same route taken to escape said invasion, and Ryoma tells everyone to remain silent as to not attract any unwanted attention. As they get closer and closer to the catacombs, Sakura says she can't shake that uneasy feeling she has, and Ryoma agrees, saying it feels like they're walking into a trap. Korin theorizes that they might be expecting this from them and to stay vigilant. They're at a disadvantage here. They walk a little closer, but Ryoma stops dead in his tracks and tells everyone to mobilize for battle. Korin was right. They're not alone here. Soldiers then come out from behind pillars and circle them, and the gang cuts them down, cutting to the battle prep screen. Oh boy, this map. So, some changes here. Camilla is no longer the boss of this map. This role now belongs to Leo, with his trusty retainers. Effie and Arthur are not present as they've already been fought and captured in the last map.
Nice!
Leo has his trusty Brynhilde. Odin has Mjolnir and Nosferatu. Nels has a killer bow and a silver bow, as well as a concoction. Nels and Shura also have a special convo where they both recognize each other and laugh about how they ended up on opposing sides in the least likely scenario. All three of them have a conversation with Korin. Leo has one of Azura and your retainer servant. For Azura, he says he knows who she is and wishes she would have come to their side instead, but Azura stands firm in her position and tells him, perhaps in another life, we would have been allies. For Jacob/Felicia, he says he's thankful they chose to follow Korin, but he also feels disgust in seeing a Norian stand side by side with potions. Niles and Odin tell Korin to have a lot of balls showing up like this after everything, and Korin apologizes to them, asking them to get out of the way as they do not wish to hurt them. Leo and Korin's is gonna be a bit rough. Leo calls Korin a disgrace, daring to turn their weapon against them like that. Korin holds back tears and simply says, I love you, Leo. That fact will never change. Never forget that. And Leo starts yelling at them to shut up and that their desperate attempt at distracting him won't work. Except he's visibly getting more and more agitated as he speaks. Every named character will have a I've been defeated, but I can't fall here battle stance. This is a siege map. After the battle ends, Leo collapses on one knee with his retainers next to him, confused as to how they could have lost. Rio orders them to have them detained and placed here in the new base. He then sends some soldiers back to the last camp, asking them to bring back Elise and the others, with Leo's expression changing, asking, You've got Elise? What have you done to my sister? Hinoka cuts him off and says she's safe and sound, and they haven't laid a finger on her. Leo then starts laughing hysterically as he's taken away, saying they'll pay for this. Ezra puts her hand on Korin's shoulder and asks if they're okay. Without answering, they turn to Leo and walk up face to him, asking if they can save Garen. Leo stops laughing and just looks at them. He then asks, What difference does it make to you? And Korin fights back their tears, asking the same question again. Leo pauses and answers that he has no idea what can be done for him. Korin then asks if they can talk, but Leo is dismissive and says he has nothing to say to them. As Leo is taken away, Korin shouts out at him, I promise you, Leo. I promise you I'll make things right, but he doesn't answer this as he's dragged off. As the army cleans up and prepares to march on, the royal siblings approach Korin and ask if they're okay. Korin says they'll be a lot better once all of this is over, but Hinoka insists and tells them they can rely on their family. Takumi and Sakura side with this, Ryoma adding that they'll always be part of the family now and that they can lean on them. Korin thanks all of them from the bottom of their heart. The next scene is between Reina, Ryoma, Takumi, Shura, and possibly Yukimura if you've completed the third invasion. Shura apologizes profusely for the Norian trap, swearing up and down he's had nothing to do with it. Ryoma susses him out a bit, but Ryoma tells her to stand out, as he trusts Shura. Takumi asks what exactly inspires him with so much confidence, and Ryoma explains his reasoning. If he was bringing them straight into a trap, why bother avoiding any thief camps or gangs down there? Takumi and Reina have no choice but to concede to his point, apologizing for doubting Shura's integrity. Shura says,
It's okay. You can make it up to me with a bigger cut. That was a joke. Bad time.
My castle is still in the catacombs, but only for one more map, my dear viewers. As the camp has moved up here, you'll be able to visit Leo in jail, and Leo will just be mad at you and refuse to speak. Chapter 23, Infiltrating Krakenberg. The chapter opens up with Korin sitting in a jail tent with an exhausted, disheveled Leo. He asks if they plan on staying there until they're old and wrinkled, and Korin says that they won't leave until he speaks to them. They're worried for him. Out of sheer desperation from the sleep deprivation, Leo yells out, Where was that worry when you left us? Where were you while we were spending sleepless nights wondering what we had done wrong for you to leave us like that, getting cozy with your new family? Korin takes a deep breath and says, I was losing sleep as well. I was doubting every move I've made. I was worried for all of you. but I wasn't able to hold any of you in my arms. It was hard for me too, Leo. Not one day has gone by that I haven't thought about all of us, together. Then why didn't you come back? I always looked up to you. I always wanted to be more like you. I always felt so inferior to you. Not 1 second has gone by where I haven't thought, what the hell could we have done wrong for them to leave? You didn't do anything wrong, Leo. None of you did. It was a selfish decision, but it was one I needed to do for myself. I'm sorry you were caught in the middle of it. I truly am. Leo leans back against the wall and sighs. I've only ever told Camilla how I truly felt about you. I guess I must be losing my mind to be sharing everything I've kept so close to my chest all these years. Maybe, but I'm glad you told me. You never were inferior to me, Leo. Not to Xander or Camilla either. You're talented at so many things I'm not. I never realized how much I needed you until I left Nor. Before this can get any more dramatic, Azura walks in and tells Corin they need to get going. Corin nods and says goodbye to Leo and promises to come back soon. He gives them a little head nod and the pair walk away. Everyone's getting ready to leave, so maybe like a few hours has gone by. Once again. The troops sent earlier to retrieve the prisoners at the base arrive in a panic, yelling out that there's been a huge fucking problem. Once they get there, all the wounded soldiers were killed, with all of the guards and prisoners being absent entirely. Ryoma demands answers, and the troops say almost no trace was left behind except this one black feather. He asks if this is some kind of joke, but Corin asks to see it. The soldier hands it to them, and Corin observes the long, black feather, with Takumi asking if they recognize it. Corin says they've seen it somewhere before, but can't remember for the life of them where. Ryoma rubs his chin and expresses that if they've seen it, then it belongs to someone they know. Corin nods and puts it in their back pocket, saying they'll hold on to it for now. Hinoka asks if anything else was observed at the scene, but the guards say that there's just a whole lot of blood and not a whole lot of answers. Izura suggests that maybe they have a traitor amongst them, someone working in league with Nor, and that would explain why they knew where they were. Ryoma immediately shuts down the idea, refusing to suspect any of his loyal men of treason. Izura apologizes for being out of line, but Takumi continues her train of thought for a second. He wonders if maybe it's not a traitor they should be looking for, but someone watching their every move since they got here. Ryoma nods at the concept, expressing that Nor has powerful mages for sure. It wouldn't be out of the question, but expresses they can't spare any more time dilly-dallying like this and must press on. The next scene is outside the catacombs in the castle's courtyard. Corin says they can take it from here, as they know the castle like the back of their hand. Sakura asks if this is the castle's garden or something, and Corin tells her that it is. She remarks that it's so barren and lifeless compared to Hoshido's, and asks if it's normally like this. Corin says that it is, but you get used to it pretty quickly. Hinoka adds to this, "Geez, no wonder Nor invites us to steal our crops then." And the gang continues to march on, with the Norians unfazed and the Hoshidans troubled at the scenery or lack thereof. Once they get closer to the entrance of the castle, they can see the courtyard is heavily guarded, and Ryoma asks everyone to form up into position. They're going to break their way in. So this map, it's a new concept entirely by yours truly. We're reusing Chapter 14's map, and I'm just switching the aesthetic to match with Krakenberg's theme and colors. I'm also adding some obstacles in the plains, which will be on screen right now, just to give this map a little more life and flavor. The dots along the entrance are light poles. I don't know the actual word for it, and I can't be fucked to Google it. In the actual garden, so it's not just a big fucking field of nothing. The inside of the castle entrance thingy is already full of enemies, with Camilla as the boss. Her retainers are the mini-bosses guarding the entrance of the castle. All of them have the exact same loadout they usually would in the Camilla map. The objective is seized once again. Also, I imagine that some of you saw this coming, but the convos are changing because, like, what the fuck, Fates? Selena and Baruka's convo with Corin are basically just saying they can't allow them to go through here, and as much as it pains them to kill Camilla's sibling, they have to do it if it means keeping her safe. Baruka actually speaks to Shura, and it's just a fun little Easter egg, I guess. "You there, Norian, what are you doing there?" "Hey, I recognize you. You're the daughter of Heinrich. I heard you got a big gig as a retainer, but I had no clue it was more than just rumors." "I see. I should have known you were nothing more than a hybrid sword." "Will Baruka's father ever be named again?" "Nope." "Does it matter?" "Nope." Camilla has a convo with Corin, Azura, and Silas. For the latter, she says that when she heard Silas left for Hoshido to retrieve Corin, she imagined he died, but is relieved and saddened to see such a close friend to Corin be with them in Hoshido. Silas apologizes if he disappointed her, but that he promised Corin he would follow them everywhere. Camilla smiles, saying she's pleased to hear that at least Corin was in good company, even if they were far away from her. Azura actually initiates a conversation with Camilla and greets her. Camilla laughs nervously and says, "All these years I had hoped to see you again. Hoped that you were still alive somewhere. And now you're standing in front of me as an enemy. What a cruel twist of fate." Azura has a text box and eventually says, "I truly am sorry for all of this, Camilla." For Corin, she just stays silent with the upset portrait. Corin is the one who speaks up, telling her Leo and Elise are safe. They then tell her about their promise to both of them and promise the same thing to her. Camilla finally breaks her silence and says, "Enough, Corin. Every word you speak only hurts me more and more. I promised Xander you wouldn't come through. Promised him I would do what it took. So please, just leave. Turn around and run. Get out of here now." Can't. Corin stands firm and says they won't leave and tells her they have to see this through no matter what. Camilla goes back to being silent. If Corin or Azura defeats her, she'll say, "At least it was by your hands." She has the damage "I've been defeated but I can't fall here" stance because come on, we can't kill Camilla. After the battle ends, Camilla is on one knee and begs Corin to just kill her already. Corin refuses and says they won't ever hurt her or anyone else. She smiles at them and says she's always envied their soft heart. Ryoma then orders the prisoners to be captured and brought back to their last camp, as this time he made sure it would not be compromised. By that I mean anyone who didn't deploy actually stayed behind to guard it. Camilla is the one requesting a word with Corin and Azura this time around. She's fighting back tears but thanks them for sparing Leo and Elise. She then asks them to do whatever it takes to spare Xander. Corin asks if he could be convinced into stepping down, and Camilla says they already know the answer to that. Corin nods and looks down at the ground. Camilla says she doesn't believe he'll ever let them through, but to try everything anyway. She then changes the subject and says that Yago is here and to be extremely careful. She explains that he basically went mask off ever since Garen got worse, and that with their limited resources, they've had no time to spare to deal with him properly. The pair say they understand what she's getting to and reassure her that he will be dealt with permanently. Before she's taken away, she lunges at Corin and holds them in her arms tightly. You can hear her muffled cries as she says, "All of this is so wrong." She's then escorted away along with her retainers, and Corin looks down, unable to look at her as she's dragged away. My castle will be the usual standard Norian look from now on until the end. Just imagine that it's in the castle or something, I don't know. Leo, upon seeing Camilla safe and sound, will regain a bit of sanity, but will demand to know where Elise is. Camilla will also be worried for her sister as she hasn't seen her. You tell neither of them that she's missing them. Chapter 24, Laura's Last Stand. As the gang walks through the halls of Castle Krakenberg, they're swarmed by weak-ass, level 1-ass, bum-ass soldiers. They're all easily dealt with a few cool-ass scenes of the Hoshidans cutting them down like it's nothing at all. Hinokai eventually asks if it's common practice for North to sack their recruits at them, if he realizes that this has something to do with the power change in dynamic here with Garen being ill and Yago seemingly seizing more power. Sakura laments the state of the kingdom, wondering if they could have done something to prevent this from getting this bad. Takumi asks what brought this on, and Azura teases her, saying that she must have gone pretty friendly with Elise. Sakura asks if they think she's still alive, and Corin immediately jumps in and says they're convinced she's alive and well. She's got some kick in her, and then some. Eventually, as they continue their walk, the soldiers become stronger and stronger. Ryoma believes they run out of weak soldiers to send at them and supposes the experienced ones are starting to jump in the mix. They near a door which leads outside to some connecting area of the castle. Corin tells everyone to be on guard as whatever's behind that door won't be nice. Ryoma asks them where they should rendezvous if worse comes to shove, and Corin says that these side doors lead to places like kitchens, dining halls, quarters, etc. The doors ahead of them leads to the training grounds, main hall, and finally, the front room. Azura chimes in and says that she remembers there being a shitload of secret passages in the side rooms and that they should expect Nor to utilize that to their advantage. Corin takes a deep breath and pushes the large door open, segueing to the battle prep screen. We're utilizing the actual Chapter 24 map for this one. I'll explain right away before the endgame as to not spoil my reason why. So I have vivid memories of being endlessly annoyed at this chapter for so many fucking reasons.
Skill issue.
Is it a bad chapter? Maybe. Anywho, the boss of this map is Flora. Charlotte and Benny are also present. Charlotte is on the right side as a berserker with a silver axe and a forged killer axe plus 3 that's also droppable. Benny is on the left with a silver javelin and a killer beast. Flora has a hexing rod, an enfeeble, and a physic. She's level 20 with a silver dagger, average stats on screen. Charlotte and Benny don't have any special conversations with anyone, however, they will tell you in their own words that you will pay for humiliating them back in Chev like that. Flora has a conversation with both servants, Corin, Silas, and Azura. For Felicia, she will be upset that she has to fight her sister like that, with Felicia attempting to convince her to join their side, but Flora is unusually opposed to the idea. The sisters, at an impasse, promise each other to go easy on one another. With Jacob, he'll ask her since when would she put her life on the line like that for Nor. Flora tells him rather vaguely that it wasn't her choice and she's just following orders. Jacob laments that she's been reduced to nothing more than a simple lapdog, but she doesn't fight back. She initiates a conversation with Silas and envies his ability to choose his side, which he questions what she means by that, but she almost immediately finishes that thought and tells him it's unimportant. For Azura, she'll greet her with a "Princess Azura, correct? It's a shame we must meet like this, as I've heard you were once a princess of Nor. If circumstances would have been different, perhaps we could have fought side by side." Azura tells her it's not too late for that, but Flora doesn't answer. This was added just as a cute little nod, because Flora becomes Azura's retainer in Conquest. Now, for Corin. Flora expresses she's saddened that things have turned out this way, and Corin agrees with her, but vows to make things better. She says she hopes she'll live to see that day come, with tears in her eyes. This map will remain a defeat boss map. Everyone except Flora will be killed off if you kill them.
Do it.
I'll be adding one objective, however. Both sides will have a seize tile thingy. You need to stand on it to activate it though. You will need to keep the unit on that tile. If you defeat Flora and no one is on that tile, Ryoma will remind the idiot behind the screen to complete the objective as well. Once the map ends, Ryoma shouts out at his troops at the entrances to seal off the doors so that no one else can come in. Hinoka and Takumi go assist both sides, leaving Ryoma, Sakura, Corin, Felicia, and Azura alone with Flora. She has the damaged battle stance thingy, extra detailed by giving her maid attire be ripped and torn. Felicia begs to know why Flora is standing there, and she painfully smiles, saying that he'll kill her if she speaks. Corin asks who, and Ryoma orders his retainers to observe their surroundings for any assassins. Flora falls to her knees, coughing and struggling to hold herself up. Sakura rushes to her side and heals her up. Corin, Felicia, and Azura kneel down and ask her what happened. Flora takes a deep breath and looks up at Corin and Azura, asking them to promise to keep Felicia safe. Felicia, panicking, asks why she would ever need to ask that, and Flora starts explaining the situation. After her tribe's rebellion failed earlier this year, she and her father, as well as any other tribesmen, were taken into custody under Xander's request. After Garen's health declined, things changed drastically. Yago came to them in the gulags one day and dragged Flora out, threatening her if she didn't do as he said, he would kill everyone she's ever loved. Felicia, horrified, asks why she didn't say anything. Flora looks down and says she's terrified. She knows what Yago is capable of and knows it's not just words he's throwing around. Felicia grabs her hands and says she'll be safe with them, then turns to Ryoma and asks if they can go see her father and retrieve him. Ryoma tries to keep a stoic face despite the very sad situation and tells her they'll go get him as soon as they're done. Flora starts crying and screams that it'll be too late by then, they're already out of time. Ryoma kneels down on one knee and holds her face. "I'm sorry, little one. We cannot spare that kind of manpower right now. I promise you though, we will help them." Flora cries and sniffles into his hand and nods along. Corin asks if she wants to join them from now on, and she's hesitant. Felicia glazes her a bit and says she's always been the strongest between the two of them and they could really use her strength. Flora eventually gives in and says, "Okay," and gets up, supported by her sister and Corin. The three walk away as the Hoshidan royals stay behind. Sakura asks if they could just send a few people to go get her father just to be safe. Ryoma tells her they really can't spare any man and they're doing all they can. Azura says it should all be okay if they manage to get rid of Yago before he realizes what's going on. Sakura questions if they can do that, but Ryoma pets her head and says that it'll be okay. Hinoka and Takumi come back after this and tell them everything has been secured, which leaves Ryoma telling everyone they march on now. Chapter 25, A Knight's Honor. No time has gone between the last chapter. We simply transition from the shitty, rainy outside to the dark, gloomy inside. Corin opens the march, side by side with Ryoma, and says that up ahead they'll enter the military training grounds. Ryoma turns to everyone behind him and asks if they're ready, and we get a cool CG of the entire army cheering Ryoma on. Corin, with the help of Takumi and Hinoka, push the door open and come face to face with a myriad of soldiers. They all stand there, forming a wall, only moving once a familiar voice calls out to them. Coming from behind a crowd of soldiers, Xander on his mount coming forward, hand on the hilt of Siegfried. He looks at the Hoshidans in a drastic manner, and then draws out his blade. "I've been waiting for you," and then turns his attention to Corin. He points the blade at them and says, "I had hoped we would not meet like this, and and yet I knew this day would come. If you're here in front of me, then that means our brothers and sisters have perished. I will avenge their deaths. Xander, please. Leo, Elise, and Camilla, they're all safe. We don't have to fight like this. We can stand together and save Nor. I'm afraid it's too late for that, dear brother/sister. You stand with Hoshido, and I stand with Nor. As Crown Prince, I cannot let you through and conquer my kingdom. No doubt you've made numerous sacrifices by now to reach me. But unless you can defeat me, this is as far as you'll come. You may have gone by until now, sparing our siblings, but that soft-heartedness is not enough. Things don't have to be like this. We can find another way. I know we can— Silence! You will fight me, and only one of us will make it through. Follow me. I know where we can duel, uninterrupted. Korin turns to their siblings behind them, and Ryoma tells them to go ahead, and they won't interrupt. Sakura asks Ryoma how he can allow this to happen, but he stands firm and says,
This is something Korin needs to do alone. They may have been able to rely on us until now, and they will be able to do so after this. But this is something they need to do, not only for themselves, but for Xander. We may not see eye to eye, but I understand what he wants.
Sakura cuts back. What does he want? More bloodshed? Takumi puts a hand on her shoulder and gives her a soft smile. If Korin has some doubt about their decision, they will live every day to regret their decision. This fight is to rid them of any guilt. Sakura's eyes widen as she turns to her brother without saying a word. She understands everything now. Every troop takes up their positions, with Laszlo and Perry leading them. Hinoka asks Ryoma what they should do about this, and he tells everyone to take up their position. They can't just sit idly by and expect Korin to do everything. They have to do their part as well. In the never-ending trend of awful map ideas, we have this piece of shit. A few things that we need to clear up before anything else. The doors cannot be opened with a fucking key. That's so dumb. How is that a fucking thing? You would need to kill both Perry and Laszlo, just like in Ryoma's chapter in Conquest. But you also can just not do that and keep them alive if you so desire. Xander is weak as shit here, and I don't really understand why. We're not being nice here. You get an average level 18 Xander as a boss with 60 HP. Except on normal, you guys can get a 15 instead. Level 15, not 15 HP. The closed room fighting place has healing tiles, just like Conquest. You also get dragon veins to summon healing spots here and there. The enemies are boosted up with some more skills, just to be harder because this chapter is a fucking snooze fest. They also don't move unless provoked. I just checked and literally none of them have any skills. Miracle on every maid. Life or death on the berserkers. Every staff user gets an enfeeble, and hexes, and entraps, and all that shit. I don't know, bro, just make it fucking harder. Why is this chapter such a joke? Is this a meta-irony bit about the state of this game? Okay, crash that over. For now. Laszlo and Perry will have generic lines with everyone, including Azura and any Norian-aligned fools. They don't really give a shit about any of them, truth be told. Korin and Xander will have a new battle combo, because why the fuck not? I'm relieved and thankful to hear about Camilla, Leo, and Elise. However, that doesn't change what needs to happen. Do you truly have what it takes to continue along this path, Korin? I have come too far to doubt myself now, and yet, I grow weak facing you, brother. I know why you want me to do this, and I won't disappoint you. Not this time. I'm glad you still understand me after all of this. I won't hold back, my dear brother/sister. This is the end. On my honor as Crown Prince, I cannot forgive your treason against Nor and its people. Once the battle finally comes to an end, we're greeted by a CG of Korin and Xander in a heated battle against each other. Xander loses focus for a while, seeing the burning passion in Korin's eyes with a proud smile on his face, causing him to lose balance, and Korin thrusts Oasis into his abdomen. As soon as they do, they let go of the blade and back away, tearing up and shaking. Why? Why didn't you block that? Xander, why? Xander falls to his knees, with that smile only growing bigger. Korin rushes to him and pulls a sword out, holding down his wound, screaming to hold on. Xander wraps his arms around Korin as they're both on their knees on the ground. He caresses their head tenderly and tells them, I'm so proud of you, Korin. The day you left, I knew it needed to end like this. I could never bear killing you. I could never hurt you. Please, Korin, remember the lesson. Remember why this happened. I leave Nor to you, to Camilla, to Leo, and to Elise. I love you. Never forget that. Xander's body goes limp as Korin's screams of agony resonates through the walls. Xander falls on the ground, laying lifeless as Korn crouches over his body, slamming their fists on his armor, screaming "Why?" over and over. They eventually stop and just lay on top of him, crying some more before the others come in and pull him off his body and into their arms, all sharing a big hug. Hinoka caresses their hair, comforting them, and Azura begins to hum her song to soothe them. After a few seconds, Korn's cries go silent and they speak up. "We can't leave him here like this." Ryoma nods his head slowly and gets his retainers to put his body in a safe place so that he can be returned to his siblings once they're done. After this, Ezra looks at Korn and says, "This path may be an extremely hard one to walk, but I'm here with you, always and forever." Korn gives her a faint smile and says, "I know. I would have done the same for you if our roles were reversed, Azura." They pause for a moment, staring at the ground. "I wonder if I should have told Xander about Elise, about how she's still missing." Azura ponders for a moment. "I don't know. Would you have liked to?" Korn smiles and looks up. "No, probably not. I just think he deserves to know the truth before leaving us." Takumi walks over to Korn and hands them Oasis back. "Here, you might need this for a little bit longer." Korn smiles upon taking it and thanks Takumi. He puts his hand on their shoulder and rubs it a bit to comfort them. Hinoka asks if they're ready to give this a final push, and they all nod their head, then explains that whoever they'll face up ahead will do everything and anything to stop them. They have to be ready. Before the chapter closes up, Felicia comes in and tells the royals that Flora has recovered sufficiently to march on with them and wrap this up. Sakura says this is excellent news and expresses she's glad her staff rank is finally high enough to save someone. As this conversation is happening, a messenger comes running in, excusing himself for the intrusion. He gets Ryoma's attention, who turns to him and delivers the news that Mikoto has arrived in Krakenberg and should be rejoining them in no time at all. Ryoma thanks him for informing them of this and tells the whole army that the Queen of Hoshido will soon join them on the front lines. Unfortunately, on this episode of My Castle, you cannot talk to Camilla or Leo as they are far the fuck back. The more Norian-hating members of the army will basically have no sympathy for Xander, while those with a bit of empathy will show their condolences to Corrin. Silas and the servants will speak in good of Xander just to add a bit of fluff. Flora is also here as a growing unit and you can talk to her. She'll just say she heard the news about Xander and will be saddened that the world lost such a good man today. She'll also give you a stat booster based on your vein. Don't ask me why, it just came to me right now. Chapter 26, Eradicating Evil. The chapter opens up with her crew walking along the empty halls of the castle towards the throne room. Korn will say that they've never seen the place be so vacant before, and Takumi responds that they must all be waiting to jump them collectively somewhere. As they continue to walk, Sakura asks about Mikoto and wonders if it wouldn't be wiser to wait for her before engaging in the next battle. Ryoma thinks for a second, but says they don't actually know in what shape she is. Maybe she's not even really fit to fight right now, and she's just pushing herself to be with them. Hinoka remarks that sounds just like her. As they get closer and closer, they eventually all stop dead on their tracks, with Korn whispering, "It can't be." The camera pans out to reveal Iago holding Elise in front of him. He yells out,
Not one more step! Not unless you want to see the girl's head roll!
Korn yells out Iago's name and calls him a demonetized word. He laughs and takes a step forward, with his loyal men coming out to protect him.
I must thank you for getting rid of that pisty crown prince of blah blah blah! It was quite the pain in my rear.
Elise, shocked, starts wiggling to get out of his grasp and cries out, "What does he mean by that? What happened to Xander?" Korn looks down at the ground and tries to find a way to tell her what really happened. Zura steps forward and says, "He's gone, Elise. Xander's no longer with us." She cries out and starts wailing, screaming that they promised to keep everyone alive. Iago is starting to be quite annoyed with the melodramatic moment and twists her arm into standing still and tells her to quit crying before he gets annoyed. Ryoma then steps forward and orders him to let her go, but he just laughs him off and says, "Or else what? Sakura yells out at him, "We told you to let her go! We'll make you if you don't do it of your own accord!" Iago pisses his own ass upon seeing a pocket-sized human stutter to give him orders, then tells them that if they want her back so badly, they can come get her. Korn steps forward, declaring that they will put an end to his needless evil and free Nor of his grasp. Iago laughs again, because he's just that evil, and says,
I was the one who sent my gorgeous babies after you to tear you limb from limb. I was the one who summoned my master's puppets to attack you. But alas, you figured out Ganglary's true nature. Still, with how much of a mess you leave behind, it wasn't too hard to track down your location. Oh, and how could I ever forget? I ordered that attack at night. What a shame for Lady Lilith. That poor rat. Need I go on? Are you starting to understand that my evil grasp, as you call it, does not end with Nor? Far from it. The Hoshidans, upon hearing this, are super pleased and swear to make him pay for all the evil and wrong he's caused. But before the map starts up, Hinoka looks at him and shouts out, demanding to know what happened to the prisoners. Yago then laughs and says they're fine, they're just in the gulags along with Flora's father. Azura calls out to everyone to be tremendously vigilant, as he's no ordinary sorcerer. He's something truly wicked and unpredictable. Everyone nods along and gears up for the battle of a lifetime against Yago and his loyal goons. So I'm keeping pretty much everything the exact same way it is for the most part. Yago will now get his hexaclock back for this map. The enemy count stays the same for every difficulty. Flora will be a green unit on the map. The reason why she's not playable will become clear in just a few minutes. Although I'm guessing you already know why. Don't you, my dear viewer? We're adding Hans as a mini-boss, sort of amongst the wall of enemies in front of Yago. All of them will have generic Nordic Germanic names, just because. Hans won't have any special convo with anyone because he doesn't know any of these guys. Yago will have a conversation with Korin, Takumi, and Azura. For Korin, they once again thank them for killing Xander, as he was really fucking annoying. Korin says he won't make the mistake of taking their eyes off of him again, and allow him to corrupt any more of this world. He laughs and challenges them to do their worst. For Takumi, he'll ask just how exactly he managed to break out of that spell. Takumi will be surprised and taken off guard that he knew about that. And Yago laughs, telling him he messed with something far beyond his comprehension. Takumi then taunts him, saying no amount of tricks will ever deceive him from focusing on what's important. For Azura, he says he's always wanted to snuff out her mother's life himself, but will be satisfied with her daughter. Azura is taken aback by this and says, I see, it all makes sense now. I should have known you were in leagues with him. And Yago applauds her very sarcastically for figuring it out. If Flora survives and reaches Yago, he'll be shocked to see her stand with the Hoshidans and asks if she's forgotten his promise. She tells him she's no longer scared of him and that whatever he thinks he might do, they'll stop him before he can. If she's defeated, she'll just retreat because we still need her. All droppables and loot remain the same otherwise. Once the battle wraps up, Yago is backed into a corner, still holding Elise as a human shield to protect himself. Hans will be fighting off people along with the loyalists. Takumi aims at Yago's head, trying to get a clearer shot without getting Elise, but struggles to get an opening. Korin tries getting closer to Yago to free Elise, but they're struggling to make a move. Elise bites him to get out of his grasp, both wounding and shocking him into letting her go. He yells out, "Gah! You damn brat!" as she's freed from him. Elise stumbles and loses her footing, falling on the ground. Korin runs towards her, only to be intercepted by Hans. He puts his foot on Elise's back, hitting her against the floor and presses to make her scream out in agony. Takumi gets his bullseye shot in, which knocks him off Elise. Ryoma immediately jumps in, and there's two start fighting on the side of the main camera frame. Elise gets up and wobbles to Korin, who grabs her into their arms. Right after this, a bunch of loyalists jump Takumi, keeping him busy and away from the upcoming fight between Yago and Korin.
no!
Just a very quick and short camera pan out to show the entire army fighting off Yago's loyalists, just to show that they're all incapable of helping. Korin steps in front of Elise, telling her to stay behind them. Yago walks towards them, mocking them in a very evil way because he's just very evil. Korin stands their ground, and Yago prepares a big-ass energy ball to blast them with it. Korin braces for impact, ready to block it when necessary. As Yago launches his Kamehameha, the scene then shows a slow-mo of Flora jumping in front of them, taking the blow for them, while throwing her dagger at Yago's chest. She gets blasted out of the way, Korin yells out her name, but Elise tells them now's their chance and they take it. Korin runs towards Yago as he's trying to pull the dagger out of his chest, and Korin raises voices, with Yago begging for his life. His pleas fall on deaf ears as Korin brings down the blade on them, killing him for good, in a very dramatic way. We get a fucking sick still of Korin standing over Yago's body with all the loyalists in the back, being defeated one by one. We can treat the player here and show Ryoma pulling some sick skills while killing Hans. Let's even be nicer and show every royal have a wicked cool moment. While all of this happens, Korn says, "Your evil will no longer corrupt this world. You are where you belong now." And then run to Flora and kneel down on one knee, but before they can say anything, Flora points towards Iago's body and lets out a weak, "Lord Korn, watch out," which gets her attention, and they turn around to see him get back up somehow. Korn asks her to promise she'll hold on, and she says she will, with a forced smile. Supporting himself against the door, struggling to stand, Iago starts laughing maniacally, degrading them and their efforts to stop him, calling them fruitless. As they get closer, he gets more and more desperate, yelling out that his master will rule this world shortly, as he's been revived through Garrett. Iago starts saying he's nothing more than a puppet in this game, and his master is the one behind all of this. None of this will end with my death. Korn gets closer to him, ready to finish him off, but Takumi steps forward asking, "May I?" And Korn backs away. Iago starts freaking out and yells out, "Master and Antkos, save me! You must save me, Master, I beg of you!" But Takumi is unpersuaded and finishes him off for good. Korn, Azura, Elise, Felicia, Jacob, and Sakura all rush to Flora's side, with Korn and Felicia holding her hands. Felicia begs her to hold on just a little longer, with the healing royals trying their best to cure her. It's too late, however, as the wounds are far too grave to be cured. Flora looks at Felicia and asks her to promise her that she'll tell Father what happened and to be there for him. Felicia, in fucking shambles, promises her she'll do anything for her, and Flora thanks her, as well as Korn and the others, for all they have done for them. Before she fades away, she looks at Korn and tells them they better not regret the choice they made, as she would never forgive them. Korn, tearfully, tells her they swear to make her sacrifice count. She fades away with a smile on her face. After all of this, the gang are getting their things in order before they can walk into the front room for the big finale, when a familiar face appears. This is all a CG cutscene. Mikoto walks in with her loyal and trusted top soldiers escorting her. The royals run towards Mikoto, running into her arms, except Ryoma. He just gets close to her with his arms crossed, smiling. Mikoto caresses Sakura's cheek and runs her hand through Takumi's hair. This lasts a few seconds, with all of them letting go and saying a soft and welcoming hello to Mikoto. A few tears slide down her cheeks as she dries them with grace. Now we're back to the models and text box. Mikoto remarks that they've all grown so much, especially Sakura. "You're becoming a young woman. I couldn't be any prouder." She congratulates all of them on their strength and perseverance and thanks them for carrying her torch in her absence. She turns to Ryoma and apologizes to him for leaving him with so many responsibilities like this, but he brushes her off, telling her that it's his duty regardless. Hinoka says she can't believe it really is her and she's finally here, and Mikoto tells her she's not dreaming. This is real. She then tells all of them that Yukimura cut her up to everything that happened. This reminds Azura of the pendant, and she asks Korn if they still have it. Korn takes it out of their pocket and hands it to Mikoto, who looks at it in both awe and horror. She asks how they got this, and Takumi steps forward, with his head down, and explains everything that happened. Mikoto holds onto the pendant tightly and closes her eyes and says, "I see, I knew I should have hidden all of that. Still, you can't be blamed for any of it. Thank the god Azura was there to save you. I don't know what I would have done if you had been taken by that foul magic." She puts it around her neck and says that there, it should be safe and sound. After this, she takes Korn's hands into hers and tears up, in utter disbelief she finally gets to be with them. She tells them that she dreamed of this day, that for over 15 years she had been searching endlessly for Korn, hoping to find any clues on their whereabouts. Korn gets emotional and says Azura had the chance to tell them everything about their origins. Mikoto looks over at Azura and lets out a gentle thank you. She says they should focus on ending all of this for good. They'll have all the time in the world right after this. Chapter 27. The Agonizing Truth. Following the same trend as the unfortunately real games, 27 and 28 will be back to back with no ability to get out in between. I don't think I mentioned it in Conquest, but I also don't know if this is in the OG game. You will get a small text box warning you before you enter the chapter. Retroactively add that to the Conquest video, if you kindly will. Once again, no time has gone on between the chapters. We open up with Ryoma asking to have Elise escorted back to safety at their camp, as whatever's behind those doors won't be pretty. Elise tells Korn she wants to face Garen with them and refuses to go back to the others. Korn asks Ryoma if he'll allow it, and he says he has no reason to refuse her aid. Mikoto stays behind and tells them she'll only get in their way as she's not completely recovered her strength. Every royal, Elise included, push the door open and walk into the throne room. I'll actually keep the CG cutscene of Garen evil laughing with the gray skin this time. Elise, Korn, and Azura will walk towards him and greet him a little skeptically. Garen walks towards them with no trouble at all, almost as if his lifelong disability was just cured. Magically, Elise can't contain herself and runs to him, wrapping her arms around him. Korin and Azura try holding her back, but to no avail. She tells him it's all over now. Yago is dead. They can go back to how life was before all of this happened. Korin starts laughing maniacally, calling her a foolish girl. She steps backwards and asks, "Father?"
Your usefulness has run out. I have no need of you anymore.
Elise, visibly shaken up, backs away slowly, asking him what's wrong and why he's acting like this all of a sudden. He lifts his axe, slowly, laughing in a more deranged way. Korin runs towards her, screaming out to run. Elise, frozen in fear, stands there in utter disbelief as Garen raises his axe above his head and brings it down in one swift movement, killing her where she stands. Korin reaches her as she falls on the ground. They pick her up in their arms and tear up, telling her she needs to hold on. They'll get her some help. Garen raises his axe again, ready to swing it at Korin this time, but Ryoma and Hinoka intervene, blocking his attack from ever getting close to them. Azura runs to the pair on the ground and tells them they need to get the fuck out of there. Korin looks at Azura, eyes full of tears, and says, "She's not breathing, Azura. She's..." Azura helps them up, as they carry Elise away from everything happening. They lay her down against a pillar and hold her hand against her cheek, ugly crying. "She was so innocent and full of life. She never did anything to deserve this." Elise moves her fingers to get their attention, and Korin darts their attention to her face, letting her speak her final words. "Father isn't himself anymore. Don't blame yourself, Korin. I love you." Her hand goes limp, as any sign of life leaves her body. Azura is kneeling over, while all of this happens and rubs their back. Korin kisses her hand and tells her goodbye, asking her to keep Xander company until they can all be reunited in whatever comes next. They stand back up, drying their tears, and grip Oasis tightly. They walk towards their friends and family, holding back Garen's assault. With conviction, they walk determined to put an end to all of this once and for all. "I doubt the father I knew and loved is still there. I doubt I'll ever see him again, but I'm tired of all of this. All this sadness, sorrow, all this loss. If killing whatever is left of my father is what it takes for this world to be free of heartbreak, then I'll do just that. For Xander, for Elise, for Lilith, for everyone we've lost." Korin stands next to her siblings, in a cool lineup with all of them drawing their weapons, ready to finish this. Ryoma orders everyone to fight one last time, to fight for Hoshido and everything they hold dear. After the two's little cool monologues, we're presented with the battle prep screen. Map-wise, I surprisingly won't change anything at all, other than you don't get the blazing Yatui bullshit yet. I'll add a conversation with Azura and change the one with Korin because it's low-key terrible. I'm feeling generous today, so I'll write both of them out for you, my dear viewer, because you're just that special to me.
You're her splitting image. The damned witch. She ruined everything. I'll be more than happy to send her daughter through whatever burning hell she's stuck in.
If slaughtering your own daughter wasn't evidence enough that whoever's in control is no longer Garen, then speaking ill of my mother's the final straw. He loved her so much. I'm sorry I haven't been there to prevent this, Garen, but allow me to put your soul to rest. For Korin, it goes as follows. Father,
Sad disgrace. You're a stain on Nor's honor.
using my father's body to destroy this world. Whoever you are, I will put an end to you and your web of evil over this world. Unlike in Conquest, Garen will attack Azura and Korin. However, they will be left at 1 HP if they otherwise would die in that round of combat. Garen will say,
No! I refuse to.
this will only happen once to either of them, however, so if you leave them at 1 HP in his range, he will kill them next time. No combo with any Norians, because if you haven't pieced it together yet, this isn't Garen. It wouldn't make sense for him to start belittling fucking sailors or something, you know? Once you beat up Garen, his text box will say,
This is only the beginning!
After Garen is defeated and the map ends, he falls on the ground. Korin crouches next to his body and holds their head down in a moment of silence. The entire front room is silent for a few seconds, only to be interrupted by the sound of running. Korin turns around to see Mikoto run towards the gang near Garen's body and shouts at them to get away from him now. Korin, confused, turns back around to see a purple light surrounding his body. They get up and back away slowly as the purple light grows bigger and bigger. As it starts pulsating and seems unstable, they run back with the others to where Mikoto is, with Ryoma asking what the hell is happening. Mikoto says that the curse put on him has taken over his body completely. There's nothing left to do to help him now. The magic surrounding him explodes in a flash of light and resonates through the entire throne room. Everyone looks in awe, absolutely floored at what's happening in front of them. The main characters all have a line of disbelief at what they're witnessing. Ryoma asks what kind of evil trickery would do this. Hinoka says she must be dreaming. Takumi gulps and is low-key scared that could have been him had Azura not intervened, and Sakura calls this an absolute abomination and starts praying to the gods. Karin will just say, "Father, it can't be," and Azura remains completely silent, at a complete loss of words. As Garen's final form is revealed to them, but not yet to us, the screen fades to black. Chapter 28, Day breaks through. Once more, absolutely no time has gone between the chapters. We open up with everyone's shocked reaction, asking what the fuck is that. Now's as any good time as any to mention that Garen gets his goo form from Conquest. His movements are now a lot less human and a lot more goo-like. He struggles to stand straight and wobbles around a bit, laughing with a drowning sound in the background. He mocks all of them for thinking they could ever defeat him. He says that no matter the state of Garen's body, he will continue to use him as his puppet until he has completed what he needs to do. Azura takes a deep breath and opens her mouth, ready to start singing. But Mikoto interrupts her. "You know what the cost is for that kind of power, Azura. Let me do this. You're still so young. I won't allow you to sacrifice yourself." She stops and struggles to find the words to argue back with her, but Mikoto continues. "This magic. He was possessed by the same entity that took over Takumi's body. Azura was thankfully able to save him before it took a hold of him, but I'm afraid that's too late for Garen now. His body has been used to carry out an evil deed, dishonored and defiled. He will not be defeated as long as that evil power still nests within him." Sakura asks what will happen to her once she breaks the curse, what she means by sacrifice. Mikoto smiles and tells her it's a mother and a queen's duty to do what's necessary. She looks at all of them and tells them she will cherish them, and while only Karin is her biological child, she will forever be grateful she got to be their mother for all these years. She then takes Karin's hands into hers and tells them, "Your father, he was a kind man. Your powers, you get them from him. When I see him, I'll be sure to let him know how wonderful of a person you've grown into. He would be so proud. As am I." Mikoto steps forward and starts singing Azura's gay-ass song, which almost immediately affects Puppet Garen. He screams in agony and yells at her to stop this at once, and tries blasting her with some magic, but Hinoka blocks this attack. Karin takes a step forward and takes a deep breath, then says, "Listen up, everyone. Whoever's in front of us isn't Nor's king. His body is being used by wicked magic. We need to free Hoshido and Nor of this curse. It's a selfish request, but please, I need your help one last time in this war." They raise the legendary sword, Oisis, and everyone raises their weapon afterwards, cheering with a war cry. The sword begins to shine, and a glowing light engulfs it, empowering the blade. Karin's shocked and says, "Oisis? It's changing. It's filled with energy, with her hopes and dreams. It's embodying Hoshido's will to fight on and change things." Puppet Garen continues to scream in increasing agony, telling them they'll pay for this as he summons fallen soldiers to fight, segueing us to the final battle prep screen of Birthright. So this map, it's a map, for sure. I think in the OG, they're like actual regular soldiers just chilling there defending a dragon, which is totally normal and not at all questionable. We're obviously not having that. They will be replaced by Vala zombie people, but same classes and everything just to keep it simple. Reinforcements already weren't infinite, but they won't be this time either because I hate infinite reinforcements. I'm changing Garen's position because the fact you can run around him on turn 1 is both hilarious and absolutely fucked up. I'm moving him to the furthest back room with a dragon vein in the spot where he would usually be. You also start further back instead of in the middle. Karin now has access to the Blazing Yato, now Dawn Oasis. It's the same in every regard except its name. Garen also still doesn't have any personal quotes if we name one. He'll just scream words as he can barely put together a full sentence at this point. At the start of the battle, every character you fielded will have a line of, "We stand with you, Karin," but in their own words, because yeah, sure, it's cheesy, but it's low-key cute. Just like in Conquest, Mikoto is the one singing here, not Azura. She's obviously not on the map for that reason. Once the battle ends, we get a 16 of the Hoshiden siblings defending a weakened Mikoto struggling to stand straight. They all block, deflect, and parry his attacks, slashing and shooting at him. As Mikoto approaches the end of her song, she begins to fade away slowly as she's activated the curse, rendering Garen unable to move as he holds his head with his gooey hands and screams in agony. Tears and sweat run down Mikoto's face as she finishes her song and disappears, with her last tear falling on the ground with her pendant. dramatically. A dark aura leaves Garen's body, leaving behind a lifeless corpse. Azura walks to where Mikoto disappeared and grabs her pendant, looking up at the sky with a faint smile. Corin runs to Garen's body, dropping Oasis on their way, and slides on their knees to his corpse from the momentum. They check for any sign of life, but this time, he's dead for realsies. A few tears run down Corin's face as they laugh nervously, looking down at Garen and say, "You did it, mother. It's finally over." Sakura runs to Azura and jumps at her, wrapping her arms around her tightly. Azura breaks out of her trance and hugs her back, as the others joins them. Corin gets up and turns to look at them, with Ryoma holding his hand out to them, inviting them into the big ol' gay-ass hug. They run to them, jumping in with a big dumb smile on their face. Corin tells the others they'll need their strongest guys to carry Garen out of here, and they chuckle. Ryoma reassures them he'll take care of it once they're done. Azura looks at Corin and tells them they should have the pendant back as a souvenir of their mother. Corin takes it and puts it around their neck, thanking her. She then looks down and says, "So, it's finally all over for good now." Ryoma reassures her that the war has ended and none of them will ever need to draw a weapon ever again under his reign. Hinoka sighs of relief, expressing that she's glad they don't have to deal with curses and possessions anymore. Takumi excuses himself and leaves to inform every guard station that the war has ended. They need to pack their shit and go home. They also kind of need to let Leo and Camilla out, and all the other guys stuck in the gulags. That might be important. Epilogue. About a few days go by. Xander and Elise's funeral have happened by now. The epilogue opens up with Mikoto's funeral, with everyone from the Hoshiden army being present. Yukimura gives a speech about Mikoto as well as every fallen soldier. If any of your units died, he will have a brief message for their passing. Sakura, Hinoka, Ryoma, and Corin are all holding each other's hands in support of each other. Takumi and Azura are a bit emotionally constipated, and Azura felt enough emotions for herself and others to last her a lifetime during these last few weeks. The ceremony goes by with people paying their respects. After which, Corin removes themselves from the crowd and walks over to a more secluded part of the room. Azura approaches them, asking if they're okay, and Corin says, "I don't know. I've been wondering, ever since the war ended, why did they all have to die but I lived? I betrayed my homeland, to what end? I've killed so many, robbed them of their lives, and yet I'm still here. Sometimes I wonder if I'm worth that honor." Corin looks down at their hands and goes silent. Azura takes a few moments and then takes a step forward, grabbing their hands into hers. "War's an ugly thing. There's no real justice that comes from it. But we can't be plagued by our guilt. We have to move forward. A good friend of mine taught me that." Corin looks up at her, eyes glowing with appreciation. "You're right, Azura. I suppose the self-doubt made me forget what's really important. Working towards a bright future. Their sacrifices can't be in vain. Not Mother's, not Lilith's, not our siblings, none of our men. It's our duty to make them proud." Corin looks up at the sky while giving their speech. Azura nods and tells them they should go back to their siblings before they start looking for them. The next scene is Ryoma's inauguration as king. An undisclosed amount of time later, but not too long because they wouldn't crown him king 12 years later. Same design as his hero's alt because it's just good. Since Azura didn't run off, everyone's happy about Ryoma being crowned before he gives his speech. The speech itself remains the same one from the OG game because I quite liked it and I think it works well for everything everywhere. After the speech is over, we're introduced to the real reason why this chapter is called Epilogue and not just a continuation of chapter 28. You control Corin on a map with infinite movement. No weapons or anything, you simply go around interacting with different characters and scenes to end off the story. Think of Tearing Saga's map where you can recruit a foreign soldier for those who have played that, but my loyal subscribers will know what I'm talking about. Anywho, let's go through all these scenes. The first person you bump into is Sakura. She talks about how emotional the last few weeks have been, but believes the future will be much brighter. She says that she wants to get back into playing instruments after all of this and enjoy a more relaxed life, while helping Ryoma during his reign. Corin tells her they're proud of the strength she showed and says they'd love to hear her play once more, maybe with Azura singing next time. After this, we have a pretty short one, but a pretty fun one. Yukimura and Reina are talking to each other, saying they're both well overdue for their retirement. Yukimura jokingly asks if Reina is getting there in age, and she calls him a jerk before they both laugh it off. He says he's been looking forward to just chilling with his wife, and Reina says she actually had no fucking idea he was married all these years. Yukimura tells her she should visit them someday. His wife is quite the cook. She takes him up on this and says he better not forget it. The next one is between Hayato and Orochi. Hayato asks what her world will be now that Ryoma is king, and she shrugs, saying she might just quit. He then asks her to be his mentor and show him her magical ways, and she laughs, taking him up on this. If they're married, her final line will instead be that they'll have a lifetime together to do that. But I'm also judging you if you married them. After this, we have a scene between Silas, Felicia, and Jacob, regardless of which servant is your retainer. Korn tells them they've spoken to Ryoma and are welcome to stay in Hoshido for as long as they wish to. Felicia, regardless of whether or not she's your retainer, tells Korn she'd love to, but she has to return home to the Ice Tribe to pick up Flora's torch now that she's gone. Korn understands fully and tells her she's still welcome, and she thanks them. Silas says he'll follow them wherever they find themselves next, as he doesn't really care where he is as long as he's near them. If Jacob is your retainer, he'll share that same sentiment. If he isn't, he'll instead ask to take Felicia's role as your retainer, since he doesn't really know what to do, actually. After all of this, Korn thanks all of them for everything they've done, and we move on to the next one with Azura, who tells Korn she has to leave. Korn asks why, and Azura clarifies she needs to do this for herself. She explains that she needs answers to certain questions, and the war ending means it's a perfect time to do this. Korn understands and asks if they'll ever see her again, and Azura assures them she'll come back once she's done. Korn wishes her good luck, and they share a nice little parting moment. After this, we have every retainer except for Kaze, Kagero, and Saizo, which would be Hinata, Oboro, Azuma, Setsuna, Tsubaki, Hana, and Rinka. They all discuss their plans for the future. Hinata says Takumi gave him a higher position to help train the recruits, as his retainer job shouldn't be super busy. Oboro shares that she's going to reopen her parents' business on the side. Azuma doesn't know what he's gonna do, but he says he'll hang out here a little bit longer as he likes the benefits. Setsuna expresses that Hinoka is pushing her to follow a career in some form of medicine to put her talents to good use. Azuma laughs and asks if she can even focus for that long to get anything important done, but Hinata tells him, "Not cool, dude. Let her have aspirations." Tsubaki laughs and tells everyone he doesn't have any plans either. He just wants to continue serving Sakura and helping wherever he can. Hana shares this sentiment, expressing that she also got a promotion. If she's not married to Hinata, she'll lament that she has to put up with him. If they are married, she'll blush when she says they'll be working together. Rinka will tell everyone she's actually leaving back home, as Azura basically fired her and told her she was going on a soul-searching trip or some shit. Everyone bids her farewell, and she leaves right after this. Next up, we're keeping up with our ninja trio, as well as Shura. All four of them vow to work together to rebuild both Koga and Mokushu, now free of Kotaro's influence. If Kagero is married to either brothers, she'll mention that the two clans are now united once again. If she isn't, they will instead all promise each other to never betray each other and become as powerful and prosperous as when the two countries were at their peak a long-ass time ago. Next in our lineup, Ryoma, Takumi, and Hinoka. They all discuss their plans for what comes next, with the two promising to help Ryoma with his duties and to not let him drown in paperwork. Takumi suggests they might find him some new retainers since his last ones are fucking off to fix their country. Laughs and tells them, "Isn't that why I have you two?" Hinoka sighs and tells him he really should consider some retainers, and he tells her he'll get to it. Eventually, Takumi then asks Korin if they can't stay just a little while longer, but they smile and tell him everything's been arranged for today. They need to support Camilla and Leo while they all rebuild Nor. Disappointed, he asks if he can at least spar one last time before they go. After this, we have Kaden, Mozu, Scarlet, and Izuna. Kaden says he should go back to being a leader of his clan. Mozu says she has a fucking town to rebuild. Scarlet says that she has to go back to Shev and negotiate politics with Nor's crown. Izuma starts laughing and tells them all they have quite the objectives. Korn asks him what he's gonna do and he shrugs, saying that he should probably go get his title back. And finally, the final scene. Once you interact with everyone or just choose to skip everything, you'll have the throne room door at the end of the map. Once you interact with it, you get a scene between Korn, Camilla, and Leo. Camilla's dripped out with her queen look as she's been crowned. Same one as her hero's alt because I actually really love the way it looks. Korn asks how they've been doing, and Camilla sighs, expressing that being a queen sure is a lot of work. Leo teases her and says he did tell her he could do it, but she insists on picking up Xander's torch. Camilla shoots him a glare and says, "You know I only accepted because I didn't want you to deal with all of this." He smirks and tells her he's well aware. Camilla then asks Korn if they're ready to leave and they say yes. They turn around and say their goodbyes to everyone, leaving with the Norian royals. As they walk away from the door and into the sunlight, the credits appear, thus ending the story. And after everything, this concludes the main story of Fire Emblem Fates, Birthright. Only 5 hours later. When I first played Conquest and got to working on Birthright, I figured it would have been piss easy with little to no trouble at all. I had little to no memory of Birthright except a few maps, and now I can see why. Birthright didn't have a fucking story. For Conquest, it at least had a baseline to work with and follow. But Birthright was an actual nothing burger. There's like 5 filler maps, which is insane when you consider that the only real info you learn on anything plot relevant is behind an S support with your Hoshidan siblings. Fucking wild. I had to mix and match so many different things and come up with an actual plotline for this. OG had the excuse that Leo was like teleporting them all over the world, which sure explains why they had such a weird move pattern for every map, but it didn't make any fucking sense. I actually struggled with Azura the most on this route, surprisingly. She just had a hard time fitting into most scenarios because she low-key doesn't remember anything about Nor. Parallel-wise, this works well with Conquest, since the roles between Corrin and Azura are reversed, but I don't know, I hope I did a good job fitting her into everything. I wanted to keep all the deaths because I think that both routes having some amount of loss is important to really drive the point home that you can't have your cake and eat it too. Except for Azura's. I never liked that one. That's especially true when it came to Xander and his death. I wanted it to be a marking point for Corrin and make them understand that it can't be all sunshine and rainbows. I also wanted to illustrate that choosing one side would lead to the other having a lot of tragedies. Garen, upon losing Corrin, becomes more depressed and Yago swoops in and takes advantage of that. Since they're down one royal when they would usually be +1, the Norians didn't have any time to spare to keep Yago in check, like they would have in Conquest. Same thing with Takumi. Upon losing Mikoto and having his world flipped upside down with the news that his long-lost sibling is actually alive, he's lost and confused and he seeks any way to fix all of this, leading him to Mikoto's pendant and her research. I've rambled enough in both videos about all of this, so I'll just cut it short and say that I really tried hard to make this an interesting and captivating story. Hello, it's Editing Nova once again, with the tail end of a cold, so please forgive me if I sound like shit. I realized while editing that I didn't actually explain everything I wanted to explain in my voice clips, so allow me to just go over a few points real quick. First one I want to mention is Yago. I bring up the whole like, ooh, how does he know what we're doing? And I like explain it, but I don't think it's a super clear explanation, so just to make it clear, Yago has been sending people using Nor's army to tell the Hoshidans, and especially Corrin, to keep up with what they're doing, to know where they are at all times, to ambush them and attack them, and shit all over the parade. Which also contributed to the fact that Nor did not have enough forces to deal with its internal problems, and other things. Another thing I want to briefly touch upon is Flora's death. To some it might seem a bit unnecessary. I just killed her off to kill her off because Lamau, she died in the OG. I felt like it needed to stay just to prove how fucked things really got in Nor, and that it was Flora's choice entirely to give her life for one of the few people she actually had respect for in Nor, believing in their vision and what they're doing to help the world be a better place. Xander, as I touched upon briefly, but it's just for Corrin to solidify their choice and to not pussyfoot around it, tiptoe around it, be like, oh no, I'm only half betraying Nor. It's for them to set it in stone. And Elise's death is there to... Elise's death might seem, once again, unnecessary, just dying for the sake of dying, but it really was there to show that Garen is not Garen anymore, that he will never, ever, ever hurt his children. To just so, mercilessly cut down Elise was the point to draw Corrin to do what they needed to do to, save their father from the evil magic. Otherwise, they might have struggled to do so, questioning whether or not it's really still Garen, or if it's just, It was a little hard to fit in the dynamic of Corrin and the Hoshidan sibling getting to know each other, since unlike Nor, they didn't already have a pre-established chemistry. So hopefully, I did a good job. And if I didn't, fuck me, I guess. With all of that, let's get back to our regular scheduled Nova talking about shit for hours on end. The ending is something I somewhat liked about the original, but I wanted to add my twist to it. Corrin moves back to Nor for a few years to help rebuild as well as rekindle and mend relationships with the remaining siblings. The ending cards with paired endings are still present, but they're adapted to the changes I made. Azura eventually returns to Hoshido years down the line. If the spouses of each character can follow each other, they do. If they don't because they have somewhere else to be, they both work on their thing and come back together once they're done. You already know the drill for what comes next, the invasions. Following the same concept as Conquest, they're mandatory and need to be completed in a certain amount of time to continue the story. Invasion 1 needs to be completed before chapter 14, Invasion 2 needs to be completed before chapter 19, and lastly, Invasion 3 needs to be completed before chapter 26. We'll talk about the kids after we're done with all of this, but that's the program for now. Obviously, 2 and 3 will have knockdown stats as a consequence because they're low-key hard as fuck. Invasion 1's story premise is quite simple. At night, Jacob/Felicia wakes everyone up in a panic and proclaim there's a Norian invasion. Everyone gets up and gears up for battle. Once they're outside, Norian soldiers can be faintly spotted across the area. Beyond the castle walls, we hear the conversation between a Norian general and a regular soldier. The lackey asks what his orders are, and the general responds by telling him they're launching a surprise attack. If their tip is correct, some of Hoshido's most important figures are sound asleep here. The chapter is Fog of War with a predetermined castle layout. Once you click start, Azura says that she remembers torches being laid around the base. The enemies consist of 4 cavaliers, 3 wyvern riders, 2 lancers, and 2 fighters. The boss is still just a wyvern knight, but not evil Vala magic version. If any of the royals fight the boss, he'll shout at his troops that he found the royals. This doesn't do anything story-wise though. After the battle wraps up, Korn orders the surviving assailants to be captured and detained for questioning. Silas remarks that it's strange that we're found like this in the middle of the night, and Korn agrees, adding up that something isn't sitting right with them. Ezra tells the gang they need to go get some sleep, and that they'll take care of getting answers in the morning. Invasion 2 opens up with a soldier running towards Korn, and the other royals, out of breath, is claiming that a small army marches on their base. Ryoma, surprised, demands everyone to take up their posts and eliminate any threat. The enemy rollout will be completely Hoshiden classes with no Vala people. The boss is changed from a Kinchinai to an Oni chieftain. He's actually Rinka's father, Hiroyuki. He shows up and he tells his men to capture any and all Hoshidans they encounter. If they should run into Rinka, they are to leave her be and not lay a finger on her. No green units this map, sorry chat. They can talk to him with Ryoma, Hinoka, Takumi, Reina, and Rinka. Every royal has the same base conversation with him. He angrily asks what they think they're doing, using his men to invade Nor like that. The royals will try to explain to him the situation, but he just gets more mad and tells them they should have discussed this with him before launching an attack like that. For Reina, I actually want to write this one out because it's low-key funny. What do you think you're doing here, you old fool? Me? A fool? You're using my men and my daughter for your selfish warfare. And you storming here attacking us? Have you lost your mind, Hiroyuki? It's you who have lost your minds. And lastly, for Rinka, it goes as follows. Father? What in the name of the gods are you doing here? Rinka, my beautiful daughter. Oh, how I worried for you. Come, let's go back home now. No, I can't do that, father. I pledged an oath to serve Hoshido as long as they need me. I'm not a little girl anymore. I can take care of myself. I'll add a really fucking funny way to beat this map. Rinka's conversation happens if you fight or talk to him. If you just talk to him without fighting him, it'll actually end the map, but only if you talk with him with Rinka. Any tribesman you spare will give you 250 gold. Logically, the objective is changed to defeat boss. Every unit is their Hoshiden equivalent for this map, as well he wouldn't have any Norians with him. Once you finish the map, whichever way, Ryoma will ask him what on earth he's doing here. He'll be pretty upset and argue that he didn't lend him so many men and his daughter for him to lead a rebellion in Chev. While Ryoma understands his frustrations, he asks why he thought attacking them was a good idea. Hiroyuki reveals that he was hoping to knock some sense into them, as they've clearly lost their minds. Takumi interjects and asks him if he understands the severity of his actions. He can't just take up arms and form a small rebellion whenever he's upset with them. Hiroyuki, now offended, says he did try to reach them, but Queen Mikoto never responded. Hinoka takes a deep breath and explains why Mikoto hasn't been able to respond, and the old dude just turns pale as a ghost. Rinka walks in and tells him to go back home before he can make a bigger fool of himself. He gets down on his knees and starts apologizing profusely to the royals, begging for their forgiveness and to not break the peace agreement between their nations. Reina laughs at him and says, "Oh, so now you've finally come to your senses, you old half-wit." Ryoma shakes his head and tells him he'll let it slide this time, but he won't tolerate anything like this ever again. Hiroyuki nods and skedaddles out of there in a hurry. After he leaves, Sakura seems a bit bummed out that things needed to end this way for such a dumb misunderstanding. Asa tries to cheer her up and tells her that, after all the time she spent with Rinka, it has taught her that the Flame Tribe don't do democracy and speak with their fists. It was simply his way of letting them know that he's not pleased with them. Takumi sighs, expressing that while he understands the cultural differences, that was really fucking stupid. Ryoma is hesitant to agree with him and says that at his core, he was kind of right. His tribesmen aren't part of the Hoshiden army. He only lent them to help protect the country from any trouble that may arise. He really should have asked if it was okay beforehand. Kern reassures him, saying that next time something like this comes up, they'll be sure to remind him. Ryoma chuckles and thanks all of them, telling them to go get some much needed rest. Invasion 3 opens up with Korin rallying up everyone they can as soldiers seemingly spawn into their base. Panic ensues as everyone rushes to grab their weapons, barely prepared to take on this new threat. Ryoma runs to Korin and informs them that he's mobilized the main force and you're ready to set out. This is the only invasion with the Vala people, otherworldly zombie-like people. The boss of this map is Sumeragi, the Hushidan sibling's father. He's also a fucked up zombie person here. Y'all know the drill, enemy stats are slightly lower to have mercy on the poor player here. One thing I've neglected to mention until now, Lilith is present on this map, as well as any other invasion, but not in her dragon form. Keeping the Birthright conquest differences, she heals with long-range staffs from her quarters. Other notable enemies on this map are Ikona, the Hoshidan sibling's birth mother, as well as Saizo IV, Kaze, and Saizo's father. Since I did it for conquest, I'll be nice and do it for Birthright as well. In order of oldest to youngest to both Sumeragi and Ikona, here are the dialogues. Also, not to repeat it constantly, the parents will mutter their children's names, like for example, which gets them to reply with their lines.
No, it couldn't be. Father, forgive me for turning my blade against you. Mother, I must be losing my mind. It couldn't be you. Still, facing you, I grow weak. Father, who in the world would be so cruel, using my father's likeness like this? I've always looked forward to the day I could see you again, but this isn't right.
I can't believe my eyes. Could it really be you, Father? No, that's impossible. Why didn't it have to be you? I can't bring myself to draw Fujin at you, Mother. I'm sorry.
That armor. Could it be you, Father? I'm sorry. Are you my mother? It's so strange. I never met you, and yet I just know it's you.
As for the twins, they're the only ones who speak to their father. Whatever trickery this is, it won't stop me. I'll surpass you, Father. Allow me to finally put your soul to rest, Father. Now is the best time to mention that Yukimura appears as a green unit on turn 2 and can be recruited by speaking to him with either Ryoma, Hinoka, Takumi, Sakura, Korn, or Azura, Reina, and Orochi. He'll come in basically be like, oh fuck, I hope I'm not too late. Once you talk to him, he'll explain that Mikoto insisted on him running ahead to catch up with the main army, and not being in a position to refuse her, he hauled ass over there. He still joins you if you didn't talk to him at the end of the battle, except if you get him killed like a dumbass. He will have a convo with both Sumeragi and Ikona if he fights them, but at this point in the video, I'm a wee bit tired of dialogue. I'm only putting him here because genuinely I hate the upgrade this and get a unit dumbass mechanic. Especially for fucking Yukimura. He's the last guy that's just gonna appear because you decided to spend points on your fucking map. After the battle, the mysterious soldiers keep popping in and are closing on our heroes. The gang fends them off to their best ability, but to no avail. Just as things are starting to look grim, Lilith jumps in and transforms into her dragon form. She roars, and a shockwave pushes back the invaders. Ryoma takes the opening and orders everyone to finish off the stragglers. Lilith shields them and attacks the invaders. Just as things are starting to turn into her hero's favors, an enemy sneaks up behind Korin, and Lilith jumps in front of them to protect them. She gets gravely wounded and untransforms, no longer having enough energy to maintain her dragon form. Korin panics and runs towards her, but Lilith, holding her abdomen, freezes the enemy to allow the team to finish them off. Hinoka and Takumi try to aid Korin and Lilith, but more invaders are creeping up on them, keeping their attention away. Lilith does her best to stand her ground, but gets hit a few more times. In a last-ditch effort, she takes her Dragonstone and shatters it. The Vala magic effect surrounds her wounded body as she transforms into a half-human, half-dragon thing, like Korin's Dragon Fang attack, using the last of her remaining powers to blast through the remaining enemies, significantly weakening them. She collapses after this, all magic shit leaving her body. The rest of the Hoshido gang finish off the remaining weirdos as Korin rushes to Lilith's side. They hold up her fleeting body and beg her to hang on a little longer. Sakura comes running, trying her best to heal Lilith, but to no avail. Takumi, Hinoka, and Ryoma stand next to Korin in support, and Azura sits down next to Korin. Lady Azura, please, look after Korin for me. Lilith, I believe I understand who you are now. Rest easy. I will be by their side until her purposes are fulfilled. Thank you. Lilith's gaze looks back at Korin with a pained smile. Korin at this point is crying, almost screaming, begging Lilith to hang on. Sakura holds them in her arms, burying her face in their shoulder. Hinoka thanks Lilith for her sacrifice and promises her she will cherish the chance she gave them forever. Ryoma seconds this and vows to honor her memory, and Takumi simply asks her to rest easy. Korin cries even harder, pleading with Lilith to hang on, With her last remaining strength, she says, "Please, Lord Corin, dry your tears. This isn't goodbye. We'll see each other again. I couldn't have asked for better lords to serve. Thank you, all of you." And with this, Lilith passes away with a smile on her face. Corin, in shock, doesn't say anything. Their cries have stopped as they simply look down. We can hear Sakura's muffled cries and sniffles. The other royals look down and hold a moment of silence. The camera pans out to show the rest of the army that you totally didn't kill off, because why would you, also partaking in the moment. The camera then pans back to Corin, who rubs their eyes and says, "I'll take care of finding the best place for her to rest." Ryoma nods and tasks everyone with various jobs of cleaning up, tending to the wounded, the usual. The next scene is later, with Corin sitting at Lilith's fresh grave. Ezra comes by and tells them they should go get some rest. Corin doesn't answer this request and instead asks if Lilith was like them, from that other place. Ezra nods and says she believes so, and Corin then says, "I suppose it was fate for us to meet then, and fate for her to give her life for ours. I shouldn't dishonor that." Ezra lets out a faint giggle and tells them she's proud of them for being so strong. Corin turns to her and thanks her for always being there for them. We've been over the decision in the last 6-hour rewrite, but just to put it out there, the decision to put Lilith's deaths in the invasion as well as making them mandatory came from a place of wanting to explore some side concepts that weren't super story relevant. I only disliked how Lilith died, but not necessarily the idea behind it, I guess. Her laying her life for Corin wasn't what bothered me about the OG, it's just that she appears to die like that ass. At least with the invasions, she's always at my castle because that's her job. You can buy flowers for 100 gold at the item shop, and it gives Corin a +2 luck for the next battle if you put them at her memoir. You can also do this if you kill any of your units, as that's how you would unlock their statue. The effects for them are based on whatever predominant stat is, like Orochi would be +2 magic and so on. But you would never do that, right? So about the kids. To TLDR my thought process from last time, I hate the time realm bullshit, but low-key the kids were a fun mechanic in Fates, and it's hard to dislike it. The idea is not original at all, but I honestly couldn't think of anything else. I'll explain for Hoshido specifically, but it varies from route to route. 20 years into the future, the war between Nor and Hoshido has been ongoing since the events of our story. Many of the Fate's children lost their parents to the Norians' army's assault and invasion on Hoshido, and with Nor on the brink of vanquishing Hoshido, they go back in time to join the Hoshiden army in hopes of preventing the war from waging on for decades. To unlock these paralogs, however, there's 2 requisites. You must complete Heirs of Fate DLC, which is free here, and marry the parents required. Let's first cover Heirs of Fate Birthright Edition. It's a singular map. You have every child unit in their base class. We're reusing Chapter 26 maps from Conquest here. You start at the top and the objective is to make your way at the bottom and escape with every unit. Here you need to keep every child alive throughout the map. Any deaths result in an immediate game over. Every unit comes equipped with a Dawn Shard. That'll be relevant later. They also all come level 20 in their respective classes with their average stats for that level. Let's go every unit first. Shiro is this army's leader. He comes equipped with Sujin because he's still a spear fighter. No changes to anything regarding him or his character, I love him the way he is. Kiragi is the future army's second commander, following in his cousin's footsteps. He comes with the Fujin Yumi and a Vulnerary. Same trend as last time, we're having some additions here. First up on the list of additions is Reiji, Hinoka's son. He's a Myrmidon because someone has to have the lightning sword. Stoic and unfazed, he keeps his emotions for the battlefield. He has his mother's impulsiveness and hot-headedness, which causes him to butt heads with Shiro occasionally. He's a good kid at heart, but is a little emotionally stunted. He comes equipped with Raijinto and a steel katana. Next up is Kiyomi, Sakura's daughter. She's a shrine maiden, just like her mother. She's rather quiet and reserved, but unlike her mother, it's not because she's shy. She can be pretty witty and sharp when it's needed, but usually reserves that to give her friends an earful. She comes with Amaterasu, a wine festal and a rescue rod. For Korn's child, Kana, they come as a Nor prince/princess with only Oasis equipped. They've been aged up a little bit just to fit in more, so just age up the weird baby talk and that's basically the biggest change to their personality. Aside from that, I gave them a little redesign. Shoes, just like their parents, and an older look. That's pretty much it. Chigure is a Pegasus Knight as usual, but he can do something special here unlike proper Fates. He has the unique skill Dance, which allows him to do just that. This is only for the DLC map. He comes with a Garden Naginata and a Silver Naginata. Following the trend of neutral characters, here's Midori. Updated look, I tried to make her look a little older. I don't dislike the red in her original design, I just wanted to go for a more reduced color scheme. She's an apothecary, same as the original, and comes with a steel Yumi and a spice Yumi, as well as a concoction. The Wire, who I didn't forget this time, comes with a Bloom Vessel and a Silence Rod. Last on the line of neutrals is Sophie. I also gave her a bit of a redesign, giving her some pants and some freckles because why not? She's a Cav, equipped with a Sword Catcher and a Steel Naginata. Before we move on to the Birthright kids, we need to talk about something. Well, I was fine with the Isekai with the Awakening kids. I don't like the it's the three most popular parents as kids thing they pulled here. It's kind of just lazy and not super interesting as they literally just dumbed down every characters to 2 traits, throwing out all the nuance Awakening gave them. Sugi is now Jin / Saizo the 6th, Keldori is now Aiko, and Raja is now Shiaki. From now on, I'll address them with those names. Jin is the 6th Saizo, however he resents carrying a dead family's name, feeling burdened by the weight of that legacy. He chose to go by Jin instead, feeling that choosing his own identity frees him from carrying a torch he never wanted. Functionally, he's still Chihiro's retainer. I gave him Saizo's signature hair color and kept the color scheme he originally had going on. I gave him a sick mask because he prefers hiding his face but wanted something removed from his fodder. He comes equipped with a Sting Shuriken, an Iron Shuriken, and a Dual Shuriken. Here we have Mitama in her updated color scheme. My only issue with her OG design is that it was just a generic shrine maiden with a custom head. So I changed her color scheme just to set her apart and make her stand out a bit. She comes with a Sun Festal and a Moon Festal. Hisame saw quite the makeover in every aspect imaginable. I always felt like he was the most neglected out of everyone, so I give him much needed love. I swapped his class from Myrmidon to Oni Savage for 2 reasons. I think he'd be cooler as one, and we have too many Myrmidons. Now the irony of me making Hinoka's son a Myrmidon is not lost on me. I made his hair longer and pulled back into a samurai style bun. Actually shit, it just hit me. He's the only club user of the 2nd gen. Absolute bonkers. He comes equipped with a silver club, a throwing club, and a great club. We get to talk about one of the 2 girlies, Aiko. She's still a Sky Knight, she just gets an updated look. I went with violet / purple because there's a criminal lack of fairy colors in the 2nd gen for some ungodly reason. She's a smart girl with a heart of gold, ready to do anything for her family. She often daydreams of a world without warfare and having a big family of her own away from all this stress. She comes with an Iron Naginata and a Bolt Naginata. Second to last, we have Shiaki. A bit of an outlier, she's reserved and uninvolved. She spends all her time studying magic of every kind, trying to find a way to become powerful enough to save Hoshido. She rarely wastes time chatting with others, but deep down she wishes she could be closer and more open to them. She comes with a Tiger Spirit and a Calamity Gate. Last but thankfully least, Selkie. I really hate Selkie. She sucks. Let's make her not suck. Instead of being an overgrown toddler, she's instead a gentle and well-mannered woman who's seemingly unaware of her own strength. She keeps a collection of games that were once played back during peace times and loves playing with her friends whenever she can. She comes equipped with the 2 variants of the Beast Tones, as well as a concoction. Wait, no, I lied. Here's another addition, Fumiko. Yukimura's daughter. Just like Klaus, one of Gunther's sons, just like Klaus, one of Gunther's children, she's about 15 years older than the others. She acts as a mentor to the kids, guiding them throughout all these years. She's an archer, nothing too impressive. Since we have more Oni Savages and Apothecaries, I don't feel the need to give her one of those special classes. She comes with a Silver Yumi and a Surefire Yumi. The map is an escape map, as I've mentioned. You have to escape with everyone, no exceptions. You start with all of the Hoshidan kids, no neutrals. At the turn of start 2, Midori, Shigure, Sophie, and the Wire come in as reinforcements. I've mapped this one out as well, you're all welcome. You will encounter Nor's child units in this map as mini-bosses, with Siegbert being the boss. Routing the map doesn't end it, but if you want to do it, be my guest. So with the basics, onto the story. The Hoshidan royals rush through the door of the castle. Shiro opens up the scene by exclaiming that the Norians are closely behind them and they have no time to waste to plan an escape. Kiyomi then butts in and asks if everyone has their shard, and they all say yes. Kirigi remarks that if they can get out of the castle, the best shot at survival will be running into the forest, the shores or the mountains up north of Shirasagi. Chiaki speaks up and says that the shard's effects will be significantly weakened if everyone is separated and it would be best to use them together. Mitama agrees, but states that if they have no other choice, they must use them. Hoshido needs all of them to carry on. With that said, everyone nods along, and Selkie alerts Shiro that she can hear footsteps rapidly approaching their position. Shiro then orders everyone to take up positions as the Norians pop up from staircases and the battle starts. Also, Fumiko will just assess the situation, occasionally giving her opinion in the conversation. Everyone gets a little line if they first engage a Norian, along the lines of, "Man, get the fuck out of my way." At the end of the battle, the Hoshidans get pushed into a corner and try to fend off the Norians, but to no avail. Shiaki asks Kiyomi if they should use them now, and she says it's their only solution left. Shiro then gives a short speech. We probably won't get there together back before the war started, but let's find each other once we're there. If you die on me, I'll kill you, got it? The children all say a very quick goodbye to each other and get sent back to the past. Which then brings us into the paralogs for the children. Instead of outer magical realms, they instead appear on the map, kinda like the Awakening kids. The party doesn't go, "Oh, let's go see my child that I've been neglecting," and they instead basically say they've heard rumors of a suspicious person acting around here with variants for each character. Like for the royals, the reports will be like, "They look just like Princess X or Prince X." I'm not spending much time on this because it's like side unimportant plot to the grand scheme of things, and making it any more complicated would be dumb. And we finally made it to the end of this fucking ride. Just kidding, we still have revelations left. I will not make the mistake of underestimating a Fate story ever again. I learned my fucking lesson with this one. Foolery aside, I really want to give a major thank you to everyone who found the time to watch any amount of this giant clusterfuck of a video. I'm sure some people found an easier way to fix Birthright that didn't take almost an entire shift to watch, but I'm fairly happy with the results, and I hope you are too after watching all of this. Once again, if you have any questions, comments, criticisms, or whatever else comes to mind, let me know in the comments down below. Don't take too long, I'm only 990 subs away from it being socially acceptable to ignore you. Once more, thank you all also very fucking much to Shaq, who lended his voice once more to contribute to this video. Thanks to Hollow as well for all the footage used for this video as background space. Please subscribe so I can continue to make the subscriber bit at the start of each video. And with that, I bid you all farewell until Revelations comes out.